Chapter 1. The opening was driven off the mountain by the stunning senior sister. In the hotel room, a man and a woman were busy pulling the quilt to cover their vital places. Sha Rouj huffed. "You slept with me, you still have a point?" This guy's skin is simply thicker than the city walls, obviously he took advantage of it, but he looks aggrieved. Yichuan looked at the woman in front of him. "I have to say, this woman's body appearance than their own several sisters are not much better." Yichuan didn't understand, such a beautiful woman, why was she so cheeky? Had to drag him to drink, all drunk, and then roll in bed? Is there another reason? Yiduan said, "Say it, you do this, why in the end?" "Why?" A complex look appeared in Sha Rouj's eyes. Because tomorrow, she was going to get engaged to Zhao Chao, the #1 dude in Cloud City. Zhao Chao relied on the Zhao family to be rich and had toyed with countless women. None of them had a good ending. She can only be a plaything in Zhao Chao's hands. But the family's order, the Zhao family's pressure made her unable to escape. So, she ran to the hotel, got herself drunk, and dragged this man to sleep. If not, it would be too cheap for that bastard Zhao Chao. All of this, she was unable to say. Sha Rouj coldly said, "You don't get a bargain and still play nice, okay? Although yes, I took the initiative to look for you, how does that saying go? The cat gives the mouse as a third party, it's not certain who suffers. You get my body, you still backtracking?" Yichuan frantically said, "But I did not do anything ah." "Ye does start to be angry dead, master that old monster himself flirtatious, all over the womanizer. Born children like pulling eggs chicken like a bunch of, but strict restrictions ye dust. Absolutely not allowed to sleep with a woman, otherwise it will be driven out of the holy doctor door." Yichuan is not unable to give up the strange old man, is unable to give up a few of the beautiful sister. Last night, if it wasn't for his master's strict order that he wasn't allowed to sleep with women, he almost had to hand over his rations. Nothing? Then what is this? Sha Rouj lifted up the quilt on the bed in one go, pointing to a splash of crimson on the bed and asked, "What is this? What's this? You're not going to admit it if you put up your pants?" "No, it's a denial without lifting up the pants." Yichuan said, "But, I really didn't do anything, right? That's your aunt's blood, okay?" Yiduan's body was almost on fire at this time. He really wanted to press this woman on the bed and take her first time. Is this bullying him? Hey, this pure yang physique is too annoying. It's just that master doesn't allow him to be with a woman. Sha Rouj's eyelids jumped straight, pinch a hand to count, really? It's the day of her aunt's arrival. Her aunt came very accurately, yesterday was the first day, it was the day of her aunt's arrival. Moreover, she didn't feel anything, no pain. She's heard that the first time a woman has a cave-in, it hurts. You really didn't do anything? Sha Rouj asked. The impression of the man in front of her changed a lot. She is the first goddess of Cloud City. How many men pursue her ah? And this man, even sat in the arms of not disturbed. Sha Rouj was a bit skeptical, was it her own charisma value that had decreased? Sha Rouj was a little lost. When she remembered the Zhao family's power through the sky in Cloud City, as well as the rogues and scoundrels' faces, she put on a stern face and said, "I'll say it again, you mustn't go looking for me." After Sha Rouj finished speaking, she pulled open the door, turned around and ran out. She did not want to involve him. Yichuan goaded his shoulders, "When will I be unblocked?" Just at this time, Yichuan's cell phone rang, and Yichuan stood up violently. "Eldest sister called me." "Eldest sister, I'm back." Yichuan bumbled to the door of a grass room and opened his mouth to call out. "Little bastard. Hurry up and take it off, lie down on top of the cold ice, senior sister will give you a body quenching." A beautiful woman rolled up her sleeves and looked at Yichuan in a milky way. She is Yichen's big sister, Zhao Mingyue, only 25 years old this year, only 3 years older than Yichen. Hey, good Liu. Yi just took off his clothes and pants, and honestly lay on top of the cold ice. Eldest sister Zhao Mingyue rubbed Yiduan's body with the cold ice, helping Yiduan to quench his body. The pair of gentle hands that drove away the rolling heat from Yichen's body was soothing and refreshing. Yichuan smiled and said, "Eldest sister, work harder." "Little bastard, you want to tire me out?" Zhao Mingyue wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. "The veins are still not open, and I am exhausted." Zhao Mingyue sat down on her butt. Master brother was born with a body of pure yang, practicing like a rocket to rise. However, if this kind of body is not suppressed, it will explode. This was the reason why several senior sisters took turns quenching Yi Chen's body with cold ice. 2 hours later, Zhao Mingyue patted Yi Duan's butt. "All right. Get up." Yi Chuan smiled and said, "Eldest sister, there is still a place that hasn't been quenched yet." Yi Chuan pointed at his golden spear and said. Zhao Mingyue white leaf dust a glance. "You that place of quenching must find a purine physique of the woman to do. This is also the reason why Master has always forbidden you to roll in bed with other women." "Purine body?" Yi Chuan put on his clothes. "Eldest sister, then, where to look for a purine body that?" Zhao Mingyue took out a ring and a marriage certificate and handed it to Yi Chuan. "This is the master's order, put it on. The woman on the marriage certificate is the purine body." Yi Chuan knew that the ring was the ring of the sacred healer sect leader. Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Yi Chuan put the ring on his finger. Zhao Mingyue pointed to the marriage certificate and said, "Master said that the suppression with cold ice can only last until you are 20 years old, and it won't work after that." In the beginning, Master saved the girl's grandmother, and the two families made a marriage contract. The girl on the marriage contract is the body of purine. After you cavort with her, her purine physique can just suppress your pure young qi. Remember, you must cavort with the girl before August 15th on. Get lost, go down the mountain to look for her. Go. Chapter 2 Engagement Banquet. Yi Chuan put away the wedding book and asked, "Big senior sister, how are my other senior sisters doing?" Zhao Mingyue said, "Your second senior sister is a domineering president, founded the Imperial Hao Group, assets of 100 billion, quite big. Your third elder sister, Li Shangnan, is in charge of 300,000 elites in the Southland. She is the only female god of war in the Great Summer Kingdom. Your fourth sister is a miracle doctor. Your fifth sister is the head of the International Dark Knight Organization, running around the world. Your sixth and seventh senior sisters are very mysterious. These two little hooves are ready to do a big job." Yi Duan's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Each of my senior sisters is a big brother. I can't even finish eating the soft rice of a few senior sisters. It smells so good." Immediately, Yi Chuan tightly hugged Zhao Mingyue's thighs. "Eldest sister is the most powerful. Eldest sister is the eldest daughter of a first-class family in Londu. Eldest sister is the greatest." Yi Chuan's nose incited, smelling the nice body fragrance of eldest sister. Zhao Mingyue giggled and touched Yi Chuan's head. "Little bastard, you flattered me greatly. I like it. Get lost, it's getting late, hurry down the mountain to find the woman in the marriage certificate. Remember, before August 15th, must be on the cave, or you have to blow yourself up." Yi Chuan reluctant to give up. "Eldest sister, I and the 6 sisters have gone down the mountain, you should also go down the mountain, right?" Zhao Mingyue said. "You go first, I still have a little thing on my side, I have to go back to the dragon capital to go. By the way, this is the phone number of your second senior sister, she is now in the Cloud City, and you are going to meet soon. Ga. Ye dust down the mountain. After not long, a Rolls Royce will rattling sound forced Ye Dust jumped to the grass. Ye Dust said, Hey, so overbearing How to drive The door of the car opened, revealing a face of a beautiful country. Yi Chuan took a look and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Second sister. I miss you to death. Yi Chuan directly jumped over and picked up the second elder sister and turned around. Liu Piao Piao also wrapped her arms tightly around Yi Chuan's neck. Little bastard, do you know how much I miss you? I want to go up to the mountain to see you every day, but I'm afraid that my master will punish me. Let's go to my Empire Hotel, I'll give you a welcome. Yi Duan said, Second sister the master has orders, let me go first to fulfill the marriage contract, pick up the wind is not in a hurry. Liu Piao laughed, master's order cannot be disobeyed, well, then you go to the Su family first. Liu Piao took out a gold card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Duan. Senior brother, then I simply give you the Imperial Hotel. You can go and eat whenever you want. Empire Hotel is the largest 5-star hotel in Yunchang. A lot of wealthy gentlemen would choose to organize their weddings at this place. I have to say, Yi Chuan's senior sisters are super protective. And they threw away a lot of money. Yi Chuan took the gold card and said, Second sister, so I'm not a soft eater anymore? Liu Piao Piao lifted up her chest and said, My soft rice will be for you to eat. Who made you my junior? If not for you to eat, who to eat? It's not good if you don't eat it. Yi Chuan hurriedly said, Well, then I'll go to the Su family, and then I'll catch up with my second senior sister. Yi Chuan put away the gold card, said goodbye to second senior sister Liu Piao Piao, and casually took a car to the Su family. After getting into the car, the driver asked, "Young man, where are you going?" Yi Duan said, "I'm going to find Mrs. Su's granddaughter." The driver said, "Mrs. Su's granddaughter is Sha Rouj. Today, Sha Rouj and Zhao Chao, the youngest member of the Zhao family, will hold an engagement ceremony at the Imperial Palace Hotel. Sha Rouj is the #1 goddess in Yun Chang. The men who pursue her could circle the globe. And the Zhao family is a first-class family in Cloud City, so big and powerful that they tremble when they step on it. Today, all the powerful families in Cloud City are basically there, and I heard that the Imperial Hotel has been chartered as a venue for the engagement." Hey, rich people are really bullish, a driver said to himself. Yi Chuan's eyebrows, however, were getting tighter and tighter. What? Sha Rouj and Zhao Chao are getting engaged? And at the Imperial Palace Hotel? Wasn't that exactly the property of the Imperial Hao Group? Now, second senior sister had just given the Imperial Hao Group's gold card to Yi Chuan, which was equivalent to saying that Yi Chuan was the new owner of the Imperial Hao Hotel. Old Mrs. Su even disregarded the fact that Master had saved her life in the first place, and was ungrateful, marrying one daughter to two families. The corner of Yi Duan's mouth reveals a touch of coldness. This marriage, they cannot be fixed. The driver looked back at Yi Duan. Ouch. Don't talk nonsense. If these words reach the ears of the Zhao family, you will be dead. The driver's face is white, pulling Yi Chuan to the Imperial Hotel, not even dare to ask for money, drive, turn around and go. Empire Hotel. Yi Chuan walked to the entrance there, was stopped by the security guard. "Stop, do you have an invitation?" Yi Duan indifferently said, "This Imperial Grand Hotel is originally mine, why do I need an invitation?" Several security guards looked at Yi Chuan with their mouths agape. Is this kid crazy? Who doesn't know that the Imperial Grand Hotel is the property of the richest group in the eastern provinces? The chairman of the board is Liu Piao Piao. At this time, the security chief ran out sweating profusely, holding a photo in his hand, carefully recognized it, and then ran to Yi Chuan, bowed to the ground. "Lord, please enter." The security chief's face was pale, afraid of slowing down Yi Chuan. In order to prevent a miscalculation, Liu Piao Piao sent Yi Chen's photo to the management group of the Imperial Palace Group. So, now the top management of the Imperial Palace Hotel all knew about this. Yi Chen was their new boss. Yi Chen walked into the Imperial Grand Hotel with a big stride. The head of security snapped a big slap at a few dumbfounded security guards. "Bastard son of a bitch. Even dare to intercept him, you want to kill me?" The security guards looked puzzled. He is not just a bumpkin? The security chief lowered his voice and said a sentence that scared the security guards, instantly sweating like a pig. Luckily, they didn't say anything out of line just now. Imperial Hotel. Lights and colors are everywhere, joyful. A team of maids in red cheongsams and high heels elegantly weave their way through the crowd, serving today's honored guests. A group of men and women in fancy dress, clustered around a suited and booted young man, is bragging. "Zhao Shao is really awesome. Specializing in pinching flower tips. Sha Rouj is the #1 goddess in Cloud City, and now she's about to become Young Zhao's crotch, haha." "Young Zhao, Sha Rouj is Young Zhao's 30th woman, isn't she?" "Mr. Li, you're wrong, this is Mr. Zhao's 41st woman, right?" "Mr. Zhao, am I right?" Zhao Chao had a smug look on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, I can't remember either." At the same time, an inconspicuous small family at a table in the corner was whispering. "Zhao Shao changes his women more often than he changes his clothes, and even if it's a good woman, he'll get tired of it in a month at most." One person lowered his voice and said, "What happened to that innocent college girl last time? How is it going?" Female: A school flower level of female college students, by Zhao Shao, played a week, the shade of hemorrhage, in the hospital in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally rescued, cannot give birth to a child. The women that Zhao Shao is toyed with, there are no good ones, they are all wasted, don't you know? The questioner's eyebrows furrowed. Then if Sha Rouj married Zhao Shao, wouldn't she be devastated? Then will the Su family and Sha Rouj be willing to agree? Chapter 3: Sha Rouj's Choice. A middle-aged old man lowered his voice and said, "I heard that it was the meaning of the Su old lady in the Su family, because of the marriage with the Zhao family would give the Su family $500 million. Another person took over the conversation and lowered his voice, "It's more than 500 million. The Su family can embrace the Zhao family's thighs from now on, and it's not impossible for them to be promoted to a second-rate family." What about Sha Rouj? Sha Rouj also agreed to the marriage? It looks like we're going to break the ice here. The man took a sip of wine and lowered his voice. Sha Rouj has been keeping mum, however, soon the mystery will be revealed, everyone wait and see. Yi Chuan sat next to him and drank 5 barrels of white wine all by himself. Shocked, the eyelids of these few small clans jumped. My God! Is this a human being? Is he still a human being? How did they let this kind of person in? Shoo! Look, the engagement ceremony has begun. The bride, Sha Rouj, is here. The scene is instantly silent. People stretched their necks to look at Sha Rouj. Yi Chuan froze the moment he saw Sha Rouj. Oh my God! So it's her. Sha Rouj was actually the girl she met yesterday at the hotel. No wonder, Yi Chuan had always felt that the girl seemed to have something on her mind. At this time, Sha Rouj, supported by Mrs. Su and her mother Qian Yali. Su family people behind the Sha Rouj white wedding dress, slowly out. The scene resounded with applause. 1 word, beautiful. 2 words, beautiful. 3 words, beautiful. It was impossible to describe it in words. And Yi Chuan's attention was focused on Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj's face was a frozen smile, and her movements were almost mechanized. The waving was also her mother Qian Yali taking her hand and waving. Assisting? The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth revealed a cold smile. Sha Rouj's back had 3 tiny millimeter needles on it. It was the same as saying that Sha Rouj was unable to be autonomous. She couldn't speak, nor could she express herself. She became a puppet on strings. Yi Chuan slammed his fist over the table. Zhao family, Su family, dare to lay hands on my woman, looking for death. Crack. The sound of the table shattering resounded in the hall. The eyes of the crowd all looked towards Yi Chen's side. Then they all started whispering. This man is looking for death? He dared to crash the engagement party of Mr. Zhao? It's over, he's in big trouble. Zhao Chao wrinkled his brows and looked at Yi Chuan. Bastard! How did you get in here? How dare you break a table at my engagement party? You're the old man eating arsenic, you're tired of living, aren't you? Old Mrs. Su was startled at first, then she lowered her voice and said. Zhao Xiao, today is Yuan Rouxue's big day, it's not appropriate to see blood, so it's not too late to fix the dirtbag on another day. Qian Yali also said, yes, it is still important to get engaged, hurry to exchange the ring. Qian Yali so anxious to Zhao Chao and Sha Rouj engagement, there is also a reason. She lost $100 million in gambling. She lost $100 million in gambling and was forced to pay back the money by Black Dragon's men, and if she didn't, she would have to cut off one of Qian Yali's hands. The thought of that bloody scene makes Qian Yali shudder. And old Mrs. Su also promised to give Qian Yali 100 million once the 500 million from Sha Rouju's engagement to Zhao Chao arrived. Benefits, all of them. Zhao Chao nodded, good, today is a good day for this young man's engagement, I don't want to see blood. Bumpkin, come here, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this young man, then, get out by yourself. Yi Chuan ignored Zhao Chao, but turned his gaze to old lady Su. 20 years ago, you had a strange disease, itching all over your body, like 100,000 insects and ants gnawing, and it was a mysterious figure who saved your life? Right? Now, you don't have those symptoms anymore, but every night at midnight, you get chills for 10 minutes? Is that right? Mrs. Su's pupils shrunk. You, who the hell are you? Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes, who am I? I am the disciple of that mysterious figure. Yi Dust voice cold as a knife. You at first got a strange disease, is my master saved you, and then you promised to Sha Rouj to marry me as a wife, fixed the marriage book, pressed the hand seal, there is no such thing? The scene is silent. Is there such a thing? This is the same as one daughter of the Su family marrying 2 families. But this kid is bold enough. It's the same as offending the Zhao family. There were quite a few families waiting to see what was going on. If the Zhao family fell, they could step on the Zhao family's corpse and get a piece of the pie. Mrs. Su then laughed coldly. That's right, so what? I just casually said, in order to cure the disease. Qian Yali then said, where is the marriage certificate? Bring it to me. Yi Duan handed the marriage certificate to Qian Yali. Qian Yali crumpled the wedding book into a ball, swallowed it in one bite, and then spread her hands. What wedding book? It's obviously you who are so poor that you want to come and extort money from your ass. You don't deserve my daughter at all. Only young Zhao can bring happiness and honor to my daughter. What can you give the Su family $500 million for young Zhao's engagement? You're here to scrape our Su family. Yi Chen's voice was low. What I give to the Su family is something that no one can give. Xian Yali's face was contemptuous. Stinking toad. Just hate people like you, poor and dishonest. You're the number one mouthpiece, get out. Zhao Chao had a smug look on his face. Bastard, you're making a fool of yourself. Mrs. Su threw a check for 100,000 yuan to each one. This 100,000 yuan is for you to get a second-hand widow in the countryside, and it's the end of your master's kindness for saving my life in the first place. The more you brag, the more you are despised. Because you're not worth it. Su family members have accused each one. Bastard. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Otherwise, Mr. Zhao will leave you for dead. Su's family feels as if each one has robbed them. Sha Rouj married Zhao Chao and got $500 million. It was enough to feed a small family like them for a few years. Xian Yali skimmed her lips and looked at each one. What's more, my daughter doesn't even look at you either. Marriage is all about voluntarism. The Qing dynasty died long ago, and arranged marriages are illegal. Su family members, get lost. Zhao Chao had a smug look on his face. Don't even need him to speak, the Su family hit the face of Yi Duan snapped loudly. Yi Chuan looked at Sha Rouj and flicked his finger. 3mm needles were invisibly flicked out. Puff! Sha Rouj's body fell softly into each one's arms. When the crowd at the scene saw this scene, they all exploded. Dest! This kid is so bold. How dare he rob the woman that Mr. Zhao likes? It's over. He's dead. The Zhao family is one of the top families in Cloud City, crushing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Old Mrs. Su and Xian Yali pointed at Yi Chuan in unison. Hurry up and let go of my Ru Shui, she's not yours. Yi Duan looked down at Sha Rouj. The marriage certificate is here, and what Xian Yali swallowed just now was a copy of the marriage certificate. Are you with me, or with that Zhao Chao? I'll take your word for it. The air in the room was instantly tense. Everyone's eyes, in unison, looked at Sha Rouj. In the end, who would she choose? Chapter 4 Smashing the Wedding. Sha Rouj looked at Yi Duan, and then looked at Zhao Chao, and lowered her head and said, You go. Su family members were completely relieved. Zhao Chao, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. Those few small families said. As expected, Sha Rouj still went from. Xian Yali jumped and pointed at Yi Duan and said, Why don't you get lost? My daughter has said that she won't choose you. Why are you still here? No. Sha Rouj violently raised her head. Precisely because the person I chose is him, that's why I don't want to involve him. Sha Rouj looked up at Yi Duan and said, You go, you don't know how powerful the Zhao family is. I accept this marriage certificate, count it as a memento. Sha Rouj raised her tearful eyes and murmured. I only regret one thing, at that time, why didn't you take my first time? She certainly appreciated Yi Chuan's manly behavior of not taking advantage of others, but how many regrets did she have to leave behind? It was cheap for that dog Zhao Chao for nothing. As Sha Rouj finished speaking, a tear dripped from the corner of her eye. She couldn't even die if she wanted to, being completely controlled. Zhao Chao was a little annoyed, he clearly saw Sha Rouj's fondness for Yi Chen in the bottom of her eyes. This made Zhao Chao crazy with jealousy. Zhao Chao was so angry that his fingers twisted and clacked. Bitch woman! You dare to lose my face in front of so many people. Let's see how I'm going to cripple you. Yi Chuan looked at Sha Rouj and said, Wife! Don't worry, with me here, no one can force you to do things you don't like. The Su family can't, the Zhao family can't. No one can. The guests present all sucked in a breath of cold air. Dest. Is this kid tired of living? He's openly calling out the Zhao family? He's finished. The Zhao family won't let him go. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense, right? A few waitresses skimmed their mouths and looked at Yi Duan. It's just ants, it's useless to resist. Xian Yali jumped in front of Zhao Chao. Auntie! You don't have to do it yet, what are you waiting for? Xian Yali wants to marry Sha Rouj to Zhao Chao so she can pay back the $100 million she lost. Black Dragon is the boss of the underground world. If you don't pay back the money, it definitely won't work. Old Mrs. Su said. Young Zhao, since Yi Chuan is so ungrateful, there is no need for young Zhao to be polite. I've already thought of a way to die without Yi Chuan bleeding, just press Yi Chuan's head into a frying pan and suffocate him alive. The Su family members also said, suffocate this country bumpkin. Then, the engagement ceremony was officially held. Zhao Chao skimmed his lips and ordered people to carry over a large pot of soybean oil, ordering the 2 bodyguards to press Yi Chuan's head into the frying pan, suffocating Yi Chuan alive. Yi Chuan grabbed the heads of the 2 bodyguards and pressed them into the frying pan with a thump. Very quickly, the 2 bodyguards all suffocated to death. They fell to the ground with a thump. What? Everyone here is stunned. Isn't this guy looking for death? This is like smashing Zhao Chao's place. You know, today is Zhao Chao and Sha Rouj's engagement ceremony? Zhao Chao's face was twisted. Bastard. I didn't want to see blood today, but you're the one who challenged my bottom line, okay? Come on, people. Give this brat a hard beating. Break the limbs and throw them out. Old Mrs. Su deflated her mouth. Trying to do the best thing. You asked for it. Xian Yali, a toad is a toad after all, you'll never catch up with Zhao Xiao. Sha Rouj's face was pale. Yi Duan, go away, they will beat you to death. Yi Duan gently looked at Sha Rouj. I said that no one can touch my woman. Yi Duan turned his head to look at old Mrs. Su and Xian Yali as well as the Su family. Originally, as long as you fulfill the marriage contract, in front of the Su family, there is a road to heaven. However, your own hands to destroy all this, then, do not blame me. Xian Yali, blow at you. Speak as if you are capable of something. Zhao Chao issued an order, go. Break Yi Duan's limbs and throw him onto the street. Hula. Zhao family 4 bodyguards together surged up. Yi Chuan picked up the table as 4 chopsticks. A turn, hey. The chopsticks were as fast as lightning, and in an incredibly weird position, they penetrated the 4 bodyguards' eyebrows with a thump, 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 thump. Then that chopstick nailed to a pillar. The 4 bodyguards stared blankly as a large puff of blood sprayed out from their eyebrows. Then, flopping and falling to the ground. 2 dead to die. No one saw Yi Chuan strike. It was too fast. It was too bizarre. Yi Duan also smashed the seats, benches, and dining room tables to the ground. I told you, this marriage can't be fixed. The waitresses' mouths were wide open. Quietly giving a thumbs up, a real man. I'm a man. I'm so angry with you. Sha Rouj saw all this and only felt that this man was incomparably tall. Yi Chen did all this for her. They had a skin-to-skin relationship, and the 2 of them still had a marriage contract. And Yi Chuan was handsome and upright, many times more handsome than Zhao Chao. What's fate? This is fate. The guests' faces have all changed. This kid has too much guts, doesn't he? This isn't against the Zhao family anymore, smashing tables and chairs, and offending the Imperial group. Zhao Chao pointed his hand at Yi Duan, you're finished. This is a property of the Imperial Hao group. So far, no one has dared to smash the Imperial Hao property. The Zhao family wouldn't dare either. This is looking for death. Zhao Chao took out his cell phone and shook the security guard of the Imperial Palace Hotel. There's a kid who smashed the Imperial Palace Hotel. He's not giving Mr. Liu face. I'll be right there. When the security chief received the call, he immediately led all the security guards to arrive. Ka. More than 100 security guards rushed into the hall with weapons in hand and quickly surrounded the hall. Not a single fly could fly out. Zhao Chao looked at Yi Chuan with a smug expression. Bastard! Aren't you a good fighter? There are more than 100 super security guards in the Imperial Hotel. How can you fight? Xian Yali looked at Yi Duan with her shoulders clasped. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Mrs. Su deflated her mouth. A person's ambition should match his ability. Otherwise, one is looking for death. If you dare to smash the Imperial Group's venue, no one can save you unless the Imperial Group's boss personally opens his mouth. But, that's impossible. Sha Rouj suddenly walked up to Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao, what do you want before you let Yi Chen go? Zhao Chao, have Yi Duan come over, kneel on the ground, and lick the soles of my shoes clean. I can have the security chief break Yi Duan's limbs and spare his life. Yi Chuan let go of Sha Rouj and took a big step towards Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao saw that Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he took 2 steps back. However, when Zhao Chao saw more than 100 wolf-like security guards of the Imperial Hotel, his guts grew again. Zhao Chao pointed at Yi Chuan with his hand. "If you dare to hit me, the security guards of the Imperial Hall will slap you to death in an instant." Yi Chuan walked over, grabbed Zhao Chao's head and slammed it down into the corner of the table. Bam! Zhao Chao howled in pain like a pig. His head was smashed, and his brains flowed out all over the place. Yi Chuan wiped his hands. "Damn, so face? I only hit it once and it shattered into a tofu brain." The Zhao family's followers' faces all changed, and they all took out their cell phones to report to the head of the family. The head of the family, the young master, was killed. On the other hand, they carried Zhao Chao's body to the Zhao family to report. The guests at the banquet were instantly stunned when they saw this. "Oh, my God. He's been beaten to death? This is the end of the line. The Zhao family won't stop now." Mrs. Su, killing someone at the Empire Hotel is the same as smashing the Empire Hotel's venue. Even the gods can't save him. Look, the security chief of the Imperial Hotel is so angry that he can't even speak. Xian Yali was so angry that she couldn't wait to kill Yi Chen. Zhao Chao is dead. What about her $100 million gambling debt? Xian Yali rushed to Yi Duan and grabbed the collar of Yi Duan's clothes. "Damn stinky pig. You return my $100 million. Su old lady suddenly raised her iron staff and smashed it from the back of Yi Duan's head. Chapter 5 Liu Piao Piao Payout. On. The security chief pointed his hand at the Su family. 100 security guards rushed forward and pressed old Mrs. Su and Xian Yali and the others to the ground. With a gloomy face, the security chief walked up to Yi Chuan and bowed. "See you, young Yi." "Ah." Xian Yali froze. Old Mrs. Su froze. All the people present froze. The head of security at the Imperial Hotel was calling Yi Chuan Mr. Yi? What kind of situation is this? Mrs. Su blinked her eyes and said. Yi Chuan may know the security chief of the Imperial Palace Hotel's relatives and friends, and the security chief is not the boss of the Imperial Palace Hotel, not to mention the senior management. I heard that when the president of the Imperial Palace Group, Liu Piao Piao, is here today, the security chief will definitely be fired and beaten up. The security chief will definitely be fired and crippled, and Yi Chuan must die as well. What's more, Yi Duan killed Zhao Xiao, the Zhao family will definitely not let it go. Xian Yali also couldn't stop nodding her head. Yes. Yes. Yi Chuan is just a bumpkin. It's useless for him to know the security chief. Liu Piao Piao, the boss of the Imperial Group, doesn't care about anything. That's right. I don't have any eyes. A cold female voice came from upstairs, followed by a cold beauty coming down from the stairs. Gada, gada, gada. The sound of high heels stepping on the stairs is crisp and pleasing to the ears, as if it was knocking on one's heart area. The crowd held their breath, only to see several maids, flanked by a supreme beauty who was pouring out of the country, walking down the stairs step by step. That powerful aura instantly made the crowd feel humble to the bone. Mr. Liu, the founder of the Imperial Hao Group, the current CEO, the richest man in the 5 eastern provinces, big brother of the $500 billion group, Liu Piao Piao. Hello, Mr. Liu. The guests at the scene all bowed humbly, like shrimps bending over and saluting Liu Piao. One word from Liu Piao Piao and they or their families would immediately go up in smoke. Who dares to mess with her? The Zhao family is just small dregs in front of the Imperial Group. When old Mrs. Su saw Liu Piao appear, she crawled to Liu Piao's feet with an agitated face and complained. Liu Big Beauty, ah no, Liu Big President. Just now, this brat smashed the tables, chairs, dishes, and food of the Imperial Group. I don't know what Mr. Liu is going to do with him. Xian Yali also crawled over to complain. Mr. Liu, I suggest cutting off Yi Duan's right hand and letting him beg for food. Xian Yali has always hated Yi Duan for stirring up Sha Rouj's engagement ceremony, and she owes $100 million. The Black Dragon will not spare her. Therefore, Xian Yali wanted to take revenge on Yi Chuan and make him lose his right hand. Sha Rouj hurriedly ran over and saluted Liu Piao Piao. General Manager Liu. The Su family is going to sell me as a tool to earn money to Zhao Chao. Zhao Chao is extremely perverted, all the women who pass through his hands are ruined. And Yi Chen and I were married long ago and are very much in love. Sha Rouj suddenly knelt at Liu Piao Piao's feet and choked. So, please ask General Manager Liu to be magnanimous and fulfill me in Yi Chen. Sha Rouj thought that Liu Piao was so beautiful, her heart must not be too bad, right? Therefore, she dared to ask Liu Piao to fulfill her wish. The crowd was trembling and shivering as they listened. Liu Piao's words could determine life and death. Only to hear Liu Piao look down at Sha Rouj. What did you just say? What did you say? Old Mrs. Su and Qian Yali looked smug. Yi Duan smashed the tables, chairs, food, and wine of the Imperial Hotel, worth at least $10 million. Mr. Liu won't be able to let it go. It's useless for you to beg. Sha Rouj stiffened her head and repeated what she had just said. Liu Piao extended her jade hand and said to Sha Rouj, "Sister, get up." "Ah? Sister?" The crowd froze again when they heard this address. What happened? How did Sha Rouj become Liu Piao's sister? Where did this come from? Qian Yali looked at old Mrs. Su. Su old lady blinked her eyelids with a puzzled face. Our Su family doesn't have any relatives with the Liu family at all, ah? Not to mention flattering, not even the qualification of flattering. Qian Yali suddenly stood up. "Ah, I know. Mr. Liu is my Rouju's classmate, right? Ah ha 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 ha. Kneel down." Liu Piao Piao's voice was as cold as a knife. A chortle. Qian Yali kneeled down again. Liu Piao said lightly, 10 million just, as long as my senior brother is happy. Liu Piao walked over, holding Yi Duan's hand with a heartbroken face. "Brother, you like to smash things to play, ask the security guards to smash his, have not hurt his hand off?" Liu Piao grabbed Yi Chuan's hand, put it on his mouth and blew on it. Looking at the crowd's eyes fell all over the place. "I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm not a good person." It was only then that the crowd realized that Yi Chuan was Liu Piao's junior. Therefore, Liu Piao addressed Sha Rouj as her younger sister. "It's from here." Liu Piao's voice was cold. "If you offend my senior brother, you offend me. What's with the tables, chairs, and chopsticks? As long as my senior brother is happy, I can light a fire to burn down the Imperial Hotel." The crowd is sweating. The Empire Hotel is valued at least $2 billion. Burn it down just to get a smile from Yip Chun? The crowd suddenly remembered an allusion to the beacon fire. Looking at Liu Piao Piao's love for Yi Chen, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to think about it. At this moment, the Su family all eyes rolled white. My God! Yi Chuan was actually the senior brother of Liu Piao Piao, the president of the Imperial Hao Group. Missing out on a few $100 billion. If they didn't look down on Yi Chen, then they would have hugged God's magnificent group's thighs. Leaping to become a first-class family in Cloud City. What's $1 billion? What's 500 million? In the eyes of Yi Chuan's senior sisters, it wasn't even pocket money. Sha Rouj was so excited that she was trembling, and she saluted Liu Piao Piao like a chicken pecking at rice. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." "You still call me Mr. Liu?" Liu Piao took Sha Rouj's hand. "Call sister." "Sister, sister." Sha Rouj felt that all this came too suddenly, too dreamy. When did Yi Duan have a sister like Liu Piao? Sha Rouj instantly had a headache. Liu Piao Piao looked at Yi Duan. "These people from the Su family, what are you going to do with them?" Liu Piao suddenly came to a phone call. It was the third senior sister, Li Shangnan, who called, so Liu Piao hurriedly went upstairs. Chapter 6 Su Family Death. Liu Piao's cell phone rang. It was Yi Duan's third senior sister, Li Shangnan, who called. Li Shangnan said, "Second senior sister, senior brother came down from the mountain, right?" Liu Piao nodded. "You are really well informed, worthy of being the southern realm god of war." Li Shangnan said, "If anyone dares to embarrass senior brother, I will clean him up." Liu Piao rolled her eyes. "You want to steal my credit?" Li Shangnan said, "Second senior sister, you come first. If there is something that can't be solved, I will step in." Old Mrs. Su saw Liu Piao Piao hurriedly go upstairs. She immediately raised her head and said, "General Liu won't really flip out with the Zhao family just for this brat." The fact that Mr. Liu used an excuse to hide upstairs is the best example. If you're a brother, how can you be more than just a sibling? The favors are exhausted, so hide away. Yi Duan. You want to pretend to hit your face in front of the Su family, you are dreaming. Qian Yali is also a bit eccentric. Even Mr. Liu is in hiding, what are you still bullshitting about? If you want to marry my daughter, you must also give the Su family 500 million. Yi Chuan looked at Su Lin, who hadn't said much. What do you mean? I want to hear your opinion. Su Lin instantly pulled a long face. What is there to say? The Zhao family married my daughter to give 500 million, you must also be this number. Can I give it to you for nothing? Dream on. Yi Chuan took one step back and slowly shook his head. There is no way I can give 500 million. Su family people all pointed at Yi Duan. You want to pick up the advantage you are dreaming. Now that Mr. Liu has used an excuse to slip away, you no longer have a basis to rely on. Yi Chuan slowly said, I do not give 500 million, I give Sha Rouj as your life cannot imagine. However, all of this has nothing to do with you guys anymore. The Su family can only be Sha Rouj's Su family. From now on, you will be penniless. The Su family will be completely shut down within 3 minutes. After hearing this, the Su family members hugged their stomachs and laughed. Old Mrs. Su used her hand to point at Yi Duan. Bastard! You're the best talker, who are you to shut down the Su family? Who do you think you are? Mr. Liu doesn't even care about you anymore. Ha ha ha. The Su family clapped their hands and looked at Yi Chuan like he was a fool. The guests in the hall also laughed. This kid is really out of his depth, how can Mr. Liu surround him? Give him a face is good. It is likely that Liu owes Yi Duan a favor, and after the favor is returned, the two do not owe each other. Still want to block the Su family? Dream on. Ha ha ha. The crowd in the hall burst into a ball of laughter. Sha Rouj blushed a little, she also felt that Yi Duan's words were a little too big. Maybe it was due to the fact that he had just drunk a lot of white wine? Just at this time, the Su family butler came running with a crying face. Report, old lady, something bad happened. The butler ran to the hall with his head in his hands, and lost one of his shoes. Old Mrs. Su frowned and said, What are you panicking about? What's going on? The butler's face turned pale and said, Those companies that cooperated with the Su family, all of them terminated their cooperation together. Ah? Su old lady frowned. Don't panic. Don't panic. We can look for other partners. The Su family was a little alarmed. Newspaper. The manager of the finance department ran in with her hair spread out. In a hurry, the back of her skirt was cut open by the barbed wire, and the spring light was leaked. Mrs. Su sucked in a breath of cold air. What happened? The manager of the financial department cried and said. Old lady, big trouble. The funds have all been frozen by the bank. What? The funds have been frozen? Mrs. Su frowned. The Su family instantly turned pale and shook. Old Mrs. Su's lips shivered. The funds were frozen, probably because the new person in the property department did not operate properly and temporarily froze them. There is no need to panic. 3 days later, naturally unblocked. The crowd only then slowed down this breath. Then they got arrogant again. The property manager continued. No, that's not it, I've already called the banks to ask why. The explanation from the banks is that Su's group's property was misrepresented and falsified, cheating the banks of their loans, so the banks directly confiscated all of Su's group's assets. Puff. The Su family members fell on their asses and sat on the ground. Sealed, really sealed ah. It came too fast. Sha Rouj blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Yi Chuan with a look of adoration. He really did it, sealing the Su family in 3 minutes. It also gave her a mouthful of pent-up anger. Old Mrs. Su looked at Yi Chuan with a fierce anger. Bastard! You have nothing to be proud of. It's just the Su family's bad luck, it has nothing to do with you. It's not your energy that killed my family, what are you so proud of? At this moment, only to hear the stairs again Caden high heels sound. Liu Piao after answering the phone, stepping on high heels and the maids of honor, from upstairs on the red carpet down. The scene was instantly dead silent. With one word, Liu Piao could send these people up in an airplane. Or they could just be beaten into poverty. The energy was too great. Liu Piao walked to Yi Duan and smiled. Senior brother, I just called to have the Su family blocked, 3 minutes have not passed, right? Yi Duan smiled and looked at Liu Piao Piao. Second senior sister is moving faster and faster. Just 3 minutes. Liu Piao laughed. I have not killed the Su family, is concerned about Sha Rouj's sake, the rest of the matter will be handed over to you. The two of them looked like they were chattering about family matters, but the people around them were almost shocked to see their jaws drop. The Su family, just like that, was shut down. Talking and laughing, the mast was destroyed. Yi Duan said, "The people of the Su family are greedy and vicious. They pitted Sha Rouj to death. They don't deserve to live well in the world." Puff, puff, puff. The Su family all knelt on the ground, wailing and begging Sha Rouj. Except for old Mrs. Su and Su Lin, Qian Yali. Sha Rouj turned around and walked away. Why don't you all understand by now? The key to your destiny is in the hands of Yi Chen. Su family members knelt on the ground again to kowtow to each one. Good auntie, spare our lives. Spare us. We know we're wrong this time. We won't target you again. It's too late. Yi Chuan's voice was cold. If I had come one step later, Sha Rouj would have become Zhao Chao's prey. She would have been scourged into an invalid. And you people are the accomplices. If apologizing works, what's the law for? What's the point of punishment? Freeze the Su family's accounts permanently. Drive them back home to the countryside, never to set foot in Cloud City. Liu Piao snapped her fingers. Several maids quickly opened their laptops and the keyboards sounded. One by one, Su's family members opened their cell phone bank accounts with frustrated faces. It's over. My account has been permanently frozen. I can't access my account anymore. It's all over. It's all over. It's not over yet. Mrs. Su suddenly hit the ground with her cane. Everyone calm down. The Zhao family will come to save us. Because I have promised the Zhao family a condition. When the Su family heard this news, it was like chicken blood. The old lady is great. She's the best. Meanwhile, a few of the Zhao family's followers carried Zhao Chao's body back to the Zhao family. The Zhao family had slammed his fist on the table. What? How dare you kill my son? I will exterminate his entire clan. Chapter 7, Liu Piao Piao owes the Zhao family a favor. Zhao family. A few people carried Zhao Chao's body with a swollen face and knelt in front of Zhao family head Zhao Qingshan, trembling. Zhao family, several people kneeled in front of Zhao Qingshan, the head of the Zhao family, shivering. Zhao family head Zhao Qingshan was furious. Who is it? Who dares to kill my son? Tell me. Yes, Master Zhao. A few of the followers wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads and replied. Today is the day of the betrothal between the Su family and Zhao Shao, and somehow a bumpkin, Yi Duan, came and claimed that Sha Rouj was his woman. Then he hit Zhao Shao's head against the corner of the table, smashing his head and killing Zhao Shao. Zhao Qingshan was so angry that his face turned blue. He only had this one son. How could he be killed by an unknown bumpkin who hit him on the corner of the table? Just then, his men reported. Reporting to family master. Old Mrs. Su called. She's willing to let Sha Rouj marry the young master's corpse and keep him forever. In exchange for the Zhao family's support. These followers had come out early and didn't know what was happening behind them yet. Zhao Qingshan's eyes were bared. Dare to kill my son, I'm going to dismantle Yi Chen. Let Sha Rouj and my son form an underworld marriage. Let Sha Rouj guard my son's corpse forever. A few of the followers looked at Zhao Qingshan with a face of fear and said. Family head, the matter happened in the Imperial Palace Hotel, involving the Imperial Palace Group. It's better to be cautious. Liu Piao Piao initiated floating is not something to be messed with. Zhao Qingshan turned around on the ground with his hands behind his back, and then went in to discuss with Elder Zhao. What? Zhao Tianzhu heard, first pointed at Zhao Qingshan's nose and scolded. How do you discipline Zhao Chao? How did you discipline Zhao Chao? It's not good to hold the engagement ceremony somewhere else, but to the Imperial Palace Hotel. Involving the Imperial Palace Group, is this a joke? Confused. Zhao Qingshan was in tears. It's already happened. You can't let your only grandson die for nothing, can you? And still die at the hands of a bumpkin. Zhao Tianzhu said with a gloomy face. Fortunately, Liu Piao Piao owes me a favor. Originally, I was going to use this favor to exchange with Liu Piao for a big project. Now, I can only use this favor in exchange for Liu Piao not interfering in this matter. As long as Liu Piao doesn't interfere, then Yi Chen is nothing. After Zhao Tianzhu finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number that hadn't been aired for a long time. After the call was connected, Zhao Qingshan impatiently pressed the speakerphone, wanting to hear Liu Piao's reply. After a short silence, Liu Piao's icy voice came from inside. What is it? Zhao Tianzhu said with a lolling voice. Mr. Liu, I won't say anything in the dark in front of the public, our time is all incredibly valuable, so I'll just say it directly. When Mr. Liu first opened up the market in Cloud City, our Zhao family led all the families to support the Imperial Group, so Mr. Liu said that he owed me a favor. Let me mention it at any time. I don't know if this favor still counts? Of course it counts, Liu Piao said. When did I ever sit on wax? Liu Piao's voice is cold, but incomparably firm. Zhao Tianju said, so today I am cashing in on this favor. In fact, it's very simple. That brat Yichuan killed my grandson, killed at the Imperial Palace Hotel. I now want to go to the Imperial Palace Hotel to catch Yichuan. I hope that Liu Piao Piao won't make a move to stop him. Of course I can guarantee that I will let my people never touch the Empire Hotel, a bowl, and a pair of chopsticks, as long as they capture Yichuan. Zhao Qingshan had a nervous face. Success or failure is in the words of Liu Piao Piao. Only to hear Liu Piao said. So it is this condition, you arrest people in the Imperial Palace Hotel. I naturally do not care about you. I don't care about you. Mr. Liu is really quick. Zhao Tianju excitedly stood up from his chair. Mr. Liu is really a person who does great things. He keeps his promises. After putting down the phone, Zhao Qingshan's eyes lit up. The old man is powerful. This undercard was equal to directly removing Yi Chen's undercard. As long as Liu Piao Piao doesn't intervene, Yi Duan will be at the mercy of my Zhao family to abuse him at will. Zhao Tianju put down the phone and immediately said. Quickly! Call Mrs. Su and tell her to hold Yi Duan back no matter what. Where you lost your face, you have to get it back. This time, I want Yi Duan to have no face on the left and no face on the right. I want to break his limbs. Zhao Qingshan said, while sending a text message to Mrs. Su. Try to stall Yi Duan. The Zhao family will let the Su family recover their former fortune. It's all a lie. How could the Zhao family help restore the Su family when their grandson was killed and the Zhao family was angry with the Su family? When old Madame Su received the text message, she immediately lashed the iron crutch in her hand. She bared her teeth and screamed at Yi Duan. Yi Duan douchebag. If you have the guts, don't leave the Imperial Palace Hotel. If you do, you're an asshole. You'll give birth to children with no asshole. A litter of monkeys. Old Mrs. Su said it in a cruel way. She's afraid that Yi Chuan will run away from the Empire Hotel. Su Ruixue's brows furrowed as she heard this. Isn't this the same as cursing her children with no assholes? Cursing her to have a litter of monkeys? The last bit of compassion she had was gone. Although the Su family didn't know why old Madame Su dared to say this. But if Mrs. Su is so tough, she must have another card. The Su family were all waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. Yi Chen looked at Mrs. Su. If you don't make a mistake, you won't die. What you just said, I have already sentenced you to death in my heart. Mrs. Su's iron staff made a sound. You don't have to fart. What's the use of sentencing me to death in your heart? I've already killed you 10 times in my heart. You have no more cards. You're nothing. Look, the Zhao family is here. Everyone at the scene looked towards the door. Only to see Zhao Qingshan rushing in with a grim face and more than 30 bodyguards, armed with weapons. Zhao Qingshan looked at Liu Piao Piao sitting on the chair, busy walking over to bend over and salute. I don't know what Mr. Liu said just now, does it still count? Liu Piao sipped a mouthful of red wine, legs are on, cold as ice frost said. Liu Piao said the words, when to sit wax over. Zhao Qingshan said, good. Mr. Liu is really a man of his word. Zhao Qingshan turned his face to the crowd and said with a smug look on his face. Everyone. Ms. Liu promised that she wouldn't interfere with the Zhao family's capture of Yi Chen at the Imperial Palace Hotel. Ha! The faces of the members of the great clans on the scene all changed when they heard this. So that means that Yi Chuan, this kid will have a hard time. The only reason why Yi Chuan dared to act recklessly here was because of Mr. Liu's support. Now Mr. Liu has completely let go of Yi Chen, then Yi Chen has become the meat on the plate, let the Zhao family randomly slaughtered. Old Mrs. Su laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Mrs. Su pointed her hand fiercely at Yi Duan and said. Yi Duan. Toad is a toad. I tell you, you want to marry Su Rouj, you are dreaming. The Zhao family has promised to restore all of my Su family's assets. I've decided to marry Rouj and Mr. Zhao. A marriage of convenience. It means that Su Rouj will marry Zhao Chao's corpse. When the Su family heard this, they all raised their arms and shouted. Hooray! Damn Yichuan. Stinking Yedwan. You'll never be able to beat us. Ha ha ha. Chen Yali only cares if the Zhao family can help pay back the 100 million she owes Black Dragon. Su Lin said that things were out of control and he couldn't care less. If Sha Rouj had lost the last of her compassion for old lady Su and the Su family just now, then now, Sha Rouj was looking forward to old lady Su's death. These were no longer the words of a human being. Sha Rouj was completely and utterly disappointed in the Su family members. Zhao Qingshan waved his hand and ordered the Zhao family bodyguards. Give me a hand. Catch Yi Duan, break the limbs, and avenge the young Master Ah. Chapter 8 Yi Duan's Cards. Yi Duan let out a shout. Where is the security guard? Where is the security guard? The security chief of the Imperial Hotel quickly led more than 100 security guards and rushed here at great speed. The security chief and the 100 security guards flashed their weapons and surrounded the 30 or so bodyguards brought by the Zhao family. Each of these surrounding small clans' faces turned pale when they saw this. When Zhao Qingshan saw this, he couldn't help but look at Liu Piao Piao, who was sitting on the chair, and asked, Mr. Liu, your words don't count? You said you would not intervene in this matter, why did you change your mind? Liu Piao's voice was cold. Have I ever interfered? Zhao Qingshan heard this sentence, then looked at the Imperial Hotel security chief, said, You heard it, Mr. Liu will not intervene in this matter. Is not Mr. Liu's words you do not listen to? The security chief stepped forward and walked in front of Yi Duan and bowed. Belong to see the boss. I am here to see the boss. More than 100 security guards bowed in unison towards Yi Chen. The sound resounded in the sky above the Imperial Grand Hotel. Zhao Qingshan saw this and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What's going on? What's going on? You want to rebel against Mr. Liu? The security chief said in a cold voice. Don't you know? Mr. Liu has already transferred the Empire Hotel to Yi Shao. Mr. Yi is now the owner of the Empire Hotel. How can you say it's against Mr. Liu? We are strictly following Liu Zhong's orders. Zhao Qingshan instantly turned blue. Nonsense. I don't believe it. Brush. Yi Duan held a gold card in his fingers and said to Zhao Qingshan in a cold voice. Do you recognize this gold card? Zhao Qingshan glanced at the gold card. How could he not recognize it? That was exactly the supreme gold card that represented the Imperial Palace Hotel. With a gold card, one could mobilize all the resources and connections of the Imperial Grand Hotel. No wonder, Liu Piao said that she would not intervene in this matter. It turns out that she has already given the management of the Imperial Grand Hotel to Yi Chen. Yi Duan's voice was cold. Give me a hand. Arrest all of the Zhao family's bodyguards and leave no one behind. Yes. The security chief waved his hand, and more than 100 people pounced on the Zhao family's 36 bodyguards like tigers. Soon, there were screams from outside. Then, it's calm again. Deadly calm. The security chief came back again and lowered his head to Yichuan and said, Reporting to young lord, all have been dealt with. Yichuan nodded slightly, then his eyes looked at Zhao Qingshan. Your turn. Zhao Qingshan stepped back, then hugged the pillar and said, Yi Duan. If you dare to touch me, my father will not spare you. Mr. Liu owes my dad a favor, everyone knows that. If Mr. Liu makes a move against me and my dad, that would be ungrateful. After Zhao Qingshan finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed Master Zhao's number. Dad, save me. Bastard. You asshole. The roar of Master Zhao came from the phone. What the hell have you offended? The Zhao family's assets have all been blocked. It's over. The Zhao family is completely finished. When Zhao Qingshan heard this, his face turned ashen. He looked at Liu Piao Piao. You're the one who used your connections to shut down the Zhao family, right? You didn't keep your word. Liu Piao stood up, stepped on her high heels, and took a pair of white gloves from her attendant and put them on. Then she stepped in front of Zhao Qingshan and raised her hand to give him a big ear scrape. Splat. Splat. When has my word ever come back to haunt me? Splat. Why do I have to do it myself to seal your Zhao family? My senior sister can do it. Snap. Originally, I was going to keep your Zhao family father and son alive and send them to dig for coal on the basis that I once owed the Zhao family a favor, but now it seems completely unnecessary. An image came from the cell phone that made Zhao Qingshan's heart go completely cold. A group of uniformed personnel, dragging Zhao's old man, threw him into the Snake Valley. A giant python tore at Master Zhao and was soon swallowed. That scene saw people's brains stop. Zhao Qingshan was scared out of his wits. Uniformed personnel. This means that the one who made the move really wasn't Liu Piao Piao. Liu Piao has money, but she can't mobilize the uniformed personnel. Zhao Qingshan's cell phone rang at last. It was a familiar friend who called. Old Zhao, you'd better die by yourself now, your Zhao family is in big trouble this time. The extermination of the Zhao family is the order from above, and I heard that it was personally ordered by the female god of war of the southern realm. Who has your Zhao family offended? This is my last call to tell you. After that person finished speaking, he pulled the plug on Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan looked at Yi Chuan. Who did he offend? Wasn't it Yi Chuan who was offended? That's why he incurred so much trouble. The Zhao family thought that if Liu Piao didn't intervene, Yi Pichuan would be the meat on the table, at Zhao's mercy. But it turns out, Yi Pichuan has a lot of cards in his hand. Liu Piao is just one of them. It's not even that big. Terrifying. It's horrible. If he could do it all over again, he'd rather beat his son Zhao Chao to death than mess with this god. But it was too late. Yi Chuan's background was so powerful that it was suffocating. Zhao Qingshan lowered his head and bit the collar of his shirt. Then, his face turned blue-black. A few seconds later, Zhao Qingshan was too dead to die. Suicide by biting poison. This was probably the best ending for him. The small families that attended the banquet all fell to their knees. Liu Piao Piao's voice was icy cold. Just now, one by one, you mocked my senior brother, stand out for me. Some people stood out with fear and trembling, and the few small families that didn't laugh at him, they were so happy. No one dares to lie. No one dares to lie. The 360-degree video of the Imperial Hotel, who dares to lie? Looking for death? Liu Piao Piao looked at Yi Duan. These families, leave it to you. How happy you are. Yi Dus said, I like to hit the face the most. These small clans hastily stuck out their necks and lined up, waiting for Yi Dus to hit their faces. Yi Dus stood in the doorway, walked over one, and then snapped his face. Thank you Yi Xiao for the reward. The small clans that had been hit each had a swollen nose, nodded their heads, bowed to Yi Dus, and left. It turns out that this is how the reward came about. Compared to these small clans that were only slapped twice, the Su family was not so lucky. Ha! The Su family's crowd was completely dumbfounded. The Zhao family, the first-class family of Cloud City, just like that, dead? That was a $50 billion first-class family. The Su family's crowd was on edge. The Zhao family had been destroyed. Just now, they had felt that they were too miserably sanctioned by Yi Chen. However, now that they had witnessed the tragedy of the Zhao family's total annihilation, they felt a little bit happy. Yi Chen turned his face and looked at the Su family members. The Su family members were all paralyzed on the ground. Auntie, spare your life. Yi Duan's voice was cold and piercing. It's too late. I have decided to send you to the coal mine to dig coal. You may never come out. Liu Piao snapped her fingers. More than 100 security guards rushed up, grabbed Su family members like chickens, grabbed their hair, picked up the pusher. Click, 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 click. They shaved all their hair. Then they put them all in big, uniform black coal mining suits. Coal digging. Is that human work? Yi Pichuan just froze their accounts. Their families still have some assets, and they can still lead an ordinary life. Now, they're being sent to dig coal. It's the same as saying that there is no more personal freedom. The Su family members all beat their chests and regretted it. However, everything was too late. Yi Chen turned his head to look at old Mrs. Su. Su old lady eyes resentful. I am Sha Rouj's grandmother. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will be struck by 5 thunderbolts from heaven. Chapter 9 The Death of Old Mrs. Su. Yi Chuan's voice was cold to the extreme. 20 years ago, my master saved your life. 20 years later, I can still bring back your old illness. If there is divine retribution, you are the first to deserve it. An old hag who sold her granddaughter to a pervert and had her tortured and bled to death. If you don't get the wrath of God, who will? An old hag who let her granddaughter marry a corpse and spends her days guarding the cold corpse. If you don't suffer the wrath of God, who will? It's easy to kill you. It's not that I wouldn't dare, but that would be too cheap. Therefore, I decided to let your old illness return, so that you will suffer endless pain and suffering. From the moment Yi Chuan saw Mrs. Su, he knew that his master had left a backhand when he saved Mrs. Su. It was to prevent old Mrs. Su from backsliding. His master had actually sealed the parasites in Mrs. Su's body, allowing them to lie down deep inside her body and fall asleep. And Yi Chuan only needed to activate the parasites in Mrs. Su's body with the pointing technique. Yi Chuan was the head of the sacred healer sect, so he naturally knew this. Old Mrs. Su ran away. But she sadly realized that her legs were like lead, she couldn't move at all. She looked back at Ji Chen, whose eyes were filled with killing intent. It gave her the creeps. Pouncing. Old Mrs. Su finally fell to her knees at Yi Duan's feet. Good auntie. I know I'm wrong. I will marry Shu Rouj to you as my wife. Yi Chuan's voice was cold, wrong. Shu Rouj was never a tool in your hands. It's too late for you to kneel down and admit your mistake. Old Mrs. Su trembled and said. Shu Rouj didn't marry Zhao Chao, she wasn't damaged one iota. None of this happened, it's all hypothetical. And I, as a grandmother, kneeled down and apologized. What more do you want? It's too much, isn't it? Leave a thread in everything, it's good to meet afterwards. Yi Duan's voice is cold. If apologizing works, what's the point of the law? If apologizing works, why do we need the death penalty? In my place, there is no if, only consequences. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he snapped his fingers and clicked over a dozen points on Mrs. Su's old lady. The crowd at the scene all watched in horror at the next scene. Only to see, Su old lady's 7 orifices began to flow out of the blood. Then all kinds of bugs, ants, cockroaches and centipedes crawled out of her body. Ah! Mrs. Su rolled on the ground. Ah! It hurts. Good master, forgive me. I'm convinced. Yi Chuan was indifferent. You've already lived 20 more years. If you can take back the marriage contract, I can take back your life. People saw those bugs gnawing on old Madame Su's body, flesh and bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was a clicking sound. The scalps of Su's family members were numb as they watched. Horrible, too horrible. Old Mrs. Su had this strange disease at the time and was saved by Master Yi Chuan, yet she was ungrateful. Who's to blame for all this? The blisters on her feet are all self-inflicted. God's sins are forgivable. You can't live with your own sins. Puff. Punch. Su Lin and Xian Yali directly kneeled at the feet of Yi Duan. Good aunt. It's the old man's fault. We can't do anything about it. Yi Chen's voice was cold. The old hag certainly deserved to die. But you, as Shu Rouj's parents, not only did you not stop her in the least, but you aided and abetted her. If you guys even begged for mercy, I would have let you all live in abundance until old age. But what did you guys do? Su Lin and Xian Yali were in despair. They searched for half a day before realizing that Yi Chuan was the best son-in-law they had in mind. Riding a donkey to find a donkey. Su Lin and Xian Yali instantly cried on the ground. The Su family members pounced on old Mrs. Su, beating and stepping on her. Old undead. You've offended the master, and we've all suffered as a result. If you hadn't taken the lead in marrying Shu Rouj to Zhao Chao and honoring the marriage contract, how could this have happened? You said you had a plan, but we can't even be ordinary people. Going to dig coal simply made us prisoners, and it's all your fault. The Su family didn't dare to hate Yi Duan and took their anger out on old Mrs. Su. Old Mrs. Su suffered the ultimate torture. Ants, bugs, centipedes, cockroaches, and the relentless trampling of her descendants. What could be more painful and torturous than this? Yet, who was to blame for all this? It wasn't until this moment that she completely knew regret. The holy doctor's sex methods were too powerful. If she could do it all over again, she definitely wouldn't have repented of her marriage. Old Mrs. Su was tossed to death. In the end, she became an empty skin. Too dead to die. The car started, pulling the Su family to a distant coal mine to dig coal. The car traveled far away, and the cries of regret from the Su family could still be heard. Yi Chuan turned back to look at Shu Rouj. Is it that you think I went too far? Shu Rouj lifted her beautiful eyes. It is a deserved punishment. Can I say that you did what I could not do? When Mrs. Su said that she and Yi Duan had children with no butts and a litter of monkeys, when Mrs. Su said that she and Zhao Chao should be married, she was already looking forward to it. Shu Rouj's heart was already wishing for old Madame Su to die earlier. Such a person no longer deserved to live in the world or even be a human being. Yi Duan asked again, your parents, I still follow your opinion, although it is sent, you speak, I can let them come back. Yi Dus does not want this matter in Sha Rouj's heart to form a lump. More than that, I don't want my woman to be depressed for the rest of her life. Sha Rouj said, they take me as a daughter? The tiger poison still does not eat the child. They made me marry a pervert and made me worship the dead. What they did was worse than a tiger. Yi Chuan nodded, it's worse than animals. Sha Rouj didn't have the good sense to say just that. The Su family, the Zhao family were all exterminated in a matter of moments. This news completely shook Cloud City. The Cloud City business community is spreading the news. The Su family and the Zhao family were removed overnight because they offended a mysterious figure. I heard it was Sha Rouj. No, it's the mysterious figure behind Rouj. I heard that someone from the top personally ordered the Southland god of war to be summoned. It's scary. The families who attended the banquet went back, some were so scared that they fell ill. Some cut out their tongues. They're afraid they'll say something they shouldn't and be exterminated. It's horrible. As powerful as the Zhao family, they didn't even have the slightest resistance. Sha Rouj looked at Yi Chen and asked, what are you going to do next? For example, the Su family, the Zhao family. Yi Dus just to answer, Liu Piao Piao's phone call came over. Junior brother, you cannot forget August 15th must do that thing. Chapter 10 Rouj Group. Sha Rouj carrying Yi Dus's ear asked. What is the second sister said on the phone Yi Chuan scratching the back of the head, is the whole room Cave Sha Rouj felt that it was too sudden. She and Yi Chuan had only met twice. She was not ready. She didn't want to give Yi Chuan a casual impression. Yi Chuan also didn't want to force Sha Rouj. There was still a month to go before August 15th, there was still time. During this period, slowly cultivate feelings, and I believe everything will fall into place. Only the two sides running to it would make sense. Yi Dus said, you just asked me how to deal with the Su and Zhao families. Do you want to be the grand president? Sha Rouj eyes smiled into a crescent moon. Want Sha Rouj empty talent, but in the Su family as an inspector. After this crisis, Rouj felt the importance of money more and more. Because of her lack of money, she was almost sold to the pervert Zhao Chao. Because she had no money, she almost spent the rest of her life guarding a cold corpse. Money, money, money. It's never okay to have no money. Her mom still owes Black Dragon $100 million. The Black Dragons are the biggest underground gang in Cloud City. Even the top families in Cloud City have to fear the Black Dragon group. It shows how powerful the Black Dragons are. This matter was always a mine. So Sha Rouj desperately nodded, I want to. Yi Chuan smiled, then, the Su family, the Zhao family, will be merged into one company, with you as the president. The name will be Rouj Group. Yi Chuan himself had endless money to spend, he didn't need this. He also doesn't like to be tied down. If his wife likes it, he'll start a company for her to play with. It doesn't matter if you lose money or make money. Just for fun. Really? Sha Rouj looked up sharply. Yi Chuan nodded Sha Rouj's little nose. You still don't believe in your husband? Sha Rouj nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. I believe. By the way, what method did you use to make the Zhao family go up in smoke in a few moments? Yi Chuan said with a smile, I have several senior sisters who are all giants in various fields. This time, it was my third senior sister, Li Shangnan, who used her energy to exterminate the Zhao family. Third senior sister Li Shangnan, the Southern Realm war god. In charge of 300,000 elites. Li Shangnan once wiped out a small country all by herself. Extinguishing the Zhao family was as simple as crushing an ant. Sha Rouj felt that although Yi Chen's sisters were powerful, they didn't always have to help out, and still had to work hard to earn money on their own. Only Yi Chuan knew that he and several elder sisters were actually family. There is no distinction between them. Telling Sha Rouj that much at once, she might not be able to digest it and thought he was bragging. Little by little. In the room, at this time, only Yi Chuan and Sha Rouj were left. Sha Rouj suddenly remembered the last time in the hotel, and couldn't help but ask. Last time in the hotel, did you really not do anything to me? Quickly say. Yi Chuan smiled cheekily, I really didn't do anything Sha Rouj eyebrows slightly knit, I am too unattractive, or you cannot She was such a beautiful woman, but Yi Chuan was indifferent? Is that because he's not good? This is a serious problem. Yi Chuan said in Shu Rouj's ear. Just because I didn't do it, doesn't mean I didn't look at it. I actually gave you a full body checkup at that time. Shu Rouj heard, instantly face is red to the ear. A full body checkup? Yi Chuan nodded his head and said, yeah. I did a full body checkup on you out of professional habit, I didn't even let go of a single hair. Shu Rouj lifted her pink fist, knocking on Yi Chuan's sturdy chest. You are really bad. Shu Rouj suddenly remembered something. Ah, then how about you check my body? Shu Rouj had just seen Yi Chuan's miraculous medical methods, so she especially wanted to know her own physical condition. Yi Chuan said in a serious manner, you are really sick. But then, just cave in with me. Shu Rouj whitened Yi Duan. Cut. Just say that you crave this young lady's body and you're done. There is no need to take the disease to say things. Yi Duan stared at Shu Rouj and said, do you often dream of having a room with Prince Charming? Your chest is always swollen? You often dry mouth, body sweating, even after turning on the air conditioning does not help? All this is because you are a purine body. To put it in medical terms, you have a serious excess of female hormones. Ha! Shu Rouj covered her chest and instantly froze like a chicken. It's all hit. This had been going on since she entered puberty. But she's still a virgin? She's never even held a man's hand. She never went to the hospital out of shyness. I didn't expect that all of them would be corrected by Yi Duan. Yi Duan further said, so, you will only get well if you cave in with me. Shu Rouj blushed and said, then this is too fast, right? I'm not ready yet. Things came too suddenly. She and Yi Chen had only met twice. Everything was like an illusion. He didn't want to give Shu Rouj a bad impression. So, Yi Chuan said, then, I can temporarily suppress the excess yin qi in your body and let you return to normal. Shu Rouj asked, how do I need to treat it? Yi Chuan said, massage, I need to massage your belly to suppress the pure yin qi in your body. Then, you are gentle. Shu Rouj had a shy face. Lie down. Yi Chuan looked at Shu Rouj and said. Shu Rouj lay down on the bed and uncovered her clothes with a shy face, revealing a section of her belly. You lighten up, your eyes are like a gluttonous snake. Yi Chuan said, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Yi Chuan rubbed his two big hands hot and massaged Shu Rouj's belly there. A stream of pure yang qi was channeled into Shu Rouj's body by Yi Chuan. At the same time, Yi Chuan also felt that his originally scorching body became soothing. One was a body of pure yang. One is a pure yin body. Could there be a better match? Both people drew the breath they needed from each other. Very quickly, both of them were drenched in sweat. Yi Chuan inhaled his nose and smiled. It smells so good. I really like the smell of your sweat. Ha ha ha, that's what they call being stinky, right? Stinky you. Shu Rouj had a shy face. In fact, she was also secretly breathing in Yi Chen's flavor. Only, she was deliberately suppressing it, thinking in her heart, but her mouth was hard. Yi Chuan laughed out loud, women, they are animals with a hard mouth. Yi Chuan secretly marveled. This is just to give her a massage, and get this much benefit. If the 15th of August and her cave on, after picking the yin and replenishing the yang, and we'll get what a huge breakthrough Shu Rouj fluttered to sit up, to Yi Chuan said. I need to go busy, when busy after this burst, I will give you a surprise yo. Yi Chuan blinked his eyelids, surprise? Will it be a wedding? Really look forward to Shu Rouj went to the company, the two companies merged, personnel arrangements, internal integration, Shu Rouj was busy as hell. Yi Chuan, on the other hand, received a call from the fourth elder sister by Shui. The fourth elder sister by Shui is the great summer country famous miracle doctor. There was a time when the crown prince of the M country paid a high price to retain Bai Shui as a royal doctor but was rejected by Bai Shui. Instead, she returned to the country of Daxia and founded the traditional Chinese Medicine Association, serving as its president. Bai Shui beamed, little bastard, are you forgetting your senior sister when you have a wife? Yi Chuan hurriedly swore, in my heart, the elder sisters are as important as my wife. You are all the scales on my body, whoever dares to touch you, I will fight them. Bai Shui was all smiles. That's more or less the same. We didn't love you for nothing. Brother. Come over here, I've got a patient who's got his hands full, I need you to come and take a look. Yi Chuan's medical skills are higher than Bai Shui's. But a strange disease that can make fourth senior sister Bai Shui wrap her head around must be very unusual. Yi Dust hurriedly said, good day fourth senior sister. Send a locator and I'll go over immediately. Both cure the disease, and in the meantime, also see the fourth senior sister to go. Bai Shui quickly sent the location. After reading it, Yi Chuan rushed to the Jung family. Chapter 11 Dare to Move My Sister, Looking for Death. The Jung family is located in the center of Cloud City, covering an area of 100 acres. At a glance, the industry was not small and belonged to the ranks of Cloud City's first-class families. However, at this time, the Jung family is tense and incomparable. Jung Old Man Sleepy, Bai Shui has given Jiang Old Man Line Needle 3 times, are not able to understand. The anxious Bai Shui's forehead also emerged a layer of fine beads of sweat, can only use the silver needle to temporarily close the river old man's acupuncture points, control the development of the disease. This was the strangest case she had encountered since she started practicing medicine. The patient's signs were all normal, but he just couldn't wake up. This made Bai Shui somewhat skeptical of her own medical skills. Just then, David Jiang walked in from outside. He was followed by a golden-haired foreign doctor. David Jiang said, I have invited Dr. Jerry from the United States to treat my grandfather. David Jiang looked back to Dr. Jerry. As long as Dr. Jerry cures my grandfather's disease, I will give you 100 million. Jerry heard $100 million of bounty, and was immediately happy. The tycoon is really like money. By Shui cold voice, he cannot cure, this disease is extremely difficult, unless my master brother to come, otherwise it cannot be cured. I just used a silver needle to seal Master Zhang's acupoints, waiting for my senior brother to come to treat his. David Jiang asked, Dr. Jerry, can you cure my grandfather's disease? Jerry glanced at Elder Jiang and bristled, what's so difficult about it? See my hand to cure the disease. After Jerry finished speaking, he took out the syringe and pushed a needle into Elder Jiang. All the people in the room held their breath and looked at Mr. Jiang. Elder Jiang's throat moved and then opened his eyes. Ah! Dr. Jerry is too good. The old master woke up. The Jung family looks amazed. Western medicine is still good. He's cured him. Jerry stretched out his hand, give money, my time is very tight, I still have to go to Wang Fu. How treatment go? David Jiang was just about to give a 100 million check, only to hear Bai Shui coldly grunt. The old man's illness has worsened. Jerry is cheating money. Nonsense. Jerry huffed and puffed. You can't cure it, and you dare to denigrate me? David Jiang said, Dr. Jerry, I believe you. David Jiang then turned back and pointed to the snow said. Chinese medicine are embroidered pillows. Bai Shui grunted, how dare you underestimate me? I will block the Jung family. From now on, I won't give the Jung family any medical treatment. The Jung family's faces turned white after hearing this. Bai Shui is the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, one word from her and she can seal off not giving treatment. People eat grains and cereals, how can they not be sick? David Jiang's face was indifferent, with Dr. Jerry, I'm fine with Western medicine, your blocking is of no use to me. A silhouette suddenly appeared. A crunching sound broke David Jiang's fingers. Dare to disrespect my fourth senior sister, kneel down and kowtow to apologize. The person who came was none other than Yi Chuan. When Bai Shui saw that it was Yi Duan, she jumped headfirst into Yi Duan's arms. You finally came. Do you know how much I missed you? I wanted to go up the mountain to look for you several times, but I was afraid of Master's chastisement. Yi Chuan blinked his eyes, fourth senior sister, I missed you too. Zhang David looked at his broken fingers and jumped in anger. Bastard! You have big guts, in my Jiang family territory, broke my finger, you are finished. Yi Chuan looked back at David Jiang. Kneel down. Kneel down and apologize to my fourth sister. Zhang David looked up and down at Yi Chuan, there is not a single brand name on his body, is not a bumpkin? Zhang David bared his teeth. Apologize? You open your eyes to see, where is this? This is my fucking Jung family. Do you know the Jung family? It's one of the top families in Cloud City. The Jung family and the Zhao family are not on the same page, so the Jung family did not attend Zhao Chao's engagement party. Naturally, they don't recognize Yi Chen. Therefore, it did not put Yi Chuan in its eyes at all. Yi Dust said indifferently, the Jung family is nothing in my eyes. Yi Chen had already destroyed the Zhao family, and it was no longer a matter of words to destroy the Jung family. David Jung was in pain and anxious. Bastard, you are finished. You dare to provoke the Jung family, are you looking for death? Who's looking for death? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in from outside. Jung David saw the middle-aged man and said, Uncle. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about this kid, he dared to break my finger in the Jung family. When Jung David's uncle Li Fa saw Yi Chen, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Li Fa had also attended Zhao Chao's engagement banquet at that time, so he had seen Yi Chen. With his own eyes, he had seen Yi Chuan destroy the Su family and the Zhao family. Wouldn't a character with such a mysterious background be something they could afford to mess with? Li Fa said to David Jung with a nervous face. Hurry up to follow Mr. Ye's request to do. Quickly. If the Jung family does not want to go extinct. Li Fa's eyes are full of fear, he nodded and said to Yi Chuan. Mr. Yi, Jung David does not understand, you want to do what you want to treat Jung David can, kill him. Our Li family also have no opinion. The Jung family's crowd was dumbfounded. This uncle's family's assets were about the same size as the Jung family, and he usually treated David Jiang as if he was his own son. And now he's saying this kind of thing. He didn't even have a problem with killing David Jiang. So afraid of Yi Chuan? What kind of background does Yi Chuan have? David Jung frowned. Uncle. Are you turning your elbow outward? This is the Jung family. Not the Li family. Please mind your own business. At this time, David Jung's father, Zhang Chang, came in from outside. David Jung hurriedly complained to his father. Dad. My uncle is trying to beat me with his elbows. Li Fa whispered a few words in Zhang Chang's ear. Zhang Chang's face changed. Immediately, Zhang Chun kicked on David Jiang. Mixed up son of a bitch. Your uncle is saving you. Zhang Chang punched and kicked at David Jung. The people watching the Jung family were dumbfounded. What kind of background does Yi Chuan have? Making Li Fa and Zhang Chang so scared? Kneel down and apologize. Zhang Chun kicked David Jung in the face. Then, Zhang Chang bowed to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi. David Jung didn't know any better and offended Mr. Yi in Divine Dr. Bai. Mr. Yi just kills David Jung, I have no problem with that. Jung family absolutely will not give Jung David revenge. Jung family will throw Jung David's body in the wilderness. Do you think this is okay? Nest. The Jung family crowd is completely shocked. Kill Jung David, not only not revenge, even the body to throw the body in the wilderness? This is not don't want affection, don't even want face. What is it that makes Zhang Chang and Li Fa so afraid of Yi Chen? Yi Chen, is he a devil? David Zhang was also completely dumbfounded at this time. He usually flaunted and sceptered his identity as the Jung family's youngest. Without this identity, he was nothing. So Jung David kneeled in front of Bai Shui, Bang Kaotao more than. I was wrong, treat me as a fart, put it. The Jung family was in a state of shock and fear. The great young man of Jung City was kneeling in front of a bumpkin. And it was still on their own turf. Bai Shui waved her hand, forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you. Bai Shui didn't want to be disturbed by this kind of emotion when she had just met with her senior brother. Senior brother, let's go. Bai Shui pulled Yi Chen's hand and turned to leave. Just at this moment, only to hear the Jung family doctor exclaimed. Don't do it. The old man has fainted. What should we do? Zhang Chang flopped down on the ground, thumping his head like garlic. Please Mr. Yi to be kind and treat the old master. I won't use it for nothing. I'll give you a big thank you. Chapter 12 Direct Broadcast Eating Flies. When the Zhang family saw the head of the family kneeling, they also knelt on the ground together and kowtowed more than just to Yi Duan. Please be kind to Mr. Yi. Zhang Chang has already punished his son Jung David, and kneeling piously begging for help. Yi dust from the old, are you into me a foot, I respect people at 10 feet. Yi dust then nodded, good, all up. Thank you Mr. Yi. Thank you, Dr. Bai. Please. Zhang Chang bent and bowed, guiding Yi Chuan to the inner hall. Yi Chuan surveyed the furnishings of the inner hall. It had to be said that the Zhang family, as one of the 4 great families in Cloud City, the furnishings of the inner hall were extremely elaborate. A dragon chair was particularly eye-catching. Yi Chuan had a number in his heart after looking at it. Zhang Chang asked, Mr. Yi, what illness did the old master get? Yi Dust said indifferently, the old man is actually not sick, but only hit by the slanting fury. Jiang Chang was shocked. This also pleased Mr. Yi Express. Yi Dust asked, Jiang old master is not often sitting on this dragon chair? Jiang Chang replied, yes, this dragon chair is the Jung family spent a good sum of money to buy it, the old master likes, so every day we'll sit on it. Yi Duan said, the problem lies in this dragon chair. Although this dragon chair is good, but there is an emperor died on it, so, the break gas resentment is particularly heavy. Without realizing it, it invaded the old man's body, and the baneful qi will not be detected, which is why the old man is strangely ill. If it wasn't for my fourth senior sister sealing Elder Zhang's acupoints with silver needles, your family's elder would have been finished long ago. Jiang Chang cast a grateful glance towards Bai Shui. Then he wiped a cold sweat and asked, I wonder if Mr. Yi has a way to cure the old master's strange disease? Yi Duan nodded, a small matter. Hand to hand to cure the disease. Put. Jerry laughed coldly, it's just nonsense. What breaks, what grievances, just a godly man. Jerry vigorously satirized Yi Duan. Leaf Dust turned back to look at Jerry, cold voice. How about we make a bet? Jerry said, let's fight. I can't even cure it, I don't believe you can cure it. Jerry has never looked down on Chinese medicine, thinking that Chinese medicine is garbage and Western medicine is the king. What's more, what Yi Chuan just said was simply the same as the street magician. David Jiang was just broken by Yi Chuan's finger, and was scolded by his father. His heart was not completely convinced by Yi Chuan. David Jiang felt that his father might have been fooled by Yi Chuan's charlatan. Therefore, David Jiang said, since it is a bet, it is good to have some stakes. If whoever loses, whoever eats flies live. At this time, David Jiang thought that Yi Chuan would definitely lose. How could he win against a medical doctor from the M country? Jerry also couldn't stop nodding, right. This bet is good. Do you dare to bet? Yi Chuan nodded, okay, it's a deal. Jerry had a smug look on his face. He, as a medical doctor in the M country, couldn't even cure Elder Zhang's disease, so what makes a charlatan able to do so? All the Jung family members also stared with rounded eyes, eating flies live? This is disgusting. Jiang Cheng said, then I will also add another bet. If Mr. Yi can cure the old man's illness, I would rather give Mr. Yi the Hentaying number 1 as consultation money. When the Zhang family heard about Yunding number 1, their eyes instantly widened. Days. The Hentaying one is the king of Cloud City. It's worth $1 billion. The people who live in Hentaying one are big stars and internet celebrities. It's a gathering place for beautiful women. It's a place for beautiful women. Jerry couldn't help but bristle and say, if Yi Chuan loses, how about Hentaying number 1 goes to me as well? Not waiting for Jiang Cheng to reply, Yi Chen said, I promise. Jerry was pleased. Yi Duan then said, then we have to add another one. If I win, you have to kneel on the ground live eating flies. Jerry said forcefully, good. You won't be able to cure it anyway. Bai Shui said, you'll wait to eat flies live. In this world, there is no disease that my little master can't cure. Today, I'll cure your mouth. Junior brother. I'll give you a hand, let's begin. After Bai Shui finished speaking, she took out a box of silver needles from the medicine chest and placed it in Yi Chuan's hands. Yi Chuan pinched out 7 silver needles, then poofed and stabbed them into several large points on Elder Zhang's head. Ah! The Zhang family members all looked dumbfounded. Oh my god! Is this a cure? Why does it look like the rhythm of killing? The Zhang family didn't dare to speak up, covering their mouths and muttering in private. Only to see Elder Zhang's face getting darker and darker, a black gas coming out from the 7 silver needle pinholes. David Jiang saw this and called out. Stop! Yi Chuan, what are you doing? Slap! Jiang Cheng slapped Jiang David's face. Dare to say more, directly expel you from the Jiang family. Jiang Cheng has his own plan. Master Jiang's disease has become terminal. It's a death sentence anyway, so why don't we let Yi Chuan have a go? In case the treatment is good, then it's considered a pickup. Jerry had already set up his cell phone stand long ago, and he said to his fans. Dear all. You're about to see a live fly-eating show. Jerry's not only a doctor of medicine, he's also an internet celebrity. He's got millions of followers. Jerry has prepared 10 green bean flies. Extra large. He's going to make Yi Chuan eat flies live. It'll disgust him. Ha ha ha. The fans all got excited when they heard. Live streaming fly eating. I'm really looking forward to it. Anchor, who's eating flies? Is it you? Jerry hurriedly said, It's not me, it's that kid. I made a bet with him, and if he loses, he has to eat flies live. Jerry turned to his cell phone, to repeat to the fans what he had just done with Yi Duan's bet to cure the disease. The fans smiled and laughed, incredible anticipation. We're waiting to see the show. In the next second, only to hear Elder Jung gurgle in his throat, then opened his eyes, then rolled over and sat up. Ah! David Jung froze. Zhang Chang froze. Jerry froze. All of them froze. The only exception was Bai Shui. Because Bai Shui knew the level of his senior brother. The sacred healer sex leader is not blown out of proportion. Pop-ups are flying all over the fanbase. What's going on? What happened? So the anchor lost? Who's going to eat the fly? I'm looking forward to it. Jerry gritted his teeth, impossible. The old master can't be good. In the next second, only to see Master Jiang Wao spit out a large mouthful of black blood. Jerry slapped his thigh and laughed, I told you, he can't be treated well at all. See? Spitting out blood. Ah, Yi Duan, hurry up and eat flies live. The fans in the live broadcast room beat the table. Hurry up and eat flies. If you deny it, we'll flesh you out. Jerry held up the 10 large green bean flies in front of Yi Duan's eyes. Eat it, eat it. Ha 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 ha, Master Jiang laughed loudly. Afterwards, Master Jiang bowed to Yi Duan. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Comfortable, too comfortable. Ah. The crowd was instantly confused. The fans are even more relentless, what's going on? Anchor, quickly explain. Jerry shook his head, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a doctor of medicine in the United States, cannot treat the disease, how can he be a clergyman can be cured? Jerry yelled. I demand an examination. The most advanced medical instruments were used to examine Master Jiang. The family doctor of the Jung family took action immediately. One side of the examination report. Body temperature, 36.5. Blood pressure, 80/120. Heart rate, 85 beats per minute. White blood cells are normal. White blood cells normal. Red blood cells normal. Everything is normal. And the old man's bronchitis, pneumonia, and meningitis have all recovered. The old man's current physical indicators are equivalent to being 20 years younger. The family doctor broadcasted the checkup data with an excited face. The crowd at the scene was dead silent. It's shocking. It's unbelievable. The sacred doctor sect is indeed a living dead man with white bones. Jiang Chung hurriedly said, The key to Hentaying Villa number 1 is here, please accept it, Mr. Yi. Elder Jiang stroked his hand through his beard and laughed. Mr. Yi. This dragon chair, I will give it to you. Later, I will order someone to carry the dragon chair to Hentaying Villa 1. Yi Chuan was not polite and received the villa key. The dragon chair's fury did not pose a problem for him at all. David Jiang flung himself on his knees in front of Yi Duan and kowtowed devoutly. Master Ah. I was blind earlier. I am now convinced, completely convinced. David Jiang turned his head and pointed his hand at Jerry. You lost. Kneel down and eat flies live. Chapter 13 Du Qingdi. Jerry's fans have also turned against him. Hurry up and eat flies live. Otherwise, I'll put you on the spot. I'll kick you out of Daxia. You know there's a world outside of it, and a world outside of it. Chinese medicine is not to be insulted. Eat flies. Jerry is crying. He should have caught 10 flies. Now it's good, so many flies, all have to be eaten by himself. Jerry kneels down and swallows the flies one by one for the camera. You said he was disgusted. After eating 10 flies, he ran to the toilet and almost threw up his intestines. It's almost like turning over a river. Master Jiang announced in public. Mr. Yi is a valued member of my Zhang family. Seeing him is like seeing me. Master Jiang also looked at Yi Duan and said, In the future, Mr. Yi will be useful to me. Jiang, someone, just open your mouth, to the fire, in the fire, will not do anything. Master Jiang looked at David Jiang and said, You, go to Mr. Yi as a driver. Master Jiang's judgment is very accurate, Yi Chuan's medical and martial arts are very strong, and he will be at the top of the pyramid in the future. It would be a blessing for the Jung family if they could befriend Yichuan. Jiang Chang also hurriedly bowed to Yichuan and said, Mr. Yi, that dragon chair has been ordered to be sent to the Hentang Villa number 1, even after the Hentang Villa, together with Mr. Yi. Yi just nodded his head and didn't be polite, because he was worth it. John David hurriedly walked to Yi Dust and bent down to bow. Where are Mr. Yi and the white divine doctor going? I will send you there. I am familiar with Yun City, where the food is good, I know it all. I can be Mr. Ye's driver. Yichuan and Bai Shui had only just come to Yun City, so other than second senior sister's Imperial Grand Hotel, they really didn't know where the food was better. So they nodded and said, okay, you drive. Good Lu. John David joyfully did Ji Chen's driver. Zhang family crowd saw this, all of them were shocked out of their eyes. John David, that was the young master of one of the 4 great families of Cloud City. Surprisingly, he willingly gave Yichuan a chauffeur. David Zhang drove, and Yi Chen and Bai Shui sat in the back. Bai Shui curiously looked at a store that swept by outside the window and suddenly pointed with her hand and said, This is the place. David Zhang stopped the car and waited in the car. Yichuan and Bai Shui entered Hai Di Lao one after the other. The two of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Bai Shui ordered several bottles of red wine and a large table of dishes. Bai Shui, while drinking, smiling asked, How is it going with Sha Rouj? Yichuan asked, Which aspect do you mean? Bai Shui pinched the meat on Yi Duan's thigh. Of course it is the cave. Master did not say? August 15th before Must and Sha Rouj cave, you will not be, was rejected, right? Yi Duan coughed, not yet to August 15th? Bai Shui heard, a slap on the table. Is not Sha Rouj refused to agree? Sister, I give her some medicine, carry her to your room. Bai Shui is very strong to this junior brother's shortness of guard. Moreover, this matter is related to the life of the junior brother. If junior brother can't get Sha Rouj's body, then Yichuan is going to blow himself up. This is a big deal. Yi Dust snorted and laughed. I don't want to force Sha Rouj, it's only pleasurable if she takes the initiative. Fourth senior sister, you are still the same, not moving to poison. You are on the verge of becoming that demonic girl, Blue Phoenix. Bai Shui heard, rolling his eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Comparing me to that poisonous woman, Phoenix Blue? Yi Duan hurriedly apologized. I was wrong, the fourth sister is a miracle doctor. It's not the 5 poison sect leader, Phoenix Blue, who can be compared to her. Blue Phoenix was the seed left behind after their master's fling, and was the most adept at using poison. Bai Shui beamed. I am the president of the Chinese Medicine Association of Huaxia, the rightful root. You compare me to Blue Phoenix, that poisonous woman, you quickly make amends and apologize. Yichuan hurriedly said, Fourth senior sister, I was wrong. No, you drink this half cup of my wine. Bai Shui said, handing Yichuan the wine cup in front of her, and on that wine cup, there was still her distinctive red lip mark. Yichuan took the wine cup, and then that red lip mark directly drank it in one gulp. Zhou Wu's people looked wide-eyed. Such a beautiful woman was arched by a country bumpkin. Good for you. Bai Shui clapped her hands and laughed. Little bastard, you quickly say, what have you done to Sha Rouj? How did you do it? Yichuan was speechless for a while and was just about to answer when he saw a flamboyant young man flanked by 2 black-clothed boys walking in from outside. When the flowery young man saw Bai Shui, his eyes instantly lit up. Beauty! Bai Shui's body was graceful and her skin was superior to snow. It had the appearance of a city. That big young man walked over and patted the table in front of Yi Duan and said, I'll buy this seat and give you 100,000. The flamboyant young man obviously saw Bai Shui's beauty, so he wanted to sit next to Bai Shui. Yi Duan looked down at the 100,000 yuan and his face was cold. 100,000 yuan is a lot. The 2 followers behind the big flower young man snapped. Don't refuse to eat the penalty wine. Do you know who our young master is? It is Du Qingdi. Du Qingdi. When the surrounding diners heard the word Du Qingdi, their faces turned white. The diners are whispering. Days. Du Qingdi is the son of Black Dragon, the head of the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society is the leader of the underground world in Cloud City. Even the top families in Cloud City have to be afraid of it. The Black Dragon's industries are all gray zone industries, casinos, nightclubs, extremely lucrative. No one dares to collect taxes. Ha! Why collect taxes? The black dragons don't collect taxes from others. A few days ago, a kid lost $50 million in a black dragon casino and had one of his hands chopped off by Emperor Duchengdi. Didn't you hear? That's scary. It's death to offend Mr. Tu, isn't it? Shoo! The diners all closed their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. Yichuan frowned slightly. Black Dragon Society. He remembered that Qian Yali had once gambled at the Black Dragon Society's underground money bank and lost $100 million, which was why he supported selling Sha Rouj to Zhao Chao. He didn't expect to meet Black Dragon's son, Duchengdi, here. If the Black Dragon Society's people dared to provoke, he wouldn't mind making the Black Dragon Society disappear. Duchengdi saw Yichuan not say a word and thought that he was afraid of him. Duchengdi withdrew the $100,000 and pointed at Yichuan's nose. Bastard! You're scared now? It's too late. Kneel down. Kneel down and crawl over my crotch. The surrounding diners have shaken their heads. This kid is going to have a hard time. He had $100,000 when he left, but now he has no money left. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave. If you offend Mr. Du, you won't survive in Cloud City. Duchengdi's two fighters shouted in unison. Bastard! Didn't you hear what Mr. Du said? Hurry up and crawl over underneath Mr. Du. Yichuan stood up and walked towards Duchengdi. Duchengdi forked his legs with a smug face. Hurry up! Crawl over from my crotch, ha ha ha. Chapter 14. Those who molest my senior sister, die. The moment Duchengdi saw Yiduan, he was stunned by Yiduan's eyes. That look made Duchengdi feel a chill down his spine. However, when Duchengdi thought that he was the only son of Black Dragon, the #1 Grey gang power in Cloud City, he straightened his back and rebuked. Bastard! My father is Black Dragon. I'm the flowery Taiyu of the Black Dragon Society. If you quickly kneel down and drill through my crotch, I will spare you from death. Whoosh! Yichuan grabbed Duchengdi like he was carrying a small chicken. At this moment, Duchengdi's face went white. He saw killing intent in Yichen's gaze. Duchengdi screamed, Don't, I'll leave now. Yichuan's voice was ice cold. Want to leave? You just insulted my fourth senior sister and think it's okay? Those who offend my senior sister, die. Bai Shui shook her head and looked at Yiduan and raised her thumbs. Handsome simply. The crowd didn't dare to utter a single breath. Yichuan grabbed Duchengdi's head and slammed it towards the corner of the table. Thump! Thump! Duchengdi's head was shattered to the ground, blood and flesh flew everywhere. His brains flowed out all over the place. Yiduan took a tissue and wiped his hands. So face? Surprisingly, it was so unresistant to impact, and it shattered in one go. Yi Dus did not care, just like breaking an egg. Then, re-sit beside Bai Shui. Bai Shui stroked Yichuan's face. Senior brother, your strength is so great. Yichuan laughed in Bai Shui's ear, it's not as big as yours. The two of them squeezed their eyebrows and joked, as if there was no such thing. Ah! The diners present were all stunned. That was Duchengdi. The only son of the Black Dragon of Cloud City. How could he die like that? That's terrible. Who the hell is this kid? How dare he touch Emperor Ducheng? After Duchengdi's two men were shocked, they swung their swords to chop Yichen's head. Bai Shui flicked her finger. 2 silver needles went out. Emperor Ducheng's 2 men instantly went numb. Bai Shui coldly grunted, Humph! I'll give you 2 a life, go back and report to your master. Bai Shui was not only a miracle doctor, she also had a side that was unknown to the public. Her hand of silver needles could save lives, and could also kill people in an instant. Otherwise, a female streamer, if she only relied on her medical skills, she would have been eaten by these evil forces long ago. After all, this world is the law of the jungle, where the strong eat all and the weak are always weak. Duchengdi's 2 henchmen's bodies were numb. After they slowed down for a long time, they hurriedly carried Duchengdi's body and ran back to the Black Dragon Society lair to report. Bai Shui, who has always had a cleanliness fetish, saw that the inside of the restaurant was filled with blood and meat, as well as tofu brain-like brains, so she said to Yichuan, Junior brother, let's south change to another place. Okay. Yichuan stood up, took Bai Shui's hand and turned to walk out of the restaurant. Black Dragon General Association. 2 men were shivering and kneeling on the ground, and on the stretcher was Duchengdi's body. Black Dragon stormed, say. You give me a clear explanation. What the hell is going on? Who killed my son? In Cloud City, it was always the Black Dragon Society that rode roughshod over men and women. And now someone dared to mess with the Black Dragon Society. And he killed Black Dragon's only son. This is intolerable. The two henchmen kneeled on the ground, their voices trembling as they truthfully told the scene just now inside the restaurant. The two of us accompanied young Master Du to the restaurant, and young Master Du took a fancy to a woman who looked like Snow White, and wanted her body, only to have the young Master's head directly broken by a bumpkin next to her. Black Dragon said with a brutal face. My son looked at that woman, that was her honor. Bastard! How dare you kill my son? Someone come. Go to the restaurant and surround it. Capture this kid alive, cut him into pieces, wash that woman clean, and let her live to bury my son. In Black Dragon's opinion, whichever woman Du Qingdi looks at is their honor, they shouldn't resist. If they do, then it's wrong. Yes. Big brother. Black Tiger, Black Dragon's brother, led a swarm of 30 men to the restaurant. They surrounded the restaurant. But they failed. Black Tiger smashed the restaurant to pieces, and then took the people back to report to Black Dragon. Big brother, that kid got scared and ran away, and now I don't know where he has run away to. In fact, Yi Chuan did not run away at all, but Bai Shui has a cleanliness fetish, do not want to see blood and flesh and tofu brain like brain. So then he and Yi Chuan bought some wine and went to another 5-star hotel. After the Black Dragon heard to the report of the younger brother Black Tiger, incomparable contempt said. Bastard! Now you know you're scared? Too late. Check. I must find out his ancestors. I will make him pay back 10 times, no, 100 times. Yes. Black Tiger brought people down to investigate Yi Chen's identity and background, that is to turn Cloud City upside down, vowing to find Yi Chen to find out. And Yi Chen at this time but simply do not know, still in Bai Shui and 5-star hotel presidential suite inside play. Bai Shui looked at Yi Duan and said, Senior brother, do you know how much I miss you? I almost couldn't help but go up the mountains several times to look for you. Yi Chuan hurriedly said, I also miss my senior sisters, now it's good, I'm off the mountain and can relax. We can meet often. Bai Shui said, Senior brother, you didn't eat well just now, I'll cook a few dishes for you, keep drinking. Yi Chuan covered his mouth, come on, it's better to drink and eat peanuts. Bai Shui is a divine doctor, but she is also good at using poison. In the mountains, Bai Shui often fed Yi Chen poison. The most excessive time, Bai Shui put a highly poisonous scorpion into Yi Chuan's mouth when Yi Chuan was sleeping. However, Yi Chuan was used to it, the sacred doctor sect was able to make the living dead flesh and bones, as well as turn the living into a pile of dead and white bones. Bai Shui threw off her high heels and put her feet on Yi Duan's thighs. Senior brother, you are a divine doctor and often give people massages, and I, as a senior sister, can't get any benefits, it's not fair. Yi Chuan hugged Bai Shui's pair of jade feet and gently massaged various acupuncture points. It had to be said that Bai Shui was born to study medicine, so she would soak her hands and feet in all sorts of expensive Chinese medicines. So the hands and feet looked to be very soft and white and tender, like a baby's skin. Yi Chuan felt the feel in his hand, it was simply not too good. Bai Shui's feet, there is not a little callous, fat and thin appropriate, there is no ectropion corns. This makes Yi dust simply some love. Bai Shui looked at Yi Duan and asked, I and Sha Rouj who is beautiful? Yi Yedwan said, all beautiful, are extremely beautiful. Bai Shui continued, me and Sha Rouj, who do you really love? Yi Duan, I love both. White Snow pinched the meat on the thigh of the leaf dust. Small bastard, you this appetite is not small. You're eating out of a bowl and thinking about the pot. But I like it. Unlike some men, the heart wants to mouth dare not say. Bai Shui changed position, say, big sister in the mountains, did not steal food you? Yi Dust spread hands, no thing. White Snow deflated, hum. I do not believe, I want to check the body on you. Chapter 15 Jade Diva Sha Rouj. Yi Duan clamped his legs. Bai Shui rolled her eyes, cut. What are you pretending to do? When I was a kid, we even slept under the same blanket. Besides, I'm a divine doctor. It is my responsibility to examine you regularly. This is the order given to me by Master. Yi Chuan didn't dare to disobey his master's order, so he obediently dragged off his clothes and pants, and wore a big floral pantsuit for Bai Shui to inspect. Bai Shui took a ruler and measured in all parts of Yi Duan's body, and suddenly exclaimed. Dest. Good big guy. Yi Chuan lying on the bed can only be at the mercy of Bai Shui. White Snow one side check, one side asked. Said, you and Sha Rouj carried to which step? Yi Duan said, not yet a room, she has been busy recently, said that after the busy period will give me a surprise. Snow murmured, if she is a moth, refuse to and you find me, I am medicine down, she will be good. Yi Dust even shook his head, not, I can wait, with my charm, do not believe that cannot conquer her. Bai Shui nodded, also, well, I still have some things need to be busy, turn around and I will find you to play. Come on, hug Yi Duan hugged Bai Shui, urging something to find him or something like that. Bai Shui left when she said she would, without dragging her feet. Jung David ran in from outside. Mr. Yi, the henteing number 1 villa is ready, the dragon chair has also been sent over, when will Mr. Yi go up to see? Yi Duan said, go now, there is nothing else anyway. Jung David drove, quickly came to the foot of the henteing. David Jung parked the car, Yi Chuan went up the hill alone, and came directly to the henteing number 1 villa. Stop. For security guards stopped Yi Duan. To take pictures outside the line, not to cross the red line. Yi Duan said, I'm not taking pictures, I'm not sending friends, I'm the owner of henteing 1. The security chief backhand sizing up Yi Dust. Just you? Yi Duan lightly said, what? Can't you? The security chief stretched out his hand, you say you are the owner of henteing number 1, where is the key? Yi Dust a touch in the pocket, bad, forgot the key. Leaf Dust honestly, I forgot the key. Ha ha ha. The security chief held his stomach and laughed out loud. For security guards also looked at Yi Dust like a fool. The security chief said, pretending to be a bully is struck by lightning. Your excuse is really not good, please make a draft next time you brag, okay? Yi Dust voice indifference said, give you 3 minutes to consider, time is not too late. The security chief skimmed his mouth and said, consider the assa? If you don't get out of here, I'm going to kick you off the mountain. Who does not know that henteing 1 is the property of the Jung family? You're so poor, you can't even brag about henteing 1, but you say it's yours. What's going on? At that moment, David Jung also climbed from the bottom of the mountain to the top of henteing mountain, huffing and puffing. How could David Jung's strength catch up with Yi Chen? Plus, he had to park his car, so he fell behind. After a few security guards saw David Jung coming up, they went up to him and said with a winking smile, young Jung, this person is pretending to be a pussy here, we are driving him away. After Jung David heard these words, his face was flushed with anger. Even the Jung family's old man was respectful to Yi Chen, and these few security guards of his family even dared to offend Yi Chen, isn't this looking for death? The security chief saw Jung David's face suddenly changed, he turned back to look at Yi Chuan and said, bastard, see? Zhang Xiao is angry. The consequences are serious. You quickly kneel down and kowtow, or possibly walk down the mountain. Hurry up. Snap. David Zhang raised his hand and walked over to the security captain and punched and kicked him for a while. Mixed up son of a bitch. The security chief was beaten up and completely confused. Zhang Xiao? Why did you hit me? Zhang David rage, I hit as you. Zhang David kicked over the security chief, then walked to Yi Chuan, bowed to the ground. Mr. Yi. This is your key. You just forgot it, I brought it to you. Yi Chuan slowly took the key and stood with his hands behind his back. Ah. The security chief and a few security guards were completely stunned. Geez. He really is the owner of henteing 1. There's no mistaking it this time. Moreover, looking at David Zhang's appearance, it could be said that he was groveling to Yi Chen and could be called a dog licker. Whereas they just had the eyes to shout at Yi Duan, it was simply horrible to think about. Grandpa, spare my life. A few security guards flopped down and knelt in front of Yi Duan, saying with fear and trepidation, Grandpa, we are pigs, dogs, and maggots, okay? Grandpa, don't, and we general understanding, spare us. Yi Chuan's voice was cold, as if it came from hell. In my life, what I hate the most is hindsight. If you make me unhappy for a moment, I'll make you unhappy for the rest of your life. Mr. Yi, let me do it. David Zhang turned around and said in a cold voice. Listen to me, all of you. You've offended Mr. Yi, and now the Zhang family is officially shutting you down. Get out. David Zhang then made a phone call. Anyone who dares to use those security guards is in trouble with my family. The Zhang family will pursue them to the end. When the security guards heard this, they instantly went cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They were just the most ordinary people in Cloud City, with no money, no power, and no ability. Who would risk offending the first-class families of Cloud City to use them? Unless their heads had been kicked by donkeys. It was the same as saying that they would be completely blocked in Jiangcheng from now on, and no family would dare to use them. Several security guards looked at the security chief together, then rushed up together, and pressed the security chief on the ground to beat him wildly. It's all you. It's all you. It's all your fault. The security chief was pushed down the mountain with his arms and legs broken. The Jung family immediately replaced the security guards. David Jung, Mr. Yi, do you think this will work? Yi Duan nodded, it's okay. Go up to the villa and take a look. David Jung followed behind and directly entered the Hentang 1 villa. The villa is fully furnished and decorated like a palace. There were more than 20 rooms, nannies, chefs, and groups of them. The dragon chair was placed in the center. Yi Chen sat on it like a monarch. David Jiang walked up and said mysteriously, Mr. Yi, the Hentang villa is inhabited by either the rich or the noble, all of them are rich and powerful top tycoons and celebrities. Among them, there is no lack of stars and netizens. Among them, there is the current red-hot Jade Diva Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj? Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. The billboards on the roadside were full of large pictures of her. An extreme beauty. Yi Chuan became interested, say on. The love of beauty was shared by all. No one likes to look at ugly things, beautiful things, and people give people an extremely eye-pleasing and enjoyable mood. Having such an extremely beautiful star as a neighbor, Yi Chuan was certainly in a happy mood. David Jiang said, Sha Rouj, the queen of sweet songs, not only has the appearance of the city, red throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, and since the debut of the extremely clean, so far or zero gossip, zero boyfriend. She will never kiss the scene, ambiguous scene, and even pulling hands with men have not. Yi Chuan listened to the fascination, in today's society, can be so clean, and self-love of the woman is really rare, pathetic. Especially in the star industry, there are too many unspoken rules. Female stars who were able to be clean and self-loving could be said to be rare. This created a great curiosity in Yi Chuan's heart, and he wanted to meet this Jade Diva. David Jiang said with a pleasing face. I've already inquired about it, this Jade Diva is in Hentang Villa 5, speaking of which, she's still your neighbor, Mr. Yi. Yi Duan lives in Hentang 1, Jade Maiden lives in Hentang 5, that is a complete neighbor. David Jiang continued, I know that Sha Rouj will often go to the Peninsula Cafe to have a cup of coffee at 10 p.m., this is an unchanging habit. Now at this time, Sha Rouj should be at the Peninsula Cafe. Mr. Yi, do you want to go over and take a look? Yi Duan nodded and said, good, now I'll go over to take a look. Chapter 16 Yi Dust, you're really sick. Peninsula Cafe. Yi Dust entered the Peninsula Cafe without any problems. It was mainly because of David Jiang, because the Jiang family was a first-class family in Cloud City. Therefore, David Jiang was a VLP customer of the Peninsula Cafe, and he could enter and exit the Peninsula Cafe at will without any constraints. At this moment in the Peninsula Cafe, a group of people clustered around a superb woman was walking towards the cafe. Jiang David's card point came at the right time. He sneakily pointed at the beautiful woman in the middle and said, Mr. Yi, she is the Jade Diva Sha Rouj. Yi Duan swaggered over and stood in front of Sha Rouj to survey the Jade Diva. I have to say, Sha Rouj's body and face are excellent, not losing to Sha Rouj. Yi Chuan looked and suddenly stared at Sha Rouj's breasts. Yi Chuan was originally a divine doctor, he immediately saw that Sha Rouj had a hidden disease. And it wasn't an ordinary disease. Sha Rouj saw that Yi Chuan's eyes almost stripped her bare and couldn't help but become a little annoyed. What kind of eyes is this? The eyes of an old unmarried rural bachelor. It was even staring into the flesh. Sha Rouj's bodyguard came over with sunglasses to block Yi Duan. Go. The diva won't be signing autographs for fans today. If you want a photo, you'll have to wait until the fan meeting in a week's time. It will be decided by lot. The bodyguard reached out and blocked Yi Chuan's way, treating Yi Chuan as a fan of Sha Rouj. Yi Duan said, I'm not her fan, she'll be my fan, believe it or not. The agent flipped Yi Duan a glance. Load, keep loading. You can die if you don't blow it. Bodyguard, he can go crazy without pretending. Broker cold face. You want to get the attention of the diva? That's why you're talking big, just like Phoenix. You know what? You can only make the diva look down on you more and more. I'll give you 3 numbers, walk away immediately, or else how about it? Yi Chuan said indifferently. No rudeness to my fans. Sha Rouj stopped the agent. Sha Rouj walked out from the crowd with her long legs and said to Yi Duan. You are looking for my autograph to increase your popularity, right? I'll have a fan meeting the day after tomorrow, and I'll draw lots then. Signature? I'm going to have a fan meeting the day after tomorrow, and we'll draw lots then. Yi Duan's identity and background can scare people to death. Whose autograph does he need to increase his popularity? It's a joke. Yi Duan looked at Sha Rouj and said. You are sick, only I can cure your hidden disease. You're the one who's sick. You are sick. The agent blocked Sha Rouj behind her. If you don't go away, you're not welcome. The bodyguards were suddenly cross-eyed. At this time, a large group of people have gathered around, all of them are hardcore fans of Sha Rouj. The fans were all furious and said to Yi Duan. Nonsense. You dare to insult my goddess as sick, do you want to die? Hurry up and apologize to the goddess. Apologize. Apologize. The fans were so frenzied that they couldn't bear to see the woman of their dreams being humiliated. The 4 bodyguards walked towards Yi Chuan with cold faces. When they reached Yi Chuan, they suddenly took out their electric batons to attack Yi Chuan. Stop! Sha Rouj softly scolded. Only then did the bodyguards stop their hands. But looking at Yi Chuan was a face of anger. He couldn't wait to kill Yi Chen with his eyes. Sha Rouj said to Yi Duan. You go, hopefully there won't be a next time. The warning was very strong, but it also left a face for Yi Chen. Sha Rouj didn't want this matter to become a big deal. Let's go. Sha Rouj ordered. Being stirred up by Yi Chen, Sha Rouj lost all interest and was ready to bring people back to the Hentaying villa. Yi Duan took a few steps forward and whispered in Sha Rouj's ear. Do you have a burning pain in your chest recently? Are you sleeping at night and feel like a stone is pressing on your chest? Do you feel tired for no reason? This is because you have an incurable disease, breast cancer. The breast cancer in your left breast is at an advanced stage. The hard core of the lump measures 2.35 cm x 3.25 cm oval tumor piece. I'm the only one who can treat your incurable disease. Ah? Sha Rouj was shocked. It's all hit. Recently, she often felt uncomfortable there in her chest and slept at night with a stone pressure. She thought it was due to her being overworked, so she didn't take it seriously. What's more, she was a clean woman, there was a woman's second forbidden area, and it was impossible for her to go to the doctor. Then, how did Yi Chen know in such detail? Moreover, the words were so conclusive that he even told the size and shape of the tumor? Sha Rouj covered her chest, her face suddenly changed, then she stumbled and ran out. The agent and bodyguards froze for a moment and immediately followed suit to protect Sha Rouj. Some fans waved all at Yi Duan. Damn it! What the hell did you say in front of the goddess? Look at how angry the goddess is. If something happens to the goddess, something happens to you. Yi Duan looked around and stomped his foot. Ouch! Flop, flop. A group of fans fell to the ground, bruised and swollen, not knowing what was going on. Yi Chen also did not continue to pay attention to these brainless fans. After all, they were just worshipping Sha Rouj and couldn't be said to be bad or brainless. At the same time, Rouj Company. Su Rouj integrates the 2 companies of the Su and Zhao families. Secretary Xiao Yu came to report. Mr. Su, the Su family owes the bank $500 million. The Su family owes $500 million to the bank, and has long since become an empty shell. Su Rouj leaned on her forehead. No wonder, the old lady wanted to sell her to the Zhao family in exchange for $500 million. It turned out that the loophole was too big, and it was going to be exposed if it wasn't remedied. Su Rouj frowned and asked, what about the Zhao family? How much money is left on the books? Xian Yali owes the Black Dragon Society $100 million in gambling debt, which is ultimately a mine. There are still 3 days before it expires. Can Su Rouj not be anxious? Xiao Yu took the ledger and said. On the Zhao family's books, there are $500 million in cash, and the rest are all fixed assets. Su Rouj leisurely said, $500 million, just enough to pay off the whole owed by the Su family bank. The Black Dragon Society's $100 million is still unaccounted for. Sha Rouj said, Mr. Su, sell some Zhao family properties, 100 million is not there? Sha Rouj shook his head, real estate, plant, and so on to sell, the procedures are very troublesome, to transfer, to go through the process, not a month cannot be completed. Oh, the Black Dragon gambling debt of 100 million, there are 3 days, time, too late. Sha Rouj said, that, Mr. Su, why not tell Mr. Yi? He might have a way. Sha Rouj pondered, he has already done a lot for me, we are not married yet, we can't ask for unlimited money, then the love will be tainted. I have to work hard on my own, gather enough money to get 100 million plus 10 million in interest and return it to the Black Dragon Society, don't storm the thunder only. Do. Yi Duan's phone call, wife, with money? With money squeak, how much can be? Sha Rouj clenched her teeth. No, I can handle it. Yi Dus smiled and said, good, you happy, do not be too tired. When you're done, I'll give you a surprise. Sha Rouj's face flushed. Really? Coincidentally, 3 days later, I will also give you a surprise, yo. Okay, I'm not going to say anymore, I'm going to be busy. Yi Chuan hung up the phone with a happy face. She is going to give me a surprise? Will it be that? Really incomparable expectation, ah. Yi Chuan looked at his watch and said to David Jung. Sha Rouj should have an attack. She will soon call to beg me. Beep beep beep. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chuan's phone rang. Yi Duan answered the phone with his legs crossed. Sha Rouj had a pained face. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Can you please come over? I'm in pain. Mr. Yi? David Jung blinked his eyes. No way? It's too good to be true. He's a man of God. David Jiang worshipped Yi Chuan more and more. He decided to hold on to Yi Chen's leg. Yi Chen said to David Jiang, I am here, there is nothing more, but my wife's side, there is no bodyguard, can you help me to take care of Sha Rouj? David Jiang nodded his head and hailed, what an honor. I will select the Zhang family's good hands to go over and protect Mr. Su. Yi Duan nodded with satisfaction, then pulled open the door and went to the number 5 Sha Rouj villa. Chapter 17 No need to open the knife, no need to operate, massage all the way. Yi Duan rushed to the number 5 Henteing villa when it was already 1 o'clock in the second half of the night. Sha Rouj was lying on the bed with a painful look on her face. Yi Chuan just wanted to speak, only to hear a female voice coldly said. Yi Chuan. Don't you do it, I've already invited the Wang expert from Longdu to come. The female broker brought a white coat female doctor from the outside walked in. Thought that the white coat female doctor is the female broker mouth said Wang Yuxian expert. The female broker said, Diva, this is the Wang expert from Longdu, she is a famous private doctor in Longdu, specializing in giving medical treatment to the rich and powerful officials in Longdu. After the agent finished speaking, she said to Sha Rouj. Diva, Yi Chuan is a man, not to mention how good his medical skills are, just because he is a man, he can't be allowed to reach out and heal people. If word gets out, the Diva's Jade Woman persona will completely collapse. Once the persona collapses, it's the same as losing one's reputation. Heavenly Empress should think clearly. Sha Rouj's face was pale, her forehead was a fine bead of sweat, and the evil pain was unbearable. Wang Yuxian condescendingly said. It is very expensive for me to give people medical treatment, all of them start at $5 million. Sha Rouj said, money is not a problem, the problem is, can expert Wang guarantee to cure my disease? Wang Yuxian came over and touched Sha Rouj's chest, then used the instrument to check it again and said. It's the left breast cancer has reached an advanced stage. The size of the lump is 2.35 cm x 3.25 cm oval tumor piece. Sha Rouj was completely shocked. All hit. It was exactly the same as what Yi Chuan said. Yi Chuan didn't palpate or use any instruments and said her lesions as well as the size of the tumor with incomparable precision. Sha Rouj said, good, both of your diagnoses are exactly the same. So next, let's ask the two of you to each say how you want to treat my disease. This was definitely not a small matter, so Sha Rouj was prepared to choose between the two and pick the one that was more favorable to him. Sha Rouj first looked at Yi Duan and said. Yi Duan is the one I invited first, you say it first, what is your treatment plan? Yi Duan said indifferently. My treatment plan is that I don't need to open the knife, I don't need to operate, I don't need to take medicine, I don't need to use chemotherapy. Wang Yuxian rolled Yi Duan's eyes and said in a cold voice. Nothing, so you use your mouth to treat it? Yichuan said indifferently, I can eliminate the lumps in Sha Rouj's chest and remove the cancer cells with the massage method, which only I can do. The broker glared at Yi Duan and said, blow. You are purely bragging. I've never heard of treating cancer with a massage being able to cure it. I think you're craving the body of the diva and want to take advantage of the opportunity, right? Wang Yuxian, also cold-faced, said. It must be that way. Sha Rouj began to hear Yichuan say no knife, no surgery, no chemotherapy, will be able to cure their own terminal disease. Her heart was first to happy. Later, when she heard Yichuan say that he would use massage to treat his breast cancer, she was so ashamed that her face turned red. It was important to know that as a Jade Diva, she had always kept herself clean. Never had any contact with a man, including holding hands. And now that she was actually letting a man massage her second most sensitive area, it was just too embarrassing. Moreover, once this matter was spread out, then she would immediately be put on the hot seat. Not only that, lace news about her would be flying all over the place. So Sha Rouj then looked at Wang Yuxian and said, Expert Wang, tell us what your treatment is like. Wang Yuxian held up his glasses and said, You can rest assured, my treatment is to remove your left boba, a total of 77749 cuts, to take out all the foci of the disease. After 3 months will be good. Wang Yuxian, in order to show off their own achievements, but also took out his cell phone, opened a video to Sha Rouj playing. When Sha Rouj saw those women's breasts flatten into airfields one by one, she held her head and said, No. Do not excise. Sha Rouj was an extremely beauty-loving woman. She was very concerned about her body. If she cut off her left side, what would she become? It's like a man becoming a eunuch, it's unacceptable. Moreover, listening to what Wang Yuxian said was already like being tortured in hell and having to be cut 749 times. So Sha Rouj said to Yi Duan, Yi Duan, please heal me, hurry up and heal me, I just can't take it anymore. When Wang Yuxian heard this, she huffed and puffed and walked outside to the hall, sat on the sofa and said, When you want to come to me later, it won't be this price. At least double it. The agent and Wang Yuxian sat outside on the sofa, waiting for Yi Chen to make a fool of himself. Waiting for Yi Duan to be punched in the face to come out and beg Wang Yuxian to cure her. Inside the room, Yi Duan closed the door, then turned his face to look at Sha Rouj. The air in the room was a bit frozen. Yi Duan put his hands in his pockets. Lie flat, take it off, your disease has reached an advanced stage. Sha Rouj's pretty face was red. She asked, Not take off, okay? Yichuan looked at Sha Rouj, Then you can dawdle, when you want to be good, you are calling me. However, I have half an hour at most. Don't go. Sha Rouj's shoulders shook, and her clothes slipped down to her waistline, then she lay down. Sha Rouj's face was like red paper. This position, it was really too embarrassing. However, a burst of bad pain hit there in the chest. Sha Rouj couldn't help but say, Hurry up. Please. Yichuan rubbed his hands together and warmed them up, gathering the pure yang qi in his body in the palms of his hands. Then pulled the mill back and forth. Oh. Sha Rouj's body trembled, feeling an electric current going strings at the boba. Endure it, next, it will hurt. Yichuan said. Sha Rouj blushed like paper. You gently, I am afraid of pain. Yichuan said, Why don't you sleep? When you wake up, your disease will be cured. This Sha Rouj looked at Yi Duan and thought. Does he want to wait for me to fall asleep and do something to me? Chapter 18 Divine Doctor and Quack. A sharp pain came. Sha Rouj finally took the pill and fell asleep. Yichuan massaged for a full 3 hours before using pure yang qi to absorb Sha Rouj's cancer cells. During this process, Yichuan also enjoyed himself. Very quickly, Sha Rouj woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a white silk quilt covering her body and Yichuan standing in front of her. Sha Rouj recalled the situation where Yichuan had cured her and couldn't help but blush all over her face. Bam! Wang Yuxian and the agent duo crashed through the door of the house and ran in. Wang Yuxian pointed straight at Yi Duan. Bastard! You don't know how to heal, why are you pretending? Get out of here! Can you afford to delay the treatment? Wang Yuxian rushed to the front of the bed and looked at Sha Rouj's red face and could not help but stare. This and the sickly look just now is simply a different person. Sha Rouj smiled and said, I don't feel pain anymore, it's very comfortable. Impossible! Wang Yuxian yelled. How can he, a country bumpkin, cure this malady? I demand an examination. Sha Rouj also wanted to know how her condition was doing. After all, this is not a small matter, and a review is required. Over there, the agent greeted Sha Rouj's family doctor. The two female doctors had a busy time, and various instruments began to check Sha Rouj's physical condition. Very quickly, the family doctor said with a look of excitement, "Cancer cells are gone. No hard lumps. No redness or swelling. Both sides are proportional in size. It's even bigger than the original." Dest. Wang Yuxian almost dropped her jaw when she heard that. "I don't believe it." Wang Yuxian still didn't believe it. She simply pushed Sha Rouj's two family doctors directly away. She personally went up to inspect them. After palpating and checking, Wang Yuxian froze. 3 hours ago, Wang Yuxian had felt out a 2.35 cm x 3.25 cm oval tumor on Sha Rouj's left chest. Now it's completely gone, and it's very soft with no hard core. "I've seen a ghost," Wang Yuxian muttered in her mouth. Originally, this $5 million should have been earned by her, but in the end, it was cut off by this kid Yi Chuan. Sha Rouj had an excited face. Yi Duan was simply a divine doctor. Sha Rouj said to Yi Duan, "Later, I'll take a shower and then thank you personally. Right now, I want to thank this expert Wang. After all, expert Wang came from Longdu specifically for my illness." Sha Rouj took out a $1 million bank card and handed it to Wang Yuxian. "This is your reward, even though you didn't treat me, this is the money for the errand." Wang Yuxian just wanted to take it, Yi Duan faintly said. "Can not give." "Ah." Sha Rouj retracted her hand. "Why?" Yi Duan looked at Wang Yuxian and said, "Because this person has had 3 medical accidents. 3 people died. All died on the operating table." When Sha Rouj heard this, she was so scared that her face turned white. "There's still this? Luckily, I didn't let Wang Yuxian operate on me." Fart. Wang Yuxian looked at Yi Duan with an angry face. "You are pure fart. What proof do you have? Today, if you don't produce evidence, you can't leave this door." Sha Rouj also looked at Yi Chen. "Does he really have evidence? This is not a joke." Yi Chuan opened his cell phone and dialed a number. "Fourth senior sister. Send over the evidence on video." "Fourth sister." Then, Bai Shui sent a file package to Yi Duan. When Sha Rouj was sleeping, Yi Duan learned about Wang Yuxian's past with fourth senior sister Bai Shui. Bai Shui told Yi Chuan that she knew everything. Sha Rouj covered her heart and watched the video with her heart pounding. The Chinese Medicine Association recorded, Wang Yuxian had a total of 3 major accidents. The first, Wang Yuxian secretly left the anesthesia medicine himself, did not give the patient with anesthesia medicine, resulting in severe pain. The patient died of pain. The second case, Wang Yuxian was dissatisfied with the family's failure to pay the red packet and artificially prolonged the operation time. The patient's physique was weak and he died 3 days after returning home. The third case, Wang Yuxian drank before surgery, scalpel forgot to sterilize the excision, the patient's surgical infection, went home a month and died. 3 major accidents. And all with a large seal from the Chinese Medicine Association. And there was oral testimony from the divine doctor Bai Shui herself. In fact, with Bai Shui's own words, she has already condemned Wang Yuxian to death. In the medical world, Snow has been deified. Her words are the will. Sha Rouj was simply shocked after watching this. "I didn't expect that this so-called expert would be this kind of goods." Pounce. The agent flopped down to her knees. "Diva. I don't know anything. I was just worried about Diva, that's why I hired Wang Yuxian, who knew she cured 3 people to death. Please forgive me as I have been working for Tin Hao. I really only wanted to cure the Heavenly Empress's illness, I didn't know anything." Sha Rouj boarded up her face. "This time, I'll spare you, next time, get the hell out of here." "Thank you, Diva." The agent knelt on the ground and kowtowed with a thud. Sha Rouj looked back at Yi Duan and said, "Damn, Wang Yuxian ran away." Yi Duan said, "She's already a dead man." 100 meters away, Wang Yuxian's corpse could be seen. Sha Rouj was horrified and said, "Ah, really?" Sha Rouj didn't believe it. The agent immediately bent down to put on Sha Rouj's shoes and helped Sha Rouj run outside. Sure enough, he saw that Wang Yuxian had really died outside the villa. The broker also deliberately used a meter ruler to measure, a measurement, and then horrified. Daze it. 100 meters. Not bad at all. How did this happen? Sha Rouj looked at Yi Duan at this time, not only grateful, but also worship. Wang Yuxian deserved to die. But how did Yi Chuan do it? Yi Duan said lightly, it's very simple. Just now, when Wang Yuxian was pushing me, I have closed her whole body acupuncture points, leaving only one hole. Within 100 meters, she will definitely die. Wang Yuxian's body has already been carried away and disposed of by the Yunning property. Sha Rouj turned her head to look at Yi Duan and said, this time, thanks to you, I want to thank you. What do you want? For example, villas, cars, money. Yi Duan said indifferently, all these are useless to me, I am worried about spending my own money. Yi Dus didn't brag, he himself was the sacred healer sect master and possessed mysterious wealth. The several senior sisters were all big shots. So money really didn't have much of an attraction to each one. Sha Rouj blinked her eyes and looked at Yi Duan and said, don't want money, what do you want, ah? What do you want? You don't want my body, do you? Chapter 19, Sha Rouj, you really didn't do anything? Sha Rouj looked at Yi Duan and said, you do not want money, do not want a car house, then what do you want, ah? Yi Chuan said, just gave you a massage for so long, waste me a lot of pure yang qi, this will be hungry, how about, you please me to eat a meal? Eat? Just a meal? Sha Rouj was a bit surprised. Recalling that Yi Chuan had given himself a cure like that, he had just fallen completely asleep. Could it be that Yi Chuan really didn't do anything? Yi Chuan had already guessed the thoughts in Sha Rouj's heart, he said. Do you want to ask if you lost your body just now? There is no such thing, feel it yourself, whether it hurts or not you will know. Sha Rouj felt it, her body was very comfortable, there was no discomfort, and the pain was even less of a thing. Although she was a jade maiden, she also knew that after breaking her body, it would be painful, and she wouldn't have no feeling. She had heard a girlfriend say that after a woman's first time, it would swell and hurt. Her BFF also said that after doing it more often, instead, it would be so good that it would explode. So, the fact that her body didn't feel anything right now meant that what Yi Chen had just said was true. However, Sha Rouj soon became a little depressed, knowing that how many men had craved her body without being able to. Yi Chuan was surprisingly inviolate after she fell asleep? She was a bit skeptical if her attractiveness had declined. Did you really do nothing? Sha Rouj asked. Yi Chen snorted, what do you expect me to do? Sha Rouj covered her face and immediately changed the topic. Your medical skills are amazing. Do you often perform this kind of surgery on people? Yi Dus rubbed his nose, oh no, I never heal people depending on their mood, I don't give all to the doctor. Yi Duan was the master of the Holy Doctor sect, he had countless money, he didn't need to rely on healing to make money. His master has told Yi Chuan since childhood, to be a man is how to be cool, how to come, there is no need to condescend to yourself. Therefore, Yi Chuan also obeyed his master's teachings, nothing to cure diseases, fight bullies, tease beautiful women. Other than that, it's all bullshit. Yi Chuan said, my hungry stomach is gibbering. Sha Rouj immediately said, good, we immediately go to eat a big meal, what do you want to eat? Yi Duan said, favorite steamed bun. Steamed buns? Sha Rouj instinctively looked down at her chest. This guy don't be a double entendre? It feels like he's a little horny. 10 minutes later, an upscale Chinese restaurant. Sha Rouj appeared at the entrance of the Chinese restaurant with a large mask, sunglasses, and a hat, arming himself tightly. Sha Rouj was afraid of being seen by her fans, who were crazy. When they saw her, they would surround her, taking all kinds of pictures, asking for autographs and pictures, disturbing the interest in eating with Yi Duan. Thank you this time, for treating my illness. A week later, I have a fan club, I hope you can attend, at that time, I will give you a surprise. Sha Rouj looked at Yi Chen sweetly and said. Fan club? Yi Duan nodded his head repeatedly, yes, very much looking forward to enjoying your wonderful singing voice. Yi Duan thought in his heart, surprise? What kind of surprise will it be? Here it is. Quickly, quickly. The two were talking when a large group of black-clothed men came outside. The men in black came in and directly surrounded Yi Duan's table. The manager hurriedly jogged in, everyone, what do you want to eat? Just say it, it's free. Rolling. The black-clothed leader kicked the manager in the stomach. The manager was kicked so hard that he sat on his butt on the ground, his face turning white. The surrounding diners were too scared to utter a single breath. That's him. That's right. A man in black pointed at Yi Chuan and said. Yi Duan ate the steamed buns unhurriedly, while Sha Rouj took out a handkerchief and wiped a bit of grease from the corner of Yi Duan's mouth. Sha Rouj asked, is it tasty? Yi Duan nodded, delicious, I just love eating your steamed buns, white, soft, so delicious. Sha Rouj was shy, then I'll treat you to steamed buns in the future, okay? Good. Yi Chuan laughed. The two people were talking and laughing like no one else, as if those black-clothed men were air. The head man in black used his finger to point at Yi Chuan's nose. Bastard! You're dying and you're still eating steamed buns. You go eat shit. Yi Chuan slowly raised his head. Who are you people? What do you want? The man in black said, listen carefully. We're from the Black Dragon Society. Last time, you killed young Master Du Qingdi and escaped. The Black Dragon Society has been looking for you for a long time. Today, you won't be able to escape. Black Dragon Society. When the diners around us heard the words Black Dragon Society, they were all scared out of their wits. Oh, my God. That kid is doomed. The Black Dragon Society is the #1 underground gang in Cloud City. Anyone who offended the Black Dragon Society, none of them had a good ending. When Yi Chuan heard the words Black Dragon Society, he remembered that a few days ago, he had indeed killed the first son of the Black Dragon Society, Du Qingdi. At that time, when Yi Chuan and Bai Shui were having dinner, Du Qingdi wanted Bai Shui to accompany him for dinner and made unreasonable requests, so he was directly smashed by Yi Chuan and cracked Du Qingli's head. Afterwards, because Bai Shui had a cleanliness fetish and didn't want to see the blood, flesh and brains on the floor, she changed places to eat, not that Yi Chuan escaped. The manager heard that it was the Black Dragon Society. Where did he dare to come forward? The black-clothed leader crossed his arms and pointed at Yi Duan and said, Bastard! This is your last supper. Eat up, eat up, eat up and be on your way. The Black Dragon boss said he'll cut you into pieces to avenge his young master's death. Yi Dus said indifferently, I've written down what you all said, I'm pissed off. Ha ha ha. The man in black laughed strangely, and after laughing, he said with a hideous face. What's the point of you being angry? You won't change anything even if you die. Yi Duan said to Sha Rouj. You say, how do you want me to punish these bad guys? Sha Rouj said, I don't want you to get hurt. Yi Duan laughed, they are all scum, they can't possibly hurt me in the slightest, don't worry about it. Sha Rouj smiled and nodded, I trust you. The two people were chattering like a family, completely beside themselves. The black-clothed leader shouted. Give me on. Catch this kid and go back to the Black Dragon Society to ask for credit. A group of black-clothed men showed their weapons and shouted, pouncing towards Yi Chen. Brush. Yi Duan slapped the table. A handful of chopsticks flew out in an extremely strange path. Puff puff puff. 20 black-clothed men, 20 chopsticks passed through their eyebrows and nailed to the pillars. Dead beyond death. The black-clothed leader looked at his men. Surprisingly, all died in an instant. And surprisingly, he didn't see Yi Chuan strike. Fast, just too fast. Simply like a ghost. Yi Chuan slowly raised his eyes, his gaze fixed on the black-clothed leader. It's your turn. The black-clothed head retreated step by step, finally leaning against the pillar, unable to retreat. Caden, Caden, Caden. Yi Duan approached the black-clothed head step by step. Puff. The black-clothed leader's face was white. Big brother, I am a clerk under the Black Dragon, I am following orders, spare my life. Yi Dus voice low. What did you just say to come? Chapter 20 Supreme Dragon Card. The black-clothed leader remembered what he had just said, let Yi Duan eat shit, and at this time was very afraid. However, he gritted his teeth and said, I have just sent a message to the Black Dragon. If you dare to touch me, the Black Dragon will not spare you, and you will die a miserable death. Yi Chuan took his head purpose cell phone and dialed the code name Black Dragon. I am Yi Chuan. Meet me at Henteing Villa 1. I'll be waiting for you. After Yi Chuan finished speaking, he dropped his cell phone and slapped the leader's face. Slap. Yi Duan slapped the leader's face with a big mouth. Half of the ringleader's face was instantly gone. Ah! The surrounding diners were scared out of their wits. It's horrible. So scary. That's too much power, isn't it? Actually, Yi Chuan didn't use any force. Sha Rouj had little stars in her eyes. Too handsome. Yi Chuan's posture is so handsome that it explodes. In Sha Rouj's opinion, a man who can't protect a woman is not a real man. Yi Chen looked back at Sha Rouj, this girl is not simple. The surrounding diners were scared out of their wits, and she wasn't scared at all. Looks like it's not as simple as just being a star. The ringleader almost didn't die of pain. He looked in the mirror and saw that half of his face was gone, a bloody mess. Extremely horrible. Yi Duan's voice was cold. I moved you? What's wrong? Slap. Yi dust slapped the black-clothed leader's face again. Thump. That ringleader's head flew out with a whoosh. Then, with a thud, it hit the glass and fell to the ground, splitting his brain. The surrounding diners all covered their faces and screamed. But there are also bold men said. Ah, don't be afraid, this must be shooting a Hollywood blockbuster, I don't think that's real. The other diners relaxed. Because they had never seen such a powerful man. It was a bit too metaphysical to slap a man's head right out. A person bent down and dipped a drop of blood on the ground and put it under his nose and smelled it, then his face turned pale and said, "This is human blood." Another person picked up half an ear and said, "This is a real ear. It's not fake." Another person pointed to an eyeball on the ground and said with a horrified face, "Oh my God, this is a real eyeball. A human eyeball." In a flash, all the diners looked as if they had seen a ghost and fled with a cry, clutching their heads. Black Dragon Society Headquarters. When Black Dragon heard the phone call Yi Duan just made to him, he stormed. Bullshit. Yi Duan is clearly afraid of me, so he reported a false address. Everyone knows that Hentang Villa 1 is the Zhang family's property, there is no way that Yi Chuan is living there. Come on, give me continue to investigate, must find out the whereabouts of the leaf dust, I want to break his body into pieces. Black Dragon's younger brother, Black Tiger, came and said to Black Dragon. Big brother, do you still remember the 100 million owed by Qianyali? Black Dragon waved his hand, this matter is in your hands, you go and ask for the 100 million gambling debt back. Black Tiger bowed, yes. I will definitely ask for it back. This side of the room, Yi Duan wiped his hands, murmured. No fun, simply two-face, like a small noodle melon. Sha Rouj came over, took up Yi Duan's arm said. These people are really too annoying, just did not eat well, we change a place to continue to eat. Sha Rouj look at Yi Duan's eyes have changed, there is gratitude, more is worship. Such a man has a fatal attraction to women. Yi Chuan said, I'm full. Sha Rouj actually wanted to stay with Yi Chen for a while longer. Yi Duan said, you should buy some underwear, your breast cancer was treated by me, and it got bigger, the underwear can't wrap it. Sha Rouj looked down at her chest, where it was simply like two little bunnies calling out. Yi Chuan's words made Sha Rouj so ashamed that she couldn't find a crack in the ground. Recalling that it was Yi Chen's doing, she blushed even more to her neck. It really was the saying, man's hands, woman's breasts, it's a perfect match. Next, Yi Chuan accompanied Sha Rouj to a high-end underwear store. Sha Rouj said to the clerk. Later I will pay the bill, what good underwear to bring me to try on? Sha Rouj went into the fitting room to try on the underwear, Yi Chuan stood outside and waited. A female sales clerk with a hanging eye pointed at Yi Duan and said. I guess this man is a poor hang, even let the woman pay the bill. Do you believe me? The clerk covered her mouth and bared her teeth. Yi Chuan heard these words, his heart is very uncomfortable, at the moment a wave of the hand. I pay the bill. The sales clerk looked at Yi Chuan with her shoulders clasped. Can you afford it? A total of $800,000. You're just a little white boy who's been adopted, eating soft rice. Yi Duan immediately pointed at the clerk and said. Apologize. Apologize. Apologize to me immediately. Sha Rouj in the fitting room heard Yi Chuan and the people outside arguing, hurriedly ran out of the fitting room to embrace Yi Chuan's arm. Yi Chuan felt a burst of softness hit him and turned around to see that Sha Rouj had run out wearing a corset. This body, it was simply too hot. Yi Chuan looked dumbfounded. Sha Rouj instantly burst a great embarrassment, she was just in a hurry and forgot to wear clothes directly wearing a corset and came out. Fortunately, there were no extra men at this time. Sha Rouj covered her face and turned around and ran in to get dressed again, then quickly came out and asked. What the hell happened? Yi Dust just happened and Sha Rouj said once. Sha Rouj after listening, but instead of Yi Dust said. I like to raise him, how is it? The clerk covered her mouth and laughed, see, even your girlfriend has admitted it, what are you still pretending? Is it so hard to admit that you are a white boy? You must have made her very comfortable, right? You used your mouth, didn't you? Sha Rouj instantly blushed. The thought of a scene like that is really. Yi Duan's voice is cold. I repeat, apologize. The clerk looked at Yi Chuan with his mouth open. Let me apologize? It's easy. You just need to buy the clothes your girlfriend tried on and make the payment. I am at your disposal, otherwise, you will say yourself 3 times that you are a white boy. The dangling I-tip clerk looked like he had eaten up Yi Duan. Yi Duan slapped the table. Manager, give me over. Came. A woman in her 30s wearing a small suit hurriedly ran over. Yi Duan looked at the manager and said, I want to buy all the clothes in this store. Buy all of them? The manager was stunned. The store clerk was stunned. The onlookers were stunned. All the people were stunned. Sha Rouj secretly pulled Yi Duan's arm. Come here. Yi Duan followed and walked to a quiet place. Sha Rouj took out a card and shoved it to Yi Duan. Take it, there is 30 million in this card, enough to buy any clothes in the store. Yi Chuan said, I have money, I'll do it myself. Click, click, click. The flashlight flashed. Sha Rouj turned around just in time to see that the dangling I-tip clerk who had given Yi Duan a hard time was holding up her cell phone to record everything the two of them had just done. Sha Rouj gritted her teeth. This shopgirl is too hateful. I'm sure I'll have to punish her severely later. However, Sha Rouj is still a little worried. Yi Chen, can he really pay all that money? The manager was so excited that his face turned red. Sir, have you really decided to buy all the goods in the store? I just checked in the computer, the total amount is 18 million. Yi Duan took out a card from his pocket and slapped it on the table. The eyes of the shopkeeper took the card and looked. The card is black, there is a golden dragon above, printed with the Arabic numeral 2. The female shopkeeper skimmed her lips and said, Yo! What the hell is this? I've never seen a card like this before. It's a watered-down version of a fake card, isn't it? There's no way there's money here. You're not fooling me. The manager and a group of sales clerks looked at the card, but no one recognized it. The manager looked at Yi Chuan and said, This gentleman, I'm sorry, can you change the card? Just then, he saw a middle-aged fat man accompanying his wife to buy underwear. When he saw the card, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Ah, my God. Oh, my God. When the manager saw the fat man, he hurriedly jogged over. President Zhao. Welcome you and your wife. The man who came is the president of the Bank of Cloud City. The god of wealth of Cloud City. The manager asked, Mr. Zhao, what did you just say? Governor Zhao said with a horrified face. This card is the Supreme Dragon card. Supreme Dragon card? The crowd was stunned. The manager trembled and said, Governor Zhao, what is the Supreme Dragon card? What is the use of it? Governor Zhao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. There are only 10 Supreme Dragon cards in the world. Inside the starting deposit amount of $1 trillion. Many small countries around the world can't even have it. Because it's a symbol of identity and status. This has a 2 engraved on it, which means it's the second one. After Governor Zhao finished speaking, the scene was dead silent. Chapter 21, Black Tiger Forces Debt. The manager's eyelids fluttered as he listened. Heaven! Yi Chuan actually held the second place of the Supreme Dragon card. Too rich. Sha Rouj also changed her face. She didn't expect Yi Chen to not only be rich, but also to have such a terrifying background. Later, must ask Yi Chuan what's going on. Yi Duan looked at the manager and said indifferently, Do you still need me to replace the card? Ah, no need. The manager took the dragon card with trembling hands and swiped the card to pay the bill successfully. A group of female sales clerks saw this, have stuffed Yi Duan business card and their contact information. There were also the bold ones who unbuttoned their necklines by 2 grains, hoping to attract the attention of Yi Duan, the mysterious big brother. $1 trillion. Oh my God. Richer than the kings of many countries. As long as you hugged the big leg, you'd be a chicken and a dog. Yi Chuan directly ignored the frowns of these vulgar fans. Yi Duan's eye socket was extremely high, not any woman could enter his eyes. Yi Duan turned his head to look at the dangling eyes of the female clerk and asked. You just said, as long as I can buy the clothes that Miss Sha just tried on, then you will be at my disposal. Now I buy all the clothes in the store, what else do you have to say? The shopkeeper secretly stuffed a note to Yi Duan at this time, then towards Yi Duan to squeeze his eyebrows. Yi Dus took out the note, read out loud in public. I am willing to be your slave girl, can do anything, kneeling toilet, eat gold, drink holy water, lick your feet, nothing. After the leaf dust read, the crowd all infinite contempt snickered at the hanging I tip female shopkeeper. Sha Rouj abhorred, too disgusting. Simply no bottom line. No wonder she would say something like that, so that's what she is, right? Then it's not surprising. The dangling I tip originally wanted to use her own unique secret to hug Yi Chen's thighs, and her move had been tried and true. However, she had fallen on her sword here in Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan even read it out in public. It was simply throwing her face into space. It was because all along the dangling I tip had been strutting around inside the store, making all the sales clerks look envious. And now Yi Chuan had revealed her old ways, making it impossible for her to gain a foothold. The manager frowned and looked at hanging I tip and said, "You licking dog, you simply have too little bottom line, you are not qualified to be a sales clerk. Roll. Get lost. It's disgusting." Hanger Eyes was directly driven away by the manager and the sales clerks as if they were flies. She'll never be able to hold her head up for the rest of her life. The manager then carefully asked Yi Duan, "Sir, those clothes are packed, where to send them?" "Free delivery." Yi Duan lightly said, "Well, the pink Ms. shall take away, the rest are sent to Hentaying number 1. Yi Dust has long wanted to give Sha Rouj some clothes, he observed that Sha Rouj likes red, Sha Rouj likes pink, perfect stagger. Hentaying 1. The waiter and manager were once again dumbfounded. That was the landmark building of Cloud City. That was where the rich and powerful lived. If these store attendants had felt that it was unreal when they saw the Supreme Dragon card just now, it was incredibly concrete. Hentaying number 1, it fit the identity of a stealthy big brother. Sha Rouj and Yi Duan came out and were also completely shocked. So you live in Hentaying 1? Yi Duan smiled and nodded, yes? Can't I? Of course. Sha Rouj's red face hurriedly shook her head. What shocked me was that it turned out we were neighbors. Yi Duan smiled, you live in number 5, I live in number 1, natural neighbors. This you know? Sha Rouj's face revealed sweet dimples. Is this the legendary fate? It's really marvelous. Sha Rouj's thoughts moved slightly and her breasts trembled. It felt like the man in front of her had infinite charm. His medical skills were out of this world, and he was strong to the point of explosion. He also had money that couldn't be spent in any way. Who in the world is he? Sha Rouj couldn't help but ask this question as she walked out of the clothing store holding Yi Chen's arm. Yi Duan smiled and said, I am Yi Duan ah? Not long ago when you said it? Sha Rouj also stopped pursuing the question and turned to say. A week later, my fan club, you must attend ah. Yi Duan was about to reply, only to see David Jung running over with a face full of blood. Mr. Yi, it's not good. Mr. Su had an accident. Mr. Yi was just about to reply, when David Jung ran over with a bloody face. Yi Dust instantly face cold as iron. Who is it? Who is it? Jung David wiped a handful of blood on his face and said, it's Black Dragon's younger brother, Black Tiger. Mr. Yi asked me to protect Miss Su, I took the Zhang family sons and nephews to protect. As a result, I encountered Black Dragon's younger brother, Black Tiger, bringing his thugs to find Miss Su to demand a debt, saying that Qian Yali previously owed the Black Dragon Club $100 million in gambling debt. I reasoned with Black Tiger, I said I want to repay it, Black Tiger said it is also possible, then give 100 billion in cash. Isn't this forcing people's hand? Although the Zhang family is a first-class family in Cloud City, where can they get 100 billion in cash? The banks can't come up with that kind of money in such a short time. I wanted to call the police, but I was injured by Black Tiger's men, so I rushed here to tell Mr. Yi. Hurry up and go, Mr. Su could be blocked in the house by the Black Tiger. Yi Dust eyes cold, clenched his fist. Black Dragon Society. Dare to touch my wife. Seek death. Sha Rouj covered her heart and finally understood what happened. Sha Rouj had never seen Yi Chen so angry. It felt like the sky was falling. That woman had such a heavy weight in Yi Chen's heart. This pierced Sha Rouj's heart. Without looking back, Yi Chuan turned around and ran. Back! Sha Rouj called out sharply from behind. Yi Duan stopped and didn't turn around, just said. Sorry, I have to rush over right away. Sha Rouj threw a car key directly to Yi Duan and said. This is the Ferrari's car key, drive my car. Yi Chuan took the pink car key and looked down. He raised his head again and an inexplicable emotion arose in his eyes towards Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj was really a very kind girl. Yi Chuan was not a fool, he had already read that Sha Rouj had fallen in love with him from all her behavior. However, Sha Rouj put her fastest sports car in the matter of Sha Rouj's life and death, letting Yi Chuan drive to save Sha Rouj. This kind of bosom had already caused a change in Yi Chuan's heart. Thanks. I will definitely attend your fan club. Yi Duan took the car keys and plunged headlong into the Ferrari sports car. Ta-da-day. The Ferrari went off in a cloud of dust. It went straight to Rouge's company. Along the way, Yi Chuan stared dead ahead. Black Dragon Society, you'd better pray that nothing happens to my woman. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Black Dragon Society. Those who move my woman, I will let you taste what it means to be unable to live, unable to die. The car sped all the way, driving all the way to smoke. At the same time, Rouge Group, the president's office. Black Tiger with a group of men, dominated the office of the main seat. The Black Tiger looked at the beauty is not like words Sha Rouj said. You are Sha Rouj? Qian Yali's only daughter? Secretary Sha Yu's face went white with fear, these evil men were too scary. The two of them, women, were like lambs to the slaughter. Yes, I am Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj was still calm, but her face was also white. Black Tiger said, Qian Yali owes $100 million in gambling debts, you know that, right? Sha Rouj said, the day after tomorrow is due, when the time comes, I will replace it with interest and interest. Snap. Black Tiger slammed the table. It expires today. Sha Rouj took out the note, this is my mom Qian Yali and you signed a bet, black and white, written clearly, due the day after tomorrow. Black Tiger growled, I say when it expires when it expires. Don't talk to me about law and reason. What I say, is the law, is reason. You now need to repay the principal of 100 million, plus interest of 900 million. A total of $1 billion. If you can't pay it back, then take your own body to pay it back. Chapter 22 Wife, I'm coming. The Black Tiger's original form was revealed, his eyes greedily staring at Sha Rouge's delicate body. Those eyes, they simply wanted to pull the clothes off Sha Rouge's body. Brush. Sha Rouj suddenly grabbed a paper cutter on the table and held it under her neck. If you dare to come over again, I will die for you to see. Oops. It is quite powerful, small pepper, I like this kind of small pepper, flavorful. Black Tiger laughed. Suddenly, Black Tiger waved his hand, give me on. Push Sha Yu down and beat her wildly. A group of black-clothed men rushed up and pressed Sha Yu down, kicking and beating her. Sha Yu was beaten and rolled on the ground, her nose was bruised and swollen and she screamed miserably. Don't beat her. Sha Rouge's voice trembled. This matter has nothing to do with Sha Yu. Black Tiger turned his head to look at Sha Rouj. If you want my men to stop, then you have to agree to my demands. You will have to agree to my request to sleep with me, ah. When Black Tiger thought of such a Cloud City goddess being ridden by him, how awesome it would be. But, Sha Rouj was also hot enough. Only then could he force her into submission. Sha Rouge's face was so pale that her nails were picking out blood. Seeing that Sha Rouj was still silent, Black Tiger waved his hand. Come on people. Pluck Sha Yu's clothes and give them to you. Sha Yu was so scared that she held her head and kowtowed to beg for mercy. I don't know anything A group of black-clothed men laughed and said. It's good that you don't know, next, you will know everything. Do not. Sha Rouge's eyes are firm. Let Xiao Ye go. Black Tiger looked at Sha Rouj, so you agree to my request? Sha Rouj just about to nod, only to hear a roar. Stop. Immediately after, the door to Rouge's office was slammed open with a thump. A silhouette leapt out of the Ferrari. The figure drew a perfect arc in the air and picked up Sha Rouj. Then, it flipped and flipped in the air. Sha Rouge's eyes widened, and when she saw clearly that it was Yi Chuan, she tightly jumped into Yi Chuan's arms. You have finally come. Yi Chuan said in a low voice, Wife, I am late, are you alright? Sha Rouj shook her head and nodded. Everything is okay, if you come a little later, I will. Sha Rouj couldn't say any more, and Yi Chuan also understood Sha Rouge's subtext below. He bared his eyes and landed on the ground holding Sha Rouj. Nest. The Black Tiger saw clearly that it was Yi Chuan and said with a disdainful face. Which one did I think it was? It turns out to be you brat. why don't you hide? Why don't you keep hiding? Previously, Yi Duan had told Black Dragon that he was living in Hentang Villa 1 and asked Black Dragon to go over and look for him. As a result, Black Dragon thought that Yi Chuan was lying and bragging and didn't deserve to live in Hentang 1. So instead of going to look for him, he thought that Yi Chuan was deliberately reporting a false address, fearing the Black Dragon Society. Xiao Yu hurriedly hid behind Yi Duan at this time, trembling. Yi Chuan said, "Xiao Yu, don't be afraid. Everything has me, these people, in my eyes, are small scum, not even ants." Black Tiger crossed his waist and pointed at Yi Chuan and said, "Bastard. You've come at the right time, then I'll play with your woman in front of you, let you watch with your eyes open." Yi Chuan looked at Black Tiger and said, "With your words, you are already dead 10 times. Black Tiger laughed, "Brat, you are number 1 in mouth cannon. Come on people, give me on. Break his limbs and bring him back to Black Dragon headquarters. The woman stays with me." The 20 fighters held weapons, let out a shout and lunged towards Yi Duan. Xiao Yu was so scared that she closed her eyes, but Sha Rouj was much calmer. Because Sha Rouj had seen what Yi Chuan could do. Yi Chuan had once exterminated the original Su family and Zhao family in half an hour. These people that Black Tiger brought with him were still almost meaningless compared to the Zhao family. Therefore, Sha Rouj was not worried. Thump! Yi Chuan slapped Sha Rouj's desk. The box of toothpicks on the desk flew out with a brush. Immediately followed by a poof poof poof. Black Tiger's 20 men were all lying on the ground, dead. These people didn't even know how they died. They didn't see how Yi Chuan struck. It was fast. Too fast. Like a ghost. Ah! When Black Tiger saw this, he couldn't help but frown and his pupils shrank. He knew that Yi Chuan had some tricks up his sleeve, but he hadn't thought that Yi Chuan would be so powerful as this. These 20 henchmen hadn't even touched the corner of Yi Chuan's clothes. They all died at the same time. What kind of terrifying battle power is this? After Xiao Yu saw Yi Chuan destroy the fighters brought by Black Tiger's men, her eyes lit up. She thought that Yi Chen was too handsome. To be Yi Chen's woman was simply too happy. Even if it was just for one night, it would be fine. However, Xiao Yu knew that with her status, she was worthy of just thinking about it. Yi Chuan walked towards Black Tiger step by step, his eyes were cold, and an endless killing chance filled the air. Black Tiger stepped back, his legs trembled. But when Black Tiger thought that behind him was the Black Dragon Society, he straightened his back and said, "You don't come over. I'm Black Dragon's brother. If you dare to touch me, my brother Black Dragon will never let you go and will exterminate your 9 clans. At that time you will die a miserable death. Your woman will also be tortured miserably." Yi Duan nodded, "Indeed, your words reminded me." When Black Tiger saw Yi Dus say so, he immediately got high and mighty. "So, you now kneel down and kowtow to me and confess your sins. And, take off your woman's clothes and give them to me, I can put in a good word in front of my big brother and leave you a dog's life." Yi Dust's eyes blazed, "Your words reminded me that it would be too cheap to let you die straight away." Yi Dust grabbed Black Tiger's hair and picked him up like a small chicken. Black Tiger was scared out of his wits. "My brother is Black Dragon. You dare to move." Gabba, gabba. A sound of bones breaking came through the air. The sound of bones cracking came through the air. Black Tiger's bone head was pinched into an inch long, section by section. "It hurts like hell." That's not all. Then, each one stepped on Black Tiger's crotch. A hard crush. Ah, the Black Tiger howled like a pig being killed. All 4 limbs were broken. Pain, pain, pain. The boundless pain caused the Black Tiger to nearly faint. However, how could Yi Chuan let the Black Tiger faint? A slap on the Black Tiger's face. The Black Tiger was in pain, but he didn't faint. It's called a living hell. The hotel manager trembled and ran over. "Big brother, no, grandpa." Yi Dust voice cold, "Go, send the Black Tiger to the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. Tell Black Tiger, tonight at 10 o'clock, let Black Dragon with all the people to Rouj group to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, otherwise, I will step on the Black Dragon Club." Chapter 23 Black Dragon, I'm coming. The manager trembled with fear and led the people to carry the Black Tiger directly to the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society to send a letter. What? Black Dragon looked at his brother was wasted, turned into a eunuch, cannot help but burst into a rage. "Bastard! I don't share the same fate as you. I will cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The black dragon was really angry. The former Yichuan had once smashed his son Duchengdi's head, and the debt had yet to be settled. Now Yichuan had wasted his own brother again, turning his brother into a eunuch. This was simply a great humiliation to him, Black Dragon. Black Dragon ordered people to take Black Tiger down to heal his wounds. He went into the secret room and made a phone call. Lord Chrysanthemum, please deal with Yi Duan, according to the previous reward of $10 million, not a penny less. An old voice came from the phone. $10 million. Deal. Black Dragon Road nodded and agreed. Grandma Chrysanthemum is ranked 10th in the country of Daxia. She is at the peak of harmonization power. Destroying Yi Dust is as easy as a slap in the face. Although Granny Chrysanthemum asked for $10 million, but when she thought that she could take back the Rueishue group after destroying Yi Duan, she would be able to earn the money back. It was definitely worth it. With Granny Chrysanthemum at the helm, the corners of the Black Dragon's mouth revealed a killing machine. Yi Duan. This time, where are you going to run? 10 of you can't be Granny Chrysanthemum's match. Granny Chrysanthemum rushed to the Black Dragon Society headquarters overnight. Black Dragon personally got up to greet him and showed Grandma Chrysanthemum the information he knew about Yi Duan. After reading it, Granny Chrysanthemum threw the information on the ground. What kind of expert did I think it was? I thought it was some kind of master, but it turned out to be a little kid. Are you playing with me? Black Dragon hurriedly said, Grandma Chrysanthemum, this Yi Duan is very good. He smashed my son's head with a slap, and also crippled his younger brother, and... Never mind. Granny Chrysanthemum's walking stick stumbled to the ground. Since I am here, I will help you to exterminate it. I don't care about the rest. The Black Dragon Club waved their arms. Yi Duan. Tonight is the night of your death. At the same time, Sha Rouj asked someone to clean the president's office and wipe the floor clean. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Sha Rouj had already experienced it once, so she was very calm. After all finished, Yi Duan then asked, how did the Black Tiger find you all head? According to say, you will not provoke to the Black Dragon Society? Sha Rouj said, is not my mom Qianyili owed gambling debt trouble? I promised to repay the gambling debt. I also promised to give interest. According to the highest interest, I give 10 million. However, the Black Tiger Lion's mouth even want the principal 100 million, interest 900 million. Simply a lion's mouth. Yi Duan Dao, Qianyali should not owe money to the Black Dragon Society. What money can be borrowed? People are pit father, Qianyali is pit daughter, to the death. Sha Rouj leaned her head on Yi Duan. I really dare not imagine, if there is no you, what will happen to me? Without Yichuan, she is now someone else's big toy. She'd still be a plaything. Sha Rouj suddenly knows a move. By the way, where have you been these days? You smell of perfume. Paris No. 5 perfume. A woman's. Say, are you going to find a woman behind my back? Yichuan hurriedly said, no, I'm a doctor I give an old woman treatment. Sha Rouj knows incitement, not right, here is another hair, 400 millimeters long, burgundy, woman's, age should not exceed 25 years old. Yichuan was greatly embarrassed. Sha Rouj mind was too fine. This could all be discovered. It was also because he was too careless. When he was treating Sha Rouj, her hair fell on himself and forgot to take it off. As a result, he gave Sha Rouj caught it. Yichuan thought in his heart, how did Master manage to get rid of these women? And all of them were at peace with each other. He had only just begun and was discovered by Sha Rouj. Yi Duan said, I was afraid that you would think too much, so I said it was an old woman. Her name is Sha Rouj, this year 22 years old, got a terminal disease, I gave treatment. You were safe this time, all because of Police Ferrari. It was Rouj Xiao who gave me the Ferrari to drive so I could come and save you in such a short time. Look, the Ferrari is a total loss. Sha Rouj said after seeing it. This person, the most dislike is lying people. As long as you say clearly, I will be unreasonable. By the way, you said Sha Rouj is not a Jade Diva. Yi Dust said, yes, it is her. Yi Duan hurriedly said, wife, I love you the most, other women are floating clouds. Okay, wife, you are too tired, husband give you a massage. Yichuan picked up Sha Rouj, closed the door with a thump, and then exerted all his strength to massage Sha Rouj. An extreme sense of comfort spread through Sha Rouj's delicate body, making her unable to resist, almost screaming out. Yi Chen's technique was simply too good. It was too refreshing. The tension, fatigue of the past few days were all released by Yichuan's massage. Yichuan said, "Wife, in a few days, when you're done, I'll give you a big surprise." Sha Rouj's eyes smiled into a crescent moon. "Great, I also intend to finish busy, give you a surprise." The two hearts are looking forward to each other's surprise. Soon, Sha Rouj fell asleep. Yichuan took the door and walked out. Yichuan made a call to David Zhang and asked David Jung to bring someone to protect Sha Rouj. Although, Yichuan knew that Zhang's family was not good enough to be used, but, at the moment, it could only be like this. In the future, Yichuan planned to find Sha Rouj a better bodyguard to protect her. Right now, Yichuan was going to the Black Dragon Society to settle the score. Black Dragon Society headquarters. "Come, Lord Chrysanthemum, drink, drink." The Black Dragon raised his cup, and the crowd celebrated by drinking with joy and smiles. "Because, tonight, we'll beat the shit out of Yi Shui. A snowball's worth of shame. Black Dragon has called all the masters here, plus there's Granny Chrysanthemum in attendance. Yi Dust coming is a death sentence." Report, report. A black-clothed boy ran in a panic. Because of the rush, shoes also ran off one. Black Dragon Big Curtain held down the table, sullen face, scolded. "Panic what? Useless thing." Black Boy kneeling on the ground said. "Came. Yi Duan is here." Black Dragon backhands drink, afraid of what? "On our side, we have prepared 100 fighters and 10 masters, as well as Lord Chrysanthemum in the town." "How many men did Yichuan bring with him?" The man reported, "It's 2 people, Yi Duan is carrying a blanket, and a person is rolled up in the blanket, revealing a leg." After hearing this, the Black Dragon laughed and said, "It must be that Yi Duan was scared to death, so he washed his wife Sha Rouj and sent her to my bed, praying for me to spare him from death." Black Dragon Club crowd also all said, "It must be so. Yichuan is afraid of the Black Dragon Society, so sending his wife was a wise move. Otherwise, he'd be in deep shit today." Grandma Chrysanthemum skimmed her mouth and her cane stumbled to the ground. "A piece of shit that is not a piece of shit, to ask me to take action, it is simply an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito." Ha 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 ha, the Black Dragon Society crowd laughed their heads off. Gulp. Just as the crowd was laughing, suddenly there was a blackness in front of their eyes. A black shadow appeared in the middle of the field. The crowd rubbed their eyes before they could see that it was Yi Duan walking and carrying a roll of blanket. Yi Duan blanket was placed on the ground and stood there with his head bowed. When the Black Dragon saw this, he pointed at Yi Dust with his hand. "Tai. Brat. You know you are afraid of me now? It's too late. Someone come. Open the blanket. I'm going to fuck Sha Rouj in front of everyone." "Yes, sir. Boss." For boys in black jacked up their arms and opened the blanket one layer at a time. When the last layer was opened, the 4 boys sat on their asses. Ah. Oh, my God. The scene of the crowd all stretched their necks to look at the blanket on the ground on the person, and then face suddenly changed. Chapter 24. More garbage is still garbage. When the Black Dragon Society people saw the person on the carpet, they were instantly shocked. Because that person wasn't Lin Qingshui at all, but Black Dragon's old man, Old Black Dragon. At this moment, Old Black Dragon was already dead. Ah! The crowd was horrified. It was the same as saying that Yichuan had killed Black Dragon's old man right in front of their eyes. And they were still drinking and celebrating. The crowd has not yet waited to slow down, only to see a black-clothed man panicked and ran in to report. "Report is bad, the second master Black Tiger is dead." "What? What? The second master, Black Tiger, is also dead?" The crowd was again shocked. Without a doubt, this was all Yi Chen's doing. Whether it was Black Tiger or Elder Black, they were all in the most secretive and safest place in the Black Dragon Society. But now they were all killed by Yichuan, and they didn't even know it. It is the same as saying that Yi Duan entered the Black Dragon Club, the headquarters, like no one's business. Black Dragon coldly said, "Humph. Black Tiger's tendons and bones were all broken and he became a eunuch, it's normal for him to die. The old man is old, it's just in the next 2 days, there's nothing to be surprised about. Everyone, don't be alarmed. Don't be fooled." The crowd laughed and laughed again, looking at Yi Chen like he was a fool. The crowd saw that Yichuan was only in his 20s this year, and did not have a bit of fame or influence in Cloud City, and was no different from an ordinary person. So these people didn't take Yi Chen seriously either. Only Granny Chrysanthemum was secretly surprised. Granny Chrysanthemum was a martial arts expert. She was naturally able to tell that Yi Duan was absolutely extraordinary. Not to mention, the Black Dragon Society had already transferred all 10 of their top 10 experts and 100 senior fighters tonight. And Yi Chuan was able to appear directly in front of the crowd without God realizing it, which in itself showed Yi Chuan's strength was extraordinary. Black Dragon skimmed his mouth and pointed at Yi Duan with his hand. Bastard! You've got a lot of guts. How dare you kill my son and scare my brother and father to death? Today, I will let you know that life is worse than death. Yi Chuan scanned the surroundings, noting that the Black Dragon Society is in full force today. The Black Dragon's top 10 villains. There are also 100 fighters. There is also a wife sitting on top. Yi Duan said lightly, a bunch of trash. Black Dragon angrily, brat. I think you are really ignorant. I have 100 fighters. I have the top 10 villains. I also have Granny Chrysanthemum, who is ranked among the top 10 martial artists in the Great Summer Country, in my corner. When Black Dragon spoke of Granny Chrysanthemum, he purposely increased his tone. Because, as long as one is a martial artist, one should know what the top 10 rankings mean? It meant a group of people at the top of the pyramid of battle power in the Great Summer Country. Yi Duan said indifferently, even more trash is still trash. Black Dragon shouted angrily, how dare you? How dare you call Grand Xia Country's top 10 ranked Grandma Chrysanthemum trash? You are finished. Black Dragon pointed with his hand, give me on. Destroy this arrogant brat. Hula. 100 black-clothed fighters surrounded Yi Duan in the center like a pack of vicious wolves. Brush. Yi Chuan's sleeves moved slightly. 100 fighters instantly fell to the ground, all bleeding from their 7 orifices. They couldn't be more dead. And all of this happened in a split second. Yi Chuan stood with his hands folded, a bunch of ants, what a stench. Ha! When the 10 villains saw this, they couldn't help but turn white. They were standing behind the man in black, they didn't even see Yi Chuan make a move and just died like that? 100 dead at once? A whole section of them? That's too fast, isn't it? It's not logical. Go on. Black Dragon jumps to his feet. Yi Duan. Don't use poison if you can. What's the point of using poison? The Black Dragon thought that Yi Duan's use of poison must have caused these people to suddenly fall to the ground and bleed to death. Only Granny Chrysanthemum frowned more tightly. She could already see that the 100 fighters had been injured by a strong internal force and died on the ground. They were not poisoned at all. Yi Chuan said lightly, poison? You're not worth using poison on, are you? You're overestimating yourself. You didn't use poison? If you didn't use poison, how could you bleed from your 7 orifices? The Black Dragon's bloodshot eyes drank. The 10 evil men walked forward and used their knives to pick apart the clothes of a black-clothed man and then said in surprise, my God! These men in black have all been shattered into mincemeat. There was only the outer layer of skin left. Click, click, click. The 10 villains then picked apart the clothes and pants of dozens of black-clad men. The results were all the same, the internal organs and bones had all become minced meat. The blood was red. There was no sign of poisoning. Black Dragon was also taken aback. He thought that Yi Chuan knew martial arts, but he didn't expect Yi Chuan to be so tough. Without even moving, 100 of his own fighters had been shattered into minced meat. There was just a layer of skin left wrapped around the exterior. Black Dragon glanced at Granny Chrysanthemum and straightened his back again. So what? So what? You are a clown in front of Granny Chrysanthemum. Grandma Chrysanthemum can kill you with a single finger. Grandma Chrysanthemum's old face grunted, and she cursed in her heart. Damn! This is simply putting me on the fire. She already understood that she was no match for Yi Chen. She came here to earn money, not to get killed. The Black Dragon pointed at Yi Duan with his hand. Top 10 villains. Today is your chance. Don't worry and be bold on the ground. There is Granny Chrysanthemum to press the battlefield. Originally, the 10 villains were already scared out of their wits. Yi Chuan's strength is beyond their imagination. And it's not scientific. However, in their hearts, they recognized a dead reason. That is, after all, Yi Duan is unknown, and Granny Chrysanthemum is on the list of top 10 masters. That means Granny Chrysanthemum must be better than Yi Duan. And Granny Chrysanthemum won't watch them fail. Based on this logic, the top 10 villains all rose up, exerted their milk strength, and rushed towards Yi Chuan. You go to hell. Yi Duan stood still, narrowed his eyes and looked at the 10 villains. Looking for death. The Black Dragon said smugly with his hands behind his back. Yi Duan was stunned. Get him dead. Click, 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 click. The 10 evil men were secretly happy. It looks like Yi Chuan is also afraid of Granny Chrysanthemum. Dumbstruck. It's the right time to get credit, charge. The 10 villains simultaneously swung their swords to look at Yi Chuan's vital parts. Bone crunching. The 10 villains stood rigidly still, the posture of swinging their swords remained the same. Yet their heads had been cut off. It was only after a second that the 10 evil men collapsed with a bang. The 10 villains didn't understand why Granny Chrysanthemum didn't make a move. Where was the promised bottom card? Yi Duan looked at the 10 evil men indifferently. It's meaningless, too facile, no power to fight at all. Ah. The Black Dragon took 2 steps backward. He did not expect that the 10 villains did not hurt Yi Chuan in the slightest, but was instead cut off by Yi Chuan's head at the same time. Still, he didn't see how it was struck. Black Dragon's gaze slowly looked towards Granny Chrysanthemum. Please ask Granny Chrysanthemum to make a move to kill Yi Duan and double the honorarium. Chapter 25 Granny Chrysanthemum, I want to be your dog. Although it was Yi Duan who destroyed 100 black-clad fighters in a row. He also cut off the heads of the top 10 villains, but the Black Dragon still did not admit defeat. He still has the bottom card of Granny Chrysanthemum. Black Dragon offered to double the reward for Granny Chrysanthemum to kill Yi Duan. Black Dragon did some calculations in his mind, although $20 million was enough to hurt him. But if after killing Yi Chen, he could then swallow Rouj Shuigroup to replenish his own blood, it was still very cost-effective, provided that he had to kill Yi Chen. So the Black Dragon proudly looked at Yi Duan and said, The 100 black people who died just now, they are just ordinary martial artists, just advanced. And the 10 evil people are all Xian realm martial artists. Do you know what strength is the Chrysanthemum, Granny? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Granny Chrysanthemum is the peak of the Xian realm. She's half a step away from being an innate master. Do you know what it means? A master is the ceiling of a martial artist. So today, you're dead. After you die, I'll take care of your wife for you. All kinds of positions, all kinds of tricks, how about it? Isn't it sour enough? Ah, the Black Dragon laughed triumphantly. Granny Chrysanthemum beamed her old face and thought in her heart, this Black Dragon is purely looking for death. Yi Chuan's battle power had exceeded her imagination. It made her think of one person. The number 1 person in the martial ranking. If it really was, then today was considered a complete kick in the teeth. It was ridiculous that Black Dragon, like a clown, was jumping waves in front of a supreme expert. After Black Dragon finished speaking, he proudly turned back to Granny Chrysanthemum and said, Granny Chrysanthemum, you can make your move to kill Yi Duan. Ahem. Granny Chrysanthemum stiffly stood up from her seat, then walked to Yi Duan. Suddenly, she bowed to the ground at Yi Duan. Good day, Mr. Yi. Ah. Black Dragon was instantly struck by lightning. Paralyzed. What's going on? Why is Granny Chrysanthemum bowing to Yi Chuan? Is Grandma Chrysanthemum blind? Or is she out of her mind? He paid double. $20 million, that's 0.5 billion ya. Black Dragon hurriedly said, Granny Chrysanthemum. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Granny Chrysanthemum turned back to Black Dragon and said, The cooperation between us is cancelled, I won't take this deal anymore. Black Dragon instantly turned pale. Granny Chrysanthemum, we had a deal, isn't this a bad idea? I'm willing to continue to raise your money, $30 million. You help me kill Yi Duan. Granny Chrysanthemum was indifferent. $500 million. Black Dragon screamed in desperation. $1 billion. I'll give you everything I'm worth and beg you to kill Yi Chuan, okay? Black Dragon was about to cry. Granny Chrysanthemum is his last card. If Chrysanthemum refuses to make a move, then not only will he not be able to keep his money, his life will have to be taken as well. Grandma Chrysanthemum moved. Black Dragon was delighted. Really, money can make the devil to push mill. Black Dragon in the heart of the mind has already thought. Everything he lost can be from the Rouj Group there to get back. Rouj Group is now the largest group of companies in Cloud City, which equals to no loss. The prerequisite was that he had to kill Yi Chen. Granny Chrysanthemum shook her head and said, I won't kill Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is a good person, you should have died a long time ago. Yi Duan had been coldly watching the conversation between the two. When Granny Chrysanthemum finished speaking, she turned to Yi Duan and smiled. Mr. Yi, I have now decided to defect to Mr. Yi. I will do whatever you tell me to do, and I will bite whoever you tell me to bite. Black Dragon was instantly struck by heavenly thunder. Not only did Granny Chrysanthemum fall in line, but she also became a licking dog. One of the top 10 ranked top 10 experts was so groveling to each one. Black Dragon was so angry that he spat out blood. You, Granny Chrysanthemum. Granny Chrysanthemum turned her face to show a fierce look. If I knew that it was Mr. Yi that you asked me to deal with, I would never have come. You really deserve to die. Putting me in a dangerous situation. Flop. Black Dragon's bottom card was flopped. He knelt at Yi Duan's feet in despair. Big brother. Ah no, Grand Master. I know I'm wrong. Please spare me, I can give you money, all my assets, and my wife and my women. My women are all young, none over 23 years old. Yi Duan coldly grunted, do you think I could possibly promise you? Black Dragon kowtowed like garlic, my daughter is 18 years old, a pink flower. Give it to Mr. Yi, just how you want to hobnob. Just beg Mr. Yi to spare my life. Bang bang bang. Black Dragon kowtowed and bled. Yi Duan sneered, you went so far as to use your own daughter as a meat shield in order to stay alive yourself. Do you know that I hate people like you the most? If I let you go, it would be blasphemy to my wife, Sha Rouj. Granny Chrysanthemum suddenly forked her 5 black fingers. Put. 5 fingers plunged into the Black Dragon's face. 5 bloody holes, gurgling and bleeding. The Black Dragon wailed in terror. He never expected that the expert he spent a lot of money to hire would brutally kill him. And it was still a sneak attack. Granny Chrysanthemum's weirdness was beyond imagination. Puff. Black Dragon's body fell to the ground in a paralyzed heap. Granny Chrysanthemum ate the blood from her fingers cleanly, then turned around and knelt at Yi Duan's feet. Lord Mr. Yi. Look, did I do okay? Yi Duan looked at Granny Chrysanthemum indifferently. You want me to be my dog? Yes. Granny Chrysanthemum had a smile piled on her face. In front of absolute strength, only self-preservation is king. Only with life can we have everything. Otherwise, what is the use of asking for money? Yi Duan's voice was cold, it's fine. Thank you, master. Granny Chrysanthemum kowtowed like a chicken pecking at rice. Yi Dus continued, I have one condition, that is, you have to beat me to be qualified to be my dog. Granny Chrysanthemum instantly froze. What did you say? Yi Duan said indifferently, because, in my life, what I hate most is a traitor. It is to turn against the enemy in battle. Everything is based on strength. Catch 3 moves from me before you are qualified to be my dog. Okay. Granny Chrysanthemum stood up from the ground. What Yichuan said was that if you catch 3 moves, you can live. Granny Chrysanthemum suddenly pressed the switch in the iron battle. Brush. A dagger ejected from the walking stick, and like the speed of light, it stabbed towards Yichuan's brow. Chapter 26 Data Loss. Granny Chrysanthemum violently pressed the switch in the iron crutch. A black dagger swished towards Yichuan's brow. Yichuan didn't even raise his eyelids, always standing with his hands behind his back. Jia Jia. Granny Chrysanthemum laughed viciously and strangely. I've never seen someone who can pretend so well. You go to hell. Ding. Granny Chrysanthemum was laughing, when suddenly, she felt a coldness in the center of her eyebrows. Plop. The dagger pierced right through the center of her brow, nailing Granny Chrysanthemum to a pillar. Granny Chrysanthemum screamed. How did he do that? How did he do it? Too fast. Obviously the dagger was stabbing at Yichuan, how did it fly backwards? With her being in the top 10 of the martial arts rankings, she was unable to make a single move. Yichuan said indifferently, the so-called Peak Shen realm, half-step sec master, in my eyes, is nothing. Granny Chrysanthemum stared at her dead fish-like eyes and asked. You, who the hell are you? Ye Dus said indifferently, you are not qualified to know who I am. What I cultivate with you guys is not the same path, you will never understand. Granny Chrysanthemum deflated her mouth and said, Humph, could it be that you are a legendary immortal cultivator? Granny Chrysanthemum's blood had already flowed out more than half, her face was ashen, her lips trembling, she said. If I die, you didn't win either. Because, my sister Bai Yang Lu will not let you go. Yi Chuan just wanted to ask where Bai Yang Lu was when Granny Chrysanthemum directly slapped her brain. With a look of resentment, she died with her eyes open. Yi Duan's voice was ice cold. Regardless of white Yan Lu black Yan Lu, come one, come two, kill a pair. Yi Dus left the Black Dragon Society without looking back. 10 minutes later, Cloud City shook. All the big clans and underground forces were talking about this. I heard that the Black Dragon Society was destroyed. 100 black cloth fighters, the top 10 villains, all of them are dead beyond repair. And the top 10 in the martial arts ranking, Granny Chrysanthemum, also died at the Black Dragon Society headquarters. All exterminated by a mysterious figure. I heard that the Black Dragon Society went to New Shui Group to collect debts and offended New Shui Group, that's why they ended up like this. It's horrible. All the big families and forces in Cloud City are restraining their sons and nephews from publicizing themselves, in order not to offend this mysterious figure in Cloud City. As powerful as the Black Dragon Society, and with the top 10 ranked cards of the Great Summer Country, all of them can go up in smoke in a moment. They can only be cannon fodder. Meanwhile, a certain villa abroad. An 18-year-old woman in green sat on a fragrant soft collapse. A maid reported through the beaded curtains. Your lord, Granny Chrysanthemum was killed by the Great Summer Kingdom. What? The green-clothed woman was furious. Check for me. If you dare to kill my sister, I will kill his whole family. It turns out that Granny Chrysanthemum and Yan Lu are twin sisters. Willow absorbed too much nutrients in her mother's body and grew up to be so tender. Chrysanthemum was deprived of nutrients. From the moment she was born, Chrysanthemum suffered from a strange disease, rapid aging. At the age of 10, it is equivalent to an 80-year-old woman. Chrysanthemum is only 17 this year. But she is like a 100-year-old woman. Bai Yan Lu doted on his sister to no end. He didn't want to fall in Dasha. It made Bai Yang Lu furious. Give me the investigation. I must find the murderer. I'll kill him in pieces. I'll avenge my poor sister's death. Yes, master. Several men in black led the way. Soon disappeared into the night. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night when Yi Chuan returned to Ru Shui Group. Sha Rouj was still busy organizing information. Yi Chuan went in and asked, Wife, you still haven't slept? To pay attention to rest, money is not enough, say a word, I will give you. Sha Rouj softly said, soon, the information immediately finishing, the pharmaceutical factory to start. By the way, how is the Black Dragon Club side? Yi Duan smiled and said, it's fine, in the future, the Black Dragon Club will never look for you to ask for money again. This matter, I have completely solved it. Whoever dares to touch my woman, I will kill him. A happy smile rose on Sha Rouj's face. A man like this was just too secure. Without Yi Chuan, it was unimaginable that she would become the prey of the Black Dragon Society. Yi Chuan laughed, I helped you solve another crisis, how should you thank me? Sha Rouj said, all said, the information immediately finishing, the drug factory immediately put into operation, and so busy this bout, must give you a surprise yo. Yi Chuan stood on the side of Sha Rouj, looked down, just could see the scenery inside Sha Rouj. A white tender career line suddenly entered Yi Chuan's eyes. It made Yi Chuan's mouth a little dry in an instant. Yi Chuan reached his hand in and gently held it. Agu Sha Rouj was concentrating on writing a report, and was suddenly attacked by Yi Chuan, and could not help but have a red face. Immediately followed by the body also trembled. She was still a girl, she had never been so with a man before, and on her lips, she said, You sneak attack me, you are so bad. However, it was as if she was electrocuted, and it was hard for her to get rid of herself. Just then, bam! Xiaoyu pushed the door in, and after seeing this scene, she hurriedly covered her face. You guys continue, I didn't see anything. Sha Rouj then pushed away Yi Chuan, this guy can lose adults. Yi Chuan heatedly smiled, Wife, then I go back, something you call me. The Black Dragon Club has been completely resolved, the Cloud City temporarily stabilized, Yi Chuan then assured departure. Sha Rouj asked with a red face, Xiaoyu, do you have something to do? Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed and said, haven't you seen the news? There was a big earthquake in Cloud City. Sha Rouj froze, earthquake? What's the situation? Xiaoyu then sent the cell phone link to Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj took a look. The first news was the news that the Black Dragon Society was exterminated last night. At this point, Sha Rouj had already guessed that it was Yi Chen's doing. The second message, it was the Rouj group, becoming the #1 mansion in Cloud City. Xiaoyu had a face of excitement. Mr. Suyu had become the richest man in Cloud City. Rouj Group has become the #1 group company in Cloud City. Xiaoyu also faced proud. Working for the #1 company, not only do you earn more, but you also have more face. Yi Chuan is really capable. To be Yi Chen's woman, simply happy. Sha Rouj laughed, triple your salary, $30,000 a month. Thank you, Mr. Su. Xiaoyu jumped up with joy. At the same time, Yi Chuan returned to Hentang #1 villa, his cell phone rang. Yi just looked down and saw that it was Sha Rouj calling. Last time, thanks to Sha Rouj's Ferrari sports car, he arrived at Rouj Group in time. Rescuing Sha Rouj from the hands of the Black Tiger, Yi Chuan picked up the phone and said to Sha Rouj, thank you. Sha Rouj said, the one who should be thankful is me, thanks to you for treating my breast cancer last time and saving my life and dignity. Sha Rouj blushed scarlet, remembering Yi Chen's cure. She was sweet and shy. Sha Rouj asked, by the way, will my disease recur? Yi Chuan smiled and said, it's fine, if it recurs, I'll treat you again. Don't worry, I can treat any disease, any part. Sha Rouj instantly blushed to the neck, go to your, with you to say serious, a week after the fan meeting, you must go. I've purposely reserved a front row seat for you. Yi Duan nodded, okay, definitely go. After putting down the phone, Sha Rouj was somewhat powerless. What's wrong with me? Knowing that he has a wife, I still can't help but miss him? A night without words. The next day at noon, Yi Chuan received a call from Sha Rouj. Yi Chuan, it's bad. The information that I have been working on for so many days has been stolen. Whoops. Yi Duan heard this and jumped up with a pang. What? 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 I'll be right there. Yi Duan hurriedly put on his clothes with an icy face. Dare to steal my wife's hard-earned information? Find death. Chapter 27, John Euro, do you have a girlfriend? Yi Duan hurriedly rushed to Rouj Group. Sha Rouj was whimpering and crying, her eyes were red from crying. Yi Duan held Sha Rouj in his arms. Honey, don't cry. In the end, what happened? Who actually stole your information? Hubby will definitely get it back for you. Yi Chen clenched his fists, dared to steal his woman's things, looking for death. Sha Rouj raised her head, I buried my head for 7 days and 7 nights and finally organized the information and experimental data. The new drug is planning to go on the market, I don't want the information and experimental data to be stolen at this juncture. In this case, all my hard work will be wasted. The company, too, will face the danger of shutting down or even going bankrupt. Sha Rouj's chest was heaving, obviously devastated. Yi Chuan said, don't worry wife, I will get it back for you, no matter who it is, not even the King of Heaven. Do you have a clue? Yi Chuan hadn't been at the company much for a while, so it was impossible to deduce who had stolen Sha Rouj's treatment and experimental data. Sha Rouj raised her head and analyzed. My guess is that it should be Liu Piao from the ancient city of Dongjiang province. Liu Piao is the general manager of Liu's group and is also in the medicinal material business, and there is a great deal of competition with Rouj Group's medicinal materials. A few days ago, Liu Piao found me and said he wanted to acquire the information and experimental data, which I refused. He then got annoyed and said we'll see. Then today, the information and experimental data was stolen. It is likely that Liu Piao did it. Yi Duan nodded, okay, I know. I will go to Dongjiang province and take a trip to get back the information and experimental data. Sha Rouj said, you can't recognize the authenticity of the information and experimental data, so let the company's vice president, John Euro, go with you. She is familiar with this area and she is the vice president in charge of this project. Yi Chuan nodded, okay. Half an hour later, Yi Dust met John Euro in the vice president's office. John Euro was in her 30s, with a convex front and curved back, full of the flavor of a mature woman. John Euro frowned at Yi Duan. Are you good? Yi Chuan put his hands in his pockets. Why don't we go to the bed and compete? You will know if I can do it or not. Jiang Euro instantly read. You, I ask, is you so thin, when to be beaten out how to do? I still have to protect you? You have to know, Liu Xiaojie is a ruthless person. I used to work for Zhao's company, and Liu Xiaojie has dealt with many times. I know he is a very bad person to deal with, one hand white, one hand black, many people in his hands have suffered big losses. Yi Duan said, there is nothing I cannot do. Unless I don't want to do it. Jiang Euro wrinkled her nose. I just hate people who brag, your dress reveals everything about you. Hurry up, I'll buy you a set of clothes, set off tonight, go to the ancient city Liu's group of companies. Jiang Euro pulled Yi Duan to a clothing store. Jiang Euro wrenched her face and said, go on, pick a good one to buy, I'll pay for it later. I'll go to the restroom. Jiang Euro covered her stomach and ran away. Yi Chuan chose a set of black suit, leather shoes, sunglasses, dressed up, stood in front of the changing mirror. Yikes! What a handsome guy! Jiang Euro came out of the women's bathroom with her mouth wide open. Jiang Euro had always been very conceited. For one thing, she has her own face value, and for another, she is a corporate executive with an annual salary of millions. So ordinary men could rarely enter her eyes. The man in front of her is straight and elegant, more beautiful than a male model. Jiang Euro's heart was in turmoil. She hurriedly took out her own business card from her pocket, smiling hands handed out. Recognize it, I'm the vice president of Rouj Group, annual salary of millions of dollars, my name is Jiang Euro, about it? My name is Jiang Euro. Yi Chuan turned his face, took off his sunglasses, and glanced at Jiang Euro. Jiang Euro was instantly shocked when she saw clearly that it was Yi Chen. I didn't expect that Yi Chen had changed so much after changing his clothes. It's true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. No wonder Yi Chuan had never really worn suits and shoes with ties. Because once he dresses like this, there will be many women who will slit their wrists and hang themselves for him. He is the one who is the killer of love affairs. Jiang Euro was a bit chagrined by her actions just now. Because Sha Rouj had introduced Yi Chen to her as just a security officer in the company. So Jiang Euro resumed the faction of the vice president and said, the clothes are just like this, how much is it? I'll pay for it. I am the vice president of the company. At this time, the manager ran out and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, you bought all the goods in the store for 18 million last time, and after I went back, I recalculated it again and found that I overcharged by 3 million. So not only do you not have to pay for this outfit, I have to find you 2.8 million back. After the manager finished speaking, he handed a 2.8 million card to Yi Chen with both hands, with a respectful face. Jiang Euro saw this instantly was frozen. She thought she was the vice president of Rouj Company, earning millions of dollars a year. A shot to buy $200,000 of clothes for Yi Chuan can be said to be very generous. Next, Yi Duan should be grateful to her and would even take the initiative to hug her thighs. But he didn't think that Yi Duan had bought all the clothes in the store at once 18 million it. This was what he could only accumulate after 18 years of not eating or drinking. And Yi Chuan had only casually bought the goods once. Yi Chuan put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, the rest of the money will be put here with you guys, and when I want to buy something sometime, I will deduct it from here. I don't like the hassle of getting change back and forth. When the surrounding clerks saw how generous Yi Chen was, they all had little stars in their eyes. There is a bold female waitress, even walked to Yi Duan in front of Yi Duan directly said, you are too awesome, handsome and rich, I want to marry you, I want to give you a monkey. Yi Chuan left in style. There was no way he could look at these vulgar girls. After Jiang Euro walked out of the store, her eyelids were still beating wildly. The more she looked at Yi Chen's back, the more handsome this young man was. Jiang Euro walked up to Yi Chuan and asked, what exactly is your identity? The person who can take out $18 million to buy clothes at once is definitely not simple. It may be a rich second generation or which family's young master. Yi Dusta hand spread said, Mr. Su did not say to you? I am a security guard of the company. Mr. Su sent me to protect you and get back the information and experimental data that Liu Xiaojie stole. Jiang Euro pinched a handful of leaf dust waste meat said. Then how do you so rich? One can only take out $18 million to pack the clothes in the store? Yi Duan said, my home relocation, that is the relocation money cannot? Yi Dust does not want and Jiang Euro bottom. If he said his identity, Zhang Yuro will not be scared to faint? Next, Yi Chen drove, Zhang Yuro sat in the passenger seat, the two of them directly towards the ancient city Lu group. In the car, Zhang Yuro used every trick in the book to attract Yi Chen. The excuse of relocation did not convince Zhang Yuro. She decided to grab this big handsome guy as her Prince Charming. However, Yi Chuan kept his eyes on the front, driving the car in a smooth manner. Zhang Yuro simply unbuttoned herself, revealing two deep career lines, and asked, "Do I look good?" Chapter 28. Mr. Liu said, "Let you roll." Yi Chuan looked to Zhang Yuro's side. Zhang Yuro looked smug. "I knew that you have been pretending." "Pretend not to look at me, in fact, you have already been in the heart of the heart." Zhang Yuro thinks that Yi Chuan is a small security guard of the Rouj group. He didn't know about Yi Chuan and Zhang Yuro. Yi Chuan said, "You think too much. I was looking at the reflector next to me, the big truck behind is going to overturn." "Nonsense. Excuses. Hypocrite." Zhang Yuro milk fierce shouted. At the same time, she couldn't help but look at the coal truck next to her. Boom! The coal truck overturned with a bang. Zhang Yuro was scared to death. "Scared me to death." After the scene just now, Zhang Yuro's view of Yi Duan changed a lot. There is a trace of admiration in his eyes. "How did you see that the car was going to overturn?" Yi Duan said, "Experience, I am an old driver." "The old driver?" Zhang Yuro subconsciously thought of something. "So you often drive?" Yi dust, almost. "I'll drive." Zhang Yuro sat directly on Yi Chen's lap and held the steering wheel. Yi Chuan felt soft on his legs, directly embraced a full embrace. "I have to say, the odor of this woman's body is very good." Her body was also very soft, and she was born a special thing. Zhang Yuro suddenly exclaimed. "Oops, the bottom is so choked with buttocks?" "What is it?" Yi Chuan laughed. "What do you think?" "You're sitting on my there." "Dest." Zhang Yuro instantly shocked, face red. "Good guy. You are taking advantage of my mother." Yi dust face helpless. "Is you sit on my lap okay? Then you let go Zhang Yuro tightly gripped the steering wheel, just now almost drove into a ditch. Yi Chuan moved to the side and sat on the passenger seat. Zhang Yuro's eyes looked straight ahead, and her right hand went to the gearshift. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's going on? Bad, the gear cannot be hung. Yi Chuan looked helpless. "Big sister. Is that a gearshift? Look at where you pressed on me." Zhang Yuro slowly back to the head, a look, instantly confused. "Dest. You, this is a good big guy. I thought it was the gearbox. The original is yours." Yi Duan also cannot help but laugh. This trip journey, really not lonely. Zhang Yuro re-engaged the fourth gear and drove the car fast. Zhang Yuro suddenly became sad. Ancient City is much bigger than Cloud City, and Lu's group is also much bigger than the Rickshaw group. Liu Xiaojie, this person is not only ruthless, but also very lustful. This negotiation, destined to not be very smooth. Yi Duan Dao, what? Afraid? Regret? Zhang Yuro lifted up her chest. "Old lady in the shopping mall, I'm afraid of who? The rich and powerful are in danger. No matter how difficult it is, I still want to get back the information and experimental data." Yi Duan nodded. "You settle the negotiation, I am responsible for protecting you." Yi just said with his mouth, but in fact, he wanted to see how many kilograms Zhang Yuro really had. If Liu Xiaojie didn't know what to do and refused to return the data and information, then he didn't mind destroying Liu Xiaojie and the Lu group behind him. It was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night when he arrived at the ancient city. Yi Duan said, "Find an inn and take a rest, tomorrow morning go to find Liu Xiaojie to negotiate." As a result, there is only one room in the inn, Yi Duan said. "Then, let's make do with one night." The waiter smiled and handed the key to Yi Chuan, and explained. "This room just had a campus couple retired. Wait a moment, I will go to change the sheets." Zhang Yuro heard, immediately brainstormed that scene, and crossed his waist to Yi Chuan said. "Roar. You can't take advantage of me then." Yi Chuan scratched the back of his head. "Don't worry about it." Soon, the small waiter came back to tell Yi Duan. "The bed sheets are finished, you can just roll." "You can just roll?" Yi Duan and Zhang Yuro laughed and entered the private room. After a day of driving, Zhang Yuro sweated, went in, took off her stockings, and went directly to the bathroom. Very quickly, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Yi Chuan looked at the fuzzy figure reflected in the rubbing glass in the bathroom, and his mouth was a little dry. Yi Chuan took out his cell phone and played. Not much effort, only to hear a fluttering sound from the bathroom. Yi Chuan hurriedly dropped his cell phone and ran to the bathroom door. Only to see Zhang Yuro, because her feet slipped, fell on all fours, bare lying on the ground. Hello? What are you doing? Yi Chuan looked down at Zhang Yuro. Zhang Yuro cried and mourned. Still looking. Help me up. Yi Chuan hurriedly bent down and helped Zhang Yuro up. As a result, this guy's pelvis was cracked and he didn't dare to move at all. Yi Chuan could only bend down to pick up Zhang Yuro and put her on the bed. Then, using massage techniques, he helped Zhang Yuro reset. Aya, be gentle, you're hurting me. Zhang Yuro felt Yi Chen's big hands pulling and grinding back and forth. It was equivalent to saying that she was completely seen by Yi Chuan. She had been touched all over. However, in her heart, there was a marvelous feeling. It was something she hadn't had in over 30 years. Do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Yuro asked shyly. Yi Chuan slapped Zhang Yuro's butt. Okay. There is no girlfriend. Yi Chuan thought that Sha Rouj was his wife, not his girlfriend. Girlfriend may not be promoted to wife, these are two different concepts. They have a marriage certificate, very solid. Once Zhang Yuro heard that Yi Chuan didn't have a girlfriend, she instantly looked excited. Then what do you think of me? Zhang Yuro had just directly laid flat. Yi Chuan blinked his eyes and had to say that Zhang Yuro's body was very sensual. White and elastic, hand-feeling burst. The two buns were big and round. However, compared to Sha Rouj, it was still slightly inferior. Yi Chuan put a silk quilt over Zhang Yuro. Be careful of catching a cold. Zhang Yuro pouted, secretly thinking. Ishung, do not believe that the old lady cannot take you. What? What? Yi Chuan asked. Zhang Yuro rubbed her nose. Take the information and experimental data? Isn't this our mission this time? The next day, Yi Duan got up early. Zhang Yuro woke up and looked at Yi Duan. Say, last night, did you do something to me while I was asleep? Yi Duan pointed to the house camera. You see not, I did not do anything. Zhang Yuro, you really didn't do anything? Yi Chuan, then where do you feel the pain? Zhang Yuro blinked her eyes, that did not. Zhang Yuro scratched her hair, she even doubted that she was not the charm value dropped? He didn't do anything? After the two of them had a simple meal, Zhang Yuro stepped on her high heels, Yi Chuan followed with his sunglasses, and came to the front desk of Liu's company. Zhang Yuro, I'm the vice president of Rouj Company, looking for your manager Liu to negotiate about the information. I have contacted Mr. Liu beforehand, he told me to come over to negotiate today. Secretary, wait a moment. Yi Chen and Zhang Yuro leaned on the counter and waited. Not much effort, the small secretary came back. General Manager Liu said. Zhang Yuro asked, what did he say? The small secretary said, Mr. Liu said, let you roll. Chapter 29 Negotiation. Zhang Yuro feel a lot of saliva, the front desk is not put. Zhang Yuro was so angry that her chest was heaving. Yi Chuan said, let me try. Zhang Yuro looked at Yi Chen, then nodded, okay, you go try. Liu Xiaojie was purposely avoiding disappearing to give her a downward spiral. Zhang Yuro could now only treat the dead horse as a living horse. He just walked to the front desk and lowered his voice and said to the front desk lady. Tell Liu Xiaojie that the mysterious big man behind Rouj Group is angry. Let him look at it. The receptionist was scared by Yi Duan's eyes and nodded. Okay, I will go up and report. Penthouse office. Liu Xiaojie looked at Zhang Yuro and Yi Chuan in the monitor, and the corner of his mouth revealed a grim smile. He just wanted to hang on to Zhang Yuro and make Zhang Yuro beg him. At this time, the door opened, and the receptionist lady panted and came up to report. Manager Liu, that man said that the big man behind the Rouj Group is angry. Let Mr. Liu look into it. The big man behind the Rouj Group? Liu Xiaojie paced in the middle of the house. Liu Xiaojie has heard about everything that happened in Cloud City. First, the Su family and the Zhao group were all wiped out in half a day. Next was the Black Dragon Society, the underground giant of Cloud City, which was flattened in one night. All of this was due to offending the mysterious figure behind the Rouj Group. The corner of Liu Xiaojie's mouth hooked, humph. Yi Duan using the mysterious figure of Cloud City to scare me is simply a fool's errand. Ancient City was much bigger than Cloud City, and Lu's group was much bigger than Rouj Shui group. The Lu group's backstage is much stronger than the Zhao group and the Black Dragon Society's masters in Cloud City. It's a dream to take the information from me. The bald man behind Liu Xiaojie said. Mr. Liu, then why did you still agree to let Zhang Yuro come over? Directly rejected, not finished? Liu Xiaojie face sinister. I would have wanted to let Su Rushue over. I heard that chick looks like a national beauty. She was born with a purine constitution, which is the most nourishing for men. I didn't even want to return the information, I just craved Su Rushue's body and wanted to sleep with her. I didn't expect that Su Rushue didn't come at the last minute. She let Zhang Yuro come over to negotiate with me. Although Zhang Yuro could not catch up with Su Ruwashue's purine body great tonic, but the feel is also very good drops. Ha 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 ha. Baldhead laughed and said, so it is like this, Lu manager is fishing with the information and does not intend to return the information. The receptionist lady asked fearfully. Then, let them come in? Liu Xiaojie waved his hand, let them in. That Yi Duan is so braggadocious. Then I will sleep with that girl in front of him and hit him hard in the face, ha ha ha. The bald head and a group of black-clothed men hugged their stomachs and laughed. Quickly, the front desk lady ran down and said to Zhang Yuro and Yi Chuan. Manager Liu asked you to talk to the presidential suite on the top floor. Zhang Yuro quickly turned back to look at Yi Chuan. Wow. You really let Liu Xiaojie let us in. What method did you use? Leaf Dust holding sunglasses said, I went out, he did not dare not see. Under the sky, there is nothing I cannot do, unless I do not want to do. Zhang Yuro followed Yi Duan onto the elevator with a look of adoration. In her heart, she kept questioning. What exactly is his origin? It seems that there is nothing he can't handle? I just wasted so much saliva, and the receptionist didn't let me in. He let me in with one word. What did he say? Not waiting for Zhang Yuro to think about this problem, has arrived at the top floor presidential suite. Push the door in, see Liu Xiaojie sitting high on the boss chair, behind a large group of black-clothed people standing. At the head of the group was a bald man, rubbing two steel balls in his hands, with a fierce face. Zhang Yuro's face was a little white. This scene, it was clear that it was to give her the will. Yi Chuan whispered in Zhang Yuro's ear. Don't worry, everything has me. You'll be fine, don't worry about it, go over there and talk about it. Zhang Yuro heard Yi Chen's words, inexplicably felt a kind of extreme security. His body seems to be a kind of magic, so that people cannot help but believe him. Zhang Yuro pulled a chair and sat across from Liu Xiaojie and said. Everyone is quite busy, so I'll cut straight to the chase. Mr. Su asked me to retrieve the information and experimental data that you stole. Liu Xiaojie spread his hands, I do not understand what you say? What experimental data? Zhang Yuro said, you don't have to pretend, I've already found out that the Trojan Horse LP that stole the data came from Lu's group. I have extracted this Trojan Horse information and LP address, you can't run away. Yi Chuan stood behind Zhang Yuro with his shoulders clasped, and had to admire Zhang Yuro as a talent in this area. With her assisting Su Rushue would be a lot easier. Liu Xiaojie saw Zhang Yuro light up the video screenshot of the Trojan LP address, so he put on a rogue phase and said. Well, I'm not going to pretend, I'll show my cards, the information and the experimental data was stolen by me through the Trojan Horse. What can you do to me? Zhang Yuro clenched her teeth, it's good that you admit it, then, I'm here today to get back the information and experimental data belonging to Rouj Shui Group. Liu Xiaojie put on a scoundrel face. What if I don't give it? You Zhang Yuro angry chest rise and fall, really showman meets soldier, cannot reason. Zhang Yuro tried to suppress her anger and said. Tell me, what will you do to return the information and data? Liu Xiaojie smiled grimly, the condition is, you have to sleep with me for 3 days, to serve me comfortably. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I don't like to take the waterway, I like to take the dry road, okay? Liu Xiaojie had a bad smile on his face, and the bald head and the man in black behind him also giggled. Full of evil. You guys Zhang Yuro hurriedly covered her neckline. She did not expect that Liu Xiaojie would ask such embarrassing questions in public. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with it. Yi Chuan said in a cold voice, I'll give you 5 minutes now. First, return Rouj Shui Group's information and experimental data. Second, immediately kneel down and apologize to Vice President Zhang. Yi Dust had been in the battlefield for a long time, How could he not know the meaning of not taking the waterway and taking the dry road? This Liu Xiaojie was not only horny, but also extremely perverted. Liu Xiaojie coldly looked at Yi Duan. Bastard! You're pretending, aren't you? I even set conditions for me. What a big mouth. Liu Xiaojie arrogant and domineering, never he set conditions for others, never allow others to set conditions for him. Liu Xiaojie waved his hand. Press this brat to the ground, I want to rub Zhang Euro in front of his face. On. Beat him. Chapter 30 Exchange of Benefits. Yi Chuan coldly looked at the 10 men in black. A group of ants. Liu Xiaojie shouted, pretending to be a pussy will be struck by lightning. On. Give me to beat him. Tonight I invite you to go to the club. 10 boys in black heard about the club, immediately came to the spirit. They pounced towards Yi Chuan. Brush. Yi Chuan shook his sleeve. 10 silver needles flew out in a hurry. Plop plop. The silver needles penetrated the brows of the 10 men in black. Lying on the ground, they couldn't be more dead. The bald man's legs and stomach clenched as he watched. Not good. I've kicked the iron plate today. Yi Chuan's strength was too terrifying. Thinking about the mysterious figure behind the Ruishue group in Cloud City, could it be him? Think about it. The bald head already had the feeling of cowardice. Liu Xiaojie was shocked. He didn't expect that his 10 senior fighters would directly lie on the ground without even passing half a move with Yi Chuan, really like ants. But it didn't matter, he still had his personal bodyguard, Bald Head. Bald Head was a Huan Jin expert. The top 20 fighters are his hired supporters. He earns $10 million a year. Liu Xiaojie looked at Bald Head and said, Brother Bald Head, it's your turn. Kill this kid for me and I'll double your offerings. $20 million. Besides, no one who offends the Liu family will have a good ending. You'll be hunted down to the end of the earth. These words seemed to be knocking Yi Duan, but in fact, they were also for Bald Head to hear. The Bald Head hardened his head and let out a shout. The 2 steel balls in his hands smashed rapidly towards Yi Chen's temples on both sides. Yi Chuan stood motionless with his hands behind his back. Liu Xiaojie shouted, this kid is too able to pretend, get him dead. Bald Heart secretly happy. You're dead. Bang bang. Bald Head rushed to halfway, 2 steel ball light speed back, directly smashed in the bald head on both sides of the temple. The bald man's temples instantly came to a pair of piercing. Yi Dust voice cold. Too disappointed, still so slag, not at all addictive. Bam. Bald Head straight backward lying. He didn't even see clearly how Yi Chuan shot him. He didn't move at all? How did the steel ball fly backward and hit his temple? Is he still a human being? Simply like the devil. Zhang Euro open-mouthed and tongue-tied. Oh my god. Isn't this too cool? The boom is gone in a flash. Evil people have their own evil people. No, the wicked have their own handsome men. A moment ago, he was being pressed for air, but in the blink of an eye, each one has easily dissolved it. It's too much. Zhang Euro had a face of adoration and excitement. Yi Chuan took one step towards Liu Xiaojie. What did you just say? What did you just say? Liu Xiaojie hissed. Yi Dust. You listen to me. If you dare to take another step, I will destroy the information and experimental data. At that point, not only will the Ruishue group's blood be wasted, but they'll also face a huge deficit. Have you thought about it? Yi Chuan's footsteps stopped. He wasn't interested in money, his dragon card had money inside that he could never spend. Money was just a string of numbers to him. However, this information and experimental data was the hard work of his wife, Sha Rouj, who had stayed up for so many days, so he couldn't let her hard work go to waste. Zhang Euro hurriedly said. Yi Chuan, this kind of person can do anything. Once the information and data are destroyed, the negative impact on Ruishue Group is too great. The stock will drop miserably. The stock will go down badly, and the blood will flow in vain. Zhang Euro looked at Liu Xiaojie and said. You quickly hand over the information and experimental data. Liu Xiaojie put on a roguish look. Handing over is fine, you have to meet my 2 conditions. First, you immediately dismiss this stinking security guard Yi Chen. Secondly, if you let me play for 3 days and 3 nights, I'll hand over the information and experimental data. Sha Rouj letting you come is actually an exchange of benefits, she just wants to sacrifice you in exchange for the information and data in my hands. Once these experimental data are on the market, they will bring Rouj Group $100 billion in profits. Sha Rouj is more savvy than you. Zhang's face turned pale after hearing this. No wonder Sha Rouj specially sent her here to get the data back. No wonder Sha Rouj ordered that she must get the experimental data and information at all costs. Liu Piao had a sinister smile on his face. So, be good and let me play for 3 days as proper. Otherwise, I'll destroy the data immediately. Nonsense. Mr. Su is not that kind of person. Yichuan's voice was cold. Immediately, Yichen dialed Sha Rouj's phone. When the phone was connected, a beautiful face appeared inside. Yi Duan said, Mr. Su, now Liu Piao proposed an exchange condition. He has to let Vice President Jung stay here to compensate Liu Piao for 3 days. How do you choose? What to choose? Does it still need to be chosen? The experimental data don't want it. Rouj company doesn't want it. Sha Rouj shot up. I just want you two to come back safely. Mr. Su. Zhang instantly tears like rain. Don't worry. I will definitely get back the experimental data and information. Liu Piao face like ashes. He did not expect Sha Rouj can give up hundreds of billions of dollars, but also to protect the innocence of Zhang. Zhang raised her head, hugged Yichuan's waist at the back, and said, I'm sorry. Yi dust some overwhelmed. What's wrong? Why are you sorry? Zhang suddenly dry tears, as if under the incomparable major determination to Liu Piao said. Liu Piao, you come in, I want to talk to you alone about information and data. Chapter 31 Liu Family Anger. Liu Piao a face of complacency. He passed by Yi Duan, mocking. Brat, or according to my script, what can be done? Yichuan grabbed Liu Piao's collar and picked him up like a chicken. Liu Piao shouted, if you dare to touch me, I will immediately destroy the information and experimental data. Snap. Yi Duan picked up a knife and cut off one of Liu Piao's fingers. I moved you. What can you do? Ka. Cut off another finger. Bloody thrown in front of Liu Piao. I moved you, what can you do? Click click click. 3 fingers in a row, all cut off by Yi Duan, thrown in front of Liu Piao. You continue to say, why the hell do you not say? Liu Piao finally screamed out. Worse than pain is terror. Yichuan simply like the devil like terror. Liu Piao felt that he was already terrifying enough, but compared to Yichuan, it was nothing compared to Yichuan. It's almost like the demon king of Hades. Spare my life. Liu Piao finally knelt. A yellow liquid flowed out from underneath. I'll give you everything. Don't kill me. The information and experimental data are in my safe, the code is. Not waiting for Liu Piao to finish, Yichuan pointed with his hand. Brush. A golden light flashed. The safe door was opened. The data inside fell out. Liu Piao looked at it, and could not help but shrink his pupils. Days yet. This is the finger? Is this a finger? In fact, it was Yichuan's aura that gathered at his fingertips. It blasted open the door of the safe. Zhang hurriedly ran over, took out a few piles and looked at them, surprised. These are the ones. Zhang got the information and the flash drive in her hands and was pleasantly surprised. The mission was completed. Unbelievably fast. Yi Duan said, it's not over yet. Zhang blinked her eyes. What's going on? What's going on? This is indeed the original, no less, I've verified it. Yi Duan shook his head, but there is a backup. Zhang was shocked. I should have thought of that. Yichen looked rude, but he was more careful than her. Backup. If we can't get a backup and it spreads, our efforts will be wasted. The company is also facing a huge deficit. Yichen looked back at Liu Piao. Then he stepped on Liu Piao's fat face. Say, where is the backup? Liu Piao's eyes showed horror. No. Yi dust foot hard. Believe it or not, I foot on your head. How dare you lie? Yichuan's eyes are extremely venomous. He knew from Liu Piao's flickering gaze that there must be a backup. A sharp pain came from Liu Xiaojie's head. The head was crooked. Ah, I said, don't step on it, can't I just say it? Lu Xian slightly raised his foot. Said. Where's the backup? Liu Xiaojie pointed to one of his gold teeth. Inside my tooth, there is a miniature camera that takes all the information and experimental data. In the tooth? Zhang Yuro was instantly shocked. This rotten bastard is really sinister. If it wasn't for Yi Chuan, she almost fell for it. This is like a Hollywood blockbuster. It's so addictive. Yi Chuan is so handsome. Gabba. Yi Chuan's face was like water, directly broke off one of Liu Xiaojie's front teeth. Then after breaking it, there was a miniature camera the size of a grain of rice inside. This is for spies? Liu Xiaojie kowtowed like garlic. Ah, don't kill me. I've given you the original and the backup. A silver lining is a silver lining. At this moment, Zhang Yuro has all the data in her hands and is excited. The mission was completed. It was said that she was the one who had picked the big one, but as a result, it was almost all done by Yi Chuan alone. It was clean and crisp. By the way, he also saved her. This man is simply handsome. Liu Xiaojie kowtowed, as long as you spare me from death, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Liu Xiaojie saw in Yi Chuan's eyes a horrible killing chance. Yi Chuan stood up. Let's go. Yi Chuan and Zhang Yuro left. Before leaving, Yi Chen stepped on Liu Xiaojie's crotch with his last foot. Ah, Liu Xiaojie instantly howled like a killing pig. It's over. Became a eunuch. 10 minutes later, the security guards outside rushed in and carried Liu Xiaojie into the car. A smoke towards Liu's group headquarters. In the car, Zhang Yuro looked at Yi Duan with an excited face. Say it, what is your identity in the end? Yi Dust said while driving. All said, I am the security guard of Rouge Group, don't you know? Zhang Yuro said, aha, this time, you have made a big achievement. Su will always reward you. Do. Su Rouge's phone call came. Yi Chuan, are you and Yu Ro okay? Yi Chuan smiled cheekily, it's fine. I'm here, how can there be anything wrong? Zhang Yuro reported to Su Ruoxue about Yi Chen's retrieval of the data. Su Rouge heard, surprise. Good. The data was retrieved, and the person was returned in one piece. Great. Yi Chuan smiled and said, Su Rouge, I have done a big job, where is your reward? Su Rouge red face. When you come back, I will give you a big surprise. Yi Duan whispered. What surprise? Is it that? Su Rouge instantly blushed. Stinking beauty, you do not talk to you, the old bully people. Su Ruoxue hung up the phone, leaning on the fragrant cheeks thought. That thing is really fun? Why do men like it? Leaf Dust Gorgeous hang up the phone. This surprise will be the cave? Master said, and purine body of the woman cave not only can suppress his pure yang qi to prevent self-explosion. Moreover, there are mysterious benefits. Really looking forward to it. Zhang Yuro asked, where are we going now? Yi Chuan said, to the hotel. Zhang Yuro remembered the scene last night when she fell down in the shower room, and couldn't help but have a flushed face. Yi Chuan, this is greedy for her body, right? Yi Dust had his own plans. He knew that although Liu Xiaojie was wasted, the Liu clan would not stop. So, he wants to be in the ancient city, settle the Liu family, and then return to the Cloud City. Otherwise, this is ultimately a thunder, he has to clear all the thunder for Su Ruoxue. Chen family. Liu Tian looked at his son, Liu Xiaojie, who had his 5 fingers cut off and was still a cripple, his anger was overwhelming. Waste. A bunch of wastes. The young master has been wasted, what are you guys doing? The men under his command were trembling. Liu Tian kicked over the table. Give me check. We must find out where that kid is. Even if we have to turn the earth upside down, we must find him. I'll avenge my son's death. Yes? The men agreed. Liu Tian continued, and give me notice to Su Rouge, tell her to come here and let my son play with her. Give Su Rouge 3 days' time, otherwise, I will step on Rouge Group. Chapter 32 Seeking the Hammer to Get the Hammer. Liu Tian was furious and kicked over a huge fish tank. Su Rouge. Su Rouge. The little security guard you sent, how dare you waste my son, I will not rest with you forever. I will not rest until you are dead. Do two things for me. First, find out where the guard is hiding. As soon as you have any news, report it to me. I'll cut him into pieces to avenge my son's death. Second, hold a press conference tomorrow and tell them that the Liu family is going to suppress the Rouj group. Yes, sir. Master. My subordinates received the order and immediately carried it out. For a while, Cloud City was in an uproar. Regarding the first news, the thorough investigation of a small security guard of the Rouj group, there was not much reaction from the nobles of Yunchang. A small security guard in the end cannot set off the wind in waves. Of course, these aristocrats couldn't possibly know that this small security guard was Yi Chen. It is the mysterious character Yi Chuan, who once destroyed the Zhao family in Cloud City, and the Black Dragon Club underground giant sins. The second news quickly exploded. The big and small forces in Cloud City were talking. This time, I'm afraid it's hard for the Rouj group to escape. Ancient City is much larger than Cloud City, and the Liu group is several times larger than the Rouj group. Liu's group is a lot bigger than Cloud City, and Liu's group is more than a few times bigger than Rouj's group. Liu's group is trying to suppress Rouj's group. The mysterious figure behind the Rouj group is good in Cloud City, but may not be enough in Ancient City. So, Rouj group is definitely going to suffer. So, we'd better hurry up and sell Rouj group's shares. Otherwise, it is Liu's group cut leaks. For a while, Rouj group's stock plummeted. Sha Rouj ran to Sha Rouj's office in a panic. Mr. Sha, it's not good. Sha Rouj gently looked at Sha Rouj. What happened? What's wrong? Sha Rouj said, Mr. Sha did not see it? Rouj group's stock has fallen out of the sky. What's going on? Sha Rouj's eyebrows slightly knit. What's going on? Sha Rouj put the cell phone disc to Sha Rouj. See? See? They're all selling. They are all sellers. If this continues, Rouj group will fall out of the first throne of Cloud City. Sha Rouj hurriedly ordered the finance department to put all the money they have into stocks. It must be stabilized. Sha Rouj said. The finance department urgently intervened and put all $300 million on hand into the stock market to defend the war. Liu's group. Liu Tian was sitting in the eunuch's chair drinking tea when his subordinates came to report. Family head. Rouj group now put 300 million to save the world. Liu Tian coldly hummed, 300 million. Small face melon. Take 3 billion, give me a hard hit. Rouj group to beat the shit out of. Yes. The subordinate led the order and went. Liu Tian said with a grim face, Sha Rouj. This is just the first step. Enjoy yourself, ha ha. Soon, Sha Rouj lowered her head and said to Sha Rouj. Mr. Sha, the financial news came, there are no bullets. Ah. I'm sorry. Sha Rouj's face was a little white, and she directly fell into her chair. I just sat on the first throne of the Cloud City, but the result was such a crisis. Sha Rouj was a girl with a strong sense of enterprise. She was bent on making some name for herself. Not only did he want to become the #1 in Cloud City, he was also prepared to become the #1 in Dongjiang province. To become the #1 in the Great Summer Country. But now, it was Rouj group that had almost avalanched. For a while, Cloud City exploded. It was rumored that Rouj group was going bankrupt. The stocks can't be stopped. What? It won't stop? Yi Chuan was playing with his cell phone in the hotel. A news flash popped up. Cloud City Rouj group's stock has plummeted due to a wrong investment direction. It is likely to be on the verge of bankruptcy. After Yi Duan read the news, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of mockery. Isn't it just money? Yi Chuan directly registered his account and logged in. A few minutes later, Sha Rouj surprised. Mr. Sha. The stock has doubled. It's twice as much as the original. Ah. Sha Rouj didn't dare to look at her cell phone just now. Now, Sha Rouj is ecstatic after reading it. Sha Rouj asked. Mr. Sha, who do you think did this? Sha Rouj also bought $1 million of stock, so this is equal to a net profit of $1 million. Can she not be happy? Sha Rouj directly dialed the phone of Yi Duan. Yi Duan, is it you do it? Yi Duan smiled and said, of course. Apart from me, who would care so much about you, yo? Sha Rouj was so excited that she couldn't hold Jade Diva directly and nibble on him a few times. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. When are you coming back? I will give you a big surprise. Yichuan laughed. Soon, I will go back after I finish dealing with the Liu family's side of things. In these few days, you pay attention, it's best not to go out. David Jiang is still protecting you, right? Sha Rouj nodded. Yes, David Jung brought over 100 or so sons and nephews to protect me, it should be nothing. The two of them chatted for a while more. Yichuan said, there is something on my side, I'll hang up first. Sha Rouj pouted. What is so urgent? You wouldn't be rolling with Jung Euro? Yichuan hurriedly said, I'm alone Do not believe you see? Jung Euro, then how do I hear a bath sound in the bathtub? Yichuan was embarrassed. Women, too fine-minded. However, Sha Rouj was in a good mood today and hung up the phone without pursuing the question. Liu's group. Liu Tian smugly sat on the eunuch's chair, waiting for his subordinates to report, to see how Sha Rouj's liver. This is the first step. Then, he wants to sleep with Sha Rouj, have a son, after all, Liu Xiao waste, no son how? Liu Tian thought of this, could not help but laugh out loud. Report. Report to the head of the family, something big has happened. The housekeeper ran in a panic. Because he was in a hurry, he fell on his back. He was in a sorry state. Liu Tian frowned and said, why are you panicking? No talent thing. The butler climbed up with a panicked face. Family master. Just now, a mysterious customer bought all the shares sold by Rouj Group. The stock has risen to a high of 200. That's twice the price. It's like going up in a helicopter. What? Liu Tian slammed his fist on the table. Who is it? Who is it? Butler wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I don't know, it's a brand new LD. The words just fell, the financial side of the phone. Master of the house, it's not good. Liu's stock has fallen out of control. A new LD bought Liu's stock and sold it for a penny. Nest Liu Weather has a nosebleed. I wipe. Liu's stock is $30, the disc total is 30 billion. This person buys it and sells it for a penny? How capricious is this person? Yi Dustmouth is a cold smile. Money was just a string of numbers to him. If he dares to bully his wife, then he will equally retaliate back. Seek the hammer and get the hammer. Liu Weather jumped to his feet. It was equivalent to saying that Liu's stock completely fell into toilet paper. After reacting, Liu Tian slammed the table. Give me to check. Who the hell did this? It's me. Liu Tian received an email from Yi Duan. If you want to suppress Rouj Group, I will suppress the entire Liu clan. Who are you? Liu Tian held his cell phone and asked. A small security guard of Rouj Group. Yichuan texted nonchalantly. I'll give you 3 days to organize a press conference to announce the theft of Rouj Group's information and experimental data by Liu clan. There must be no concealment. Moreover, all the Liu family members should apologize on their knees in front of the reporters, so I can leave you with a dog's life. If I don't see you holding a press conference and apologizing on your knees before sundown today, you'll be waiting for my wrath. I hope you guys can bear it. Chapter 33 Mortal Net. Liu Tian smashed his cell phone after reading the text message sent by Yi Duan. Asshole. 100 years of lose, the stock is only half. I still have 30,000 taels of gold. You want me to apologize? You are dreaming. Sha Rouj, do you think that you can scare me by hugging some big brother's leg? Go to hell. The reason why Liu Tian is arrogant is because, besides having a group of bodyguards who are like wolves and tigers, and the 3 great elders. Besides that, he has the most powerful card. Liu Tian had a sinister face. Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj. You wait for me. Zhang Euro walked out of the bathroom in a towel and sat on the sofa. It was still early in the day before sunset, so Yichen was in no hurry. Zhang Euro had the unique charm of a mature woman, which no man could resist. Yichuan couldn't stop drinking water and lowered his eyelids. Zhang Euro said, What are you thinking about? I know that you are going to eat me tonight, so I just washed myself white. Yichuan stared wide-eyed. Nowadays, women are so generous? Thinking about it, Zhang Euro is in her 30s, she won't be as shy as a little girl. Yichuan said, Vice President Zhang is joking. What's the situation? You guys got together so quickly? A voice rang out abruptly. The two covered their mouths and were confused at the same time. Only then did Ji Chen remember that he had forgotten to turn off the video just now. His conversation with Zhang Yuro had been heard by Sha Rouj. Yichuan hurriedly said to Sha Rouj in the video. Mr. Su, Mr. Su my ass. I'm your wife. Sha Rouj is fierce. Yi just hurriedly short voice, wife, you, so late, still not sleep ACA? This is not good it, always stay up late, all boil stingy eyes. Sha Rouj asked, what did you just say to eat? You say again? Zhang Yuro hate to have a crack in the ground. After half a day, Leaf Dust is actually Sha Rouj's husband. Zhang Yuro shyly went to the next door. Yichuan asked. Wife, not sleeping so late, what's the matter? You miss me, don't you? Sha Rouj beamed, I do want you, you may not want me. Ye dust busy, I did not do anything Wife you wronged me. Sha Rouj remembered that night with Yichuan did not do anything, so as to believe Yichuan. Sha Rouj was confident in her face value. Zhang Yuro is still a little short of her meaning. Sha Rouj said, I called because, just now, the courier sent me a package. I don't have the habit of online shopping, but the package had my name written on it, so I opened it. As a result, inside the package was a wax figure of me, and the most hateful thing was that the wax figure was stabbed 3 times. The most annoying thing was that the wax figure had been stabbed 3 times. Moreover, the following is famous for offending the Liu family, and this is the end of it. Simply pissed me off all. Yi Dust heard, immediately clenched his fists. Liu family. How dare you use such despicable means to intimidate my woman, looking for death? Yichuan's voice became stern. Wife. You can rest assured. Tonight, there will be no more Liu family, I will wipe the Liu family off the map. Sha Rouj nodded. I believe in you and your strength, be careful with everything. When you come back, I will give you a huge surprise. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Yichuan immediately called David Jung and asked him to take care of the waxman and instructed David Jung that protecting Sha Rouj would be a great achievement. David Jung nodded, don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will do my best to protect Sha Rouj safely. After Yichen settled Sha Rouj's side, he went to Zhang Yuro's place next door. Pushing the door in, he saw Zhang Yuro taking a selfie. The point is, she's not wearing any clothes. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhang Yuro hurriedly dragged a silk quilt, draped over the body. Yichuan said, what are you doing that? No need to block it, your little thing, I have seen it. Zhang Yuro red face, remembered last night bathroom fall. The pelvis fell and cracked, and Yi Duan massaged it well. She was indeed seen by Yichuan. Zhang Yuro simply wasn't so put out. Shay, didn't you see it? I'm taking a selfie. Yichuan scratched the back of his head, selfie? No clothes? Zhang Yuro said, you do not know, a woman's youth is very short, fleeting. And I, are more than 30, I just want to take a selfie, leave a beautiful shadow, to the old when they look at themselves. Otherwise, wait until the old, covered with a lifetime of wrinkles, shriveled like walnuts, and then want to shoot it will be too late. In fact, it's not me, a lot of college girls are like this, just want to leave the beautiful image and memory of youth. Yichuan heard, do not feel came to the interest. You so say, I am a little curious. Zhang Yuro smiled, want to see? Here is a photo album. Leaf Dust thought, or do not la. Zhang Yuro was a little discouraged. Am I that ugly? You don't even want to see it? That was my most beautiful time. Yichuan said, don't worry, I can give you a pill to keep you looking the same for 30 years. Really? That's just great. Yichuan thought, of course it's true. Not even looking at who he was. The sacred Dr. Sec Master. Zhang Yuro was so excited. Yichuan straightly stuffed a pill in Zhang Yuro's mouth. Well, after eating the medicine, take a nap, I'm going out to do some errands. What kind of errand? It's so late, is going out to find a woman? Zhang Yuro pouted. Yichuan said, you think too much, I am going to deal with the Liu family Yi Duan brought the door of the house and went straight to the Liu family. At the same time Cloud City, Rouj company downstairs in the dark shadow. A few black-clothed people lowered the brim of their hats and said, your master has an order, pay close attention to Sha Rouj. It's best to catch her alive to avenge Grandma Chrysanthemum's death. We must complete the mission, otherwise, the master said, we all have to die. A big net is slowly pulling open. Chapter 34 Gold Medal Bodyguard. Liu family compound. Yi Duan alone pushed open the gate. Bam! A group of bodyguards holding swords and guns called out. What person? What's your name? Yi Duan voice cold. A group of ants, not qualified to know my name. Roll. Pouncing. A group of bodyguards all fell to the ground, spraying blood from their mouths. The bodyguards were all wide-eyed and terrified. Oh, my God! Is this still a human being? Just by opening his mouth, he had already shocked all the bodyguards to the point where their internal organs were bleeding. It really became ants. The point is, they're professional bodyguards. 1 against 10. Surprisingly, they couldn't carry the power of Yi Chen's single-word roll. The bodyguards looked at Yi Chuan timidly and backed away. Some rushed in to report. Report to the family head. He's coming. The bodyguards reported to Liu Tian in a panic. Liu Tian turned around and looked at the bodyguards one by one like rats. He was so angry that he slapped a bodyguard on the face. Bastard son of a bitch. Are you guys made of clay? How can you be scared to death? Really degrading my Liu family's prestige. Tell me, how many people did he bring? The bodyguard said, he came alone. He came alone. He came alone? Liu Tian skimmed his mouth. Ha ha ha! Liu Tian suddenly hugged the haha and laughed out loud. Laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. This person must be mentally ill. Earlier, he smashed out $30 billion, smashed my stock into pennies, and he himself lost $30 billion. People make money speculating in stocks. He smashed it into a penny and lost $30 billion. He's not a psychopath. Now, he came to my lair alone. What is not mental illness? Ha ha ha. Liu family's masters also all laughed out loud. After half a day, it is a person who ran out from the mental hospital. A youth with an icy face said expressionlessly. To deal with a mental illness, it is surprising that I have been moved here. The person who spoke is called Squid, is Liu Tiandud from overseas specially to deal with Yi Chen. He agreed to pay $30 million for killing Yi Duan. Squid's strength is only one step away from being a master. It's said that Squid was once the bodyguard of the Crown Prince of M abroad. He stopped 10 assassins from killing the Crown Prince. Is the International Gold Medal bodyguard. Liu Tian hurriedly laughed. Mr. Squid, I also did not expect him to be a psychopath. You've come all the way here, just figure it out. Liu Tian immediately dismissed the matter of giving $30 million to Squid, because, a mental illness, his own 10 elders can exterminate him. The Squid wants out to ask for 30 million, too much. Squid face expressionless. Well, then I will see what this mental illness actually looks like. After all, Squid hadn't seen Yi Duan before and didn't know how strong Yi Duan was. Bam! The main door was kicked open, and Yi Chuan walked in step by step. The Liu family crowd was silent, all of them sizing up Yi Chen. Yi Chen slowly raised his head. Liu Tian. I've come to collect the debt. You let your son Liu Xiaojie steal Rouj Group's information and data, is the first crime. You suppressed Rouj Group, causing Rouj Group to almost avalanche, is the second crime. You sending Rouj Su a threatening waxman is the third crime. I asked you to hold a conference before dusk today to admit your sins, and you didn't do it, it's the fourth sin one. 4 sins. You wash your neck and wait to die. Liu Tian arrogantly said, I poo. A mental hospital out of the waste. Surprisingly credulous. This is the Liu family. This is my lair. Yi Chuan sized up the situation and faintly said. A group of large grasshoppers are just a group of grasshoppers, not much use. Large grasshoppers? Liu Weather jumped to his feet. You. You're still bragging when it's your time to die. Tonight, I will kill you first, and then capture Sha Rouj to avenge my son. Squid was staring at Yi Chuan at this time. He saw the aura radiating from Yi Chuan's body. He didn't feel dumbfounded. Heavens! This is an absolute top expert. Liu Tian jumping in front of a Jedi expert was like a clown. Squid secretly complained in his heart, damn it. Isn't this pitting him to death? If he sat here, he was on the opposite side of Yi Chen. Liu Weather was so angry that he stormed out. Bastard! Not only are you boasting, but you have no eyes. Today, I'll show you the power of a true master. Elders, go! Give this kid a good beating. The 10 elders did not move at all. Liu Tian was surprised. Elders, go! Finish off this brat, he must have money on him. Have you guys forgotten that he took $30 billion to smash my stock into pennies? Cripple him, ask for his account password and split his money. When the 10 elders heard this, each of them looked at each other. The fact that this kid took out $30 billion to smash the stock at once meant that he was very rich, wealthy and dangerous. Worth it. With a brush, the 10 elders surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Dus took out a dragon card from his pocket and said to the 10 elders, "Money, I have, if you have the ability, you guys come and grab it." Charge ah! The 10 great elders red-eyed, hacked towards Yi Chuan. Brush! Yi Chuan flicked his finger. The dragon card drew an arc in the air. It perfectly skimmed over the necks of the 10 elders. Plop! The underside of the necks of the 10 great elders were all cut by the dragon card. Plop plop plop! The top 10 elders fell down one after another, and Yi Chuan retrieved the dragon card and wiped the blood on it. Really can't help but fight, is this it? Liu Tian narrowed his eyes and took 3 steps backwards. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so capable of fighting. Those were the 10 elders. They're all Xian realm experts. Although they weren't as good as the squid, they were still experts who could fight 1 against 100. Surprisingly, under Yi Chuan's hands, even Yi Chuan's clothes couldn't be touched, and all of them had their throats slit. Only then did Liu Tian realize that he had made a mistake in judgment. Yi Chuan is indeed a bit capable. So what? Liu Tian laughed out loud. You got lucky and killed my 10 elders, you still have to die. Because, my bottom card is him. After Liu Tian finished speaking, he turned around and said to Squid. Mr. Squid! Mr. Squid! Please make a move and destroy Yi Duan. Also according to the original reward. Chapter 35, Do you want to live? Liu Tian turned back to the squid and said. Mr. Squid, please make a move to exterminate this arrogant brat, the reward is 30 million. In Liu Tian's opinion, although Yi Chen had destroyed the 10 great elders, there was no way he could be Squid's opponent. Squid's strength was only half a step away from an innate master, that was equivalent to a battle power close to the ceiling. Squid had already cursed Liu Tian in his heart. It was fine for Liu Tian to make his own death, but he even had to drag him down to the pit. Seeing that Squid didn't move, Liu Tian became anxious and shouted. Mr. Squid, I'll give you 5,000 taels of gold. You go and kill Yi Duan. 5,000 taels of gold is equal to $100 million. Squid still didn't move. 10,000 taels of gold. Liu Tian is anxious. 10,000 taels of gold is equal to 200 million ah. Please kill Yi Chuan. He regrets it now. He regrets that he didn't pay the squid directly just now. Now he's too passive to do it on his own. Squid wasn't his bodyguard, there was only a buying and selling relationship. Therefore, Liu Tian could only keep raising the price, hoping that Squid would step in and kill Yi Duan. That way, the loss could be recovered from the annexation of the Rushui group of companies, still not a loss, a steady profit. He could also sleep with Sha Rouj, that big beauty, in the meantime. Ideal is very rich, reality is very bony. Squid's face is dark green, always moving. 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold. 30,000 gold. Can I beg you to kill Yi Chuan? Liu Tian was about to cry. He only has a total of 30,000 taels of gold left. He's already given Squid all his money, but Squid still hasn't moved. Can I beg you to say something? Liu Tian looked desperate and cried. Because at this moment the squid is his last card. Squid slowly stood up, then said to Liu Tian. I will not deal with Mr. Yi. Why? Liu Tian asked. Squid lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Yi Duan. Because, I am not his opponent. Squid could see that the difference in strength between him and Yi Duan was not a little bit when he saw Yi Duan exterminate the 10 elders just now. It was the difference between a kindergarten and a 20-year-old boy. There was simply no way to fight. Money is important, but if you have a life to earn it, you have to have a life to spend it. Life is gone, but also want money, what is the use of it? Liu Tian asked, Mr. Squid, if I pay you 30 million in advance, or the equivalent in gold, will you help me deal with Yi Chen? Squid face expressionless nodded. Yes, as a man of the world, the most important thing is to pay attention to a faithfulness. If I received your money, even if I die, I will also make a move. But now it is different, I will not make a move against Mr. Yi. Liu Tian's bowels are green with regret. This matter can only be blamed on himself for not paying the 30 million to Squid upfront in order to save money earlier. It was only because of this that he couldn't get Squid to fight for him now. Moreover, Squid was still occupying the moral high ground. Squid walked up to Yi Duan and bowed. I have no intention of making an enemy of Mr. Yi. There is one thing I would like to ask Mr. Yi. Earlier, was the chrysanthemum granny, who was ranked in the top 10 on the Great Summer Martial Artist list, executed by Mr. Yi? Yi Duan nodded. That's right, it was me. Are you trying to avenge the little hoof of chrysanthemums? Yi Dus did not address the word granny because Yi Dus knew that chrysanthemum was actually only 17 years old. The reason that chrysanthemum was so old was because of the rapid aging disease. There was no need for Yi Duan to hide it. If Squid wanted to avenge Grandma Chrysanthemum's death, it would be just right. Unexpectedly, Squid said. Ah no, Granny Chrysanthemum and I once fought and did not share a victory. I am just asking. Yi Duan nodded slightly, so to say, Squid is strength and Chrysanthemum equivalent, should be ranked in the top 10. The reason why it didn't make the list is because many martial artists don't care about not liking to show their faces. Yi Dus suddenly remembered something and asked. Are you from Bai Yanglu? White Yanglu? Squid was surprised. I don't know what white poplar willow is. Yi Duan a sound. Earlier, when Chrysanthemum was dying, she had said that she had a sister, Bai Yanglu, who would seek revenge on him. Therefore, there was this question. At the same time, Rouj group opposite the woods, several black-clothed people lowered the brim of their hats. Voice hoarse said. Head, what to do? Sha Rouj has not yet come out. Here is Dasha, the master of the court ordered, only against Sha Rouj, not to make too much noise, how to do? For the head of the duck tongue had cold. I have inquired clearly, today is the day of the grand opening of the Rouj group, Sha Rouj certainly want to personally participate. At that time, we will ambush on the road. Kill Sha Rouj. On each one side, he sent a message to David Zhang, asking him to protect Sha Rouj. David Zhang replied, he brought 30 or so sons and nephews to personally come to protect Mr. Su, everything is assured. After hanging up the phone, Yi Duan sought to find a super bodyguard for Sha Rouj to protect Sha Rouj's safety. David Zhang was not professional, each one could not really rest assured. Over here, Liu Tian's eyes were rapidly turning, he knew that Squid was a man of honor, so he growled loudly. Squid! Luckily, you are an international gold medal bodyguard. You promised me to kill Yi Chen. Now you've gone back on your word. What's wrong with me paying you now? And I've raised the price. 10 times the price. You're a shrinking violet. How dare you stand here? You're crawling on the ground. Liu Tian desperately stimulated the squid, hoping that the squid would step in and kill Yi Duan. Noisy. Squid's face was dark, he took a step across, grabbed Liu Tian's neck, pinched it like a chicken, and said in a cold voice. It was you who reneged on your promise in the first place. Instead, you are talking about me? You use people to face forward, but not backward, do you still have a point? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. You deserve to die. Squid pinched hard and directly snapped Liu Tian's throat. Liu Tian's eyes glared out, his head tilted, and he died beyond death. The squid's remaining anger was not over, and he stomped Liu Tian directly to pieces again. After Squid did all this, he turned to look at Yi Duan and said, Mr. Yi, can I go now? Yi Dus nodded. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Yi, we will meet again. Squid turned to go, behind came Yi Duan's ice-cold voice. You said a lot of things, but it is difficult to clear you still come to deal with me, is not it? The squid stopped in his tracks, knowing that he could not escape. You, what do you want? Yi Dus voice indifferent, give you a chance, beat me, you can leave. Let's do it, take out all your cultivation. Squid eyes gradually cold. Then, offended. Squid's fist struck out, like lightning rushing towards Yi Duan. But suddenly, his neck tightened. Breath suffocated. Look down, the neck has been choked to death by each one. Squid closed his eyes. Are you an innate master? Yi Chuan's voice was indifferent, what the hell is an innate master? After Yi Chuan finished speaking, he pinched all the bones of the squid at the joints. Squid was like a mass of meat paralyzed on the ground. Pain, too much pain. The method is also too perverted. Yi Chuan's voice was low. You want to live? Chapter 36 Harvesting the Net. Want. Squid nodded. The squid nodded. He is now in this state, want to die cannot, too painful. Snapping. Yi Chen rubbed his hands on Squid's body for a while. Squid lost his voice and screamed. The bones in his entire body were disjointed, and to rub them like this, who could stand it? This was endless pain that was even more torturous than purgatory. Mr. Yi. I beg you to kill me. The squid screamed. Yi Chuan's hand movements did not stop. The aura entered the squid's body through the palm of his hand. Creak. The squid's bones quickly reset. The squid was surprised, and immediately felt a sense of relief, and all of its original fatigue had disappeared. Get up. Yi Chen said indifferently. Squid stood up and moved around, realizing that his tendons and bones were incredibly elastic. It was too easy. The movements were also faster than the original standard and without any hindrance. Yi Chuan said, the reason why I just dislocated all the bones in your body is because you had left behind a dark disease from practicing wrongly in the past. So I have just removed your dark disease and corrected the excess bone spurs and bone misalignment. Now, your tendons and bones are as elastic and expansive as a baby just born. Squid was completely shocked. This was equivalent to saying that Yi Chen had helped him remodel his tendons and bones. He had been feeling a little tired all over his body all along, thinking that it was due to exertion. He didn't realize that it was a persistent disease left behind by practicing incorrectly. As for Yi Chuan, he single-handedly dismantled the bones and joints of his entire body, then reset them, removing the persistent disease and completely curing it. Let the squid completely convinced Yi Chuan. Squid kneeled down and kowtowed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. My life is Mr. Ye's. As long as Mr. Yi has a mission, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. What Yi Duan wanted was these words. Squid is very backbone and trustworthy, so Yi Duan intends to let Squid be Sha Rouj's bodyguard, to protect Sha Rouj. Although David Zhang was loyal, the sons and nephews under him were all hoity-toity kids who drank and played with women, and their martial arts cultivation wasn't high, which was Yi Duan's hidden worry. Squid also admired Yi Duan to the core. Not only was Yi Chen strong to the point of explosion, but his medical skills were top-notch. If one could follow Yi Dust, then raising the cultivation pit would improve. Yi Dust immediately probed the squid's thoughts. He said, your qualification is very good, only the cultivation method is not very suitable for you. I will enlighten you. In the future, it is not impossible for you to advance to the level of Sovereign Master. Advance to Grand Master? Squid was so excited that he was about to cry. That is the highest realm that martial artists pursue. Squid trembled and asked, Mr. Yi, are you an innate sect master? Yi Duan faintly said, innate master counts for nothing. Squid's eyelids jumped. Innate master is the ceiling of martial artists. He even said it was bird hair? Could it be that there are more than innate masters? What is that? Didn't dare to imagine. Yi Chuan then handed Squid some cultivation mnemonics. Then he instructed the thief to follow the mnemonics for cultivation, and he would have a breakthrough in less than a month. Squid was overjoyed, took the recipe and immediately memorized it in his heart, so that he could cultivate it in his spare time. Squid bowed and saluted. Mr. Yi, although Liu Tian is dead, but the Liu family has not yet been destroyed, I request to go and destroy the Liu family. This is the submission of the squid to Yi Duan. Yi Dust nodded. Go, remember, leave no one behind. Squid turned around and disappeared into the night. Yi Duan, on the other hand, returned to the hotel. Half an hour later, Squid reported by phone. Mr. Yi, the Liu family has been dealt with, only Liu Xiaojie is missing. Squid was a little frustrated. The first time I did something for Yi Duan, I didn't do it right. Yi Duan said, no matter, I have already done in Liu Xiaojie body tampering, he cannot live more than 3 hours. You do not have to blame yourself. Squid was very touched, the same as saying that the main person who ran away. Under the night, Liu Xiaojie fled in a hurry. Liu Xiaojie dialed a secret number. Boss, save me. I'll be your dog if you let me live. A hoarse voice came from the phone. To be my dog, you're not qualified enough, be my test subject. You're not qualified, be my test subject. As long as I live, I'll do anything. A few minutes later, a black car, with Liu Piao sped away. Liu Piao looked out of the window, revealing a malevolent also eyes. Ye dust. You destroy my whole family, this thing I will find you slowly calculate. Ye dust back to the hotel soon, received Sha Rouj called. Ye dust, when you come back Yi Duan laughed, things are finished, the task you explained is also completed, I am waiting for a person to go back. Ye dust is waiting for Squid to come back. Are you okay? Ye dust asked. Sha Rouj said, I am fine do not be in a hurry, drive slowly, just come back tonight. I will have a mysterious prize for you yo. Yi Duan laughed, good I look forward to your grand prize unveiled. Jung bath out, open the TV is playing the ancient city mega news. Ancient city Liu's family in a few hours ago, suddenly grey smoke. Hundreds of people died for no reason. The head of the family died. Liu Piao vaporized. Liu family, completely disappeared from the ancient city. Jung looked at the news with an excited face. She could figure out with her toes that it was Yi Chuan who did it. Because Yi Chuan told her that he was going to the Liu family to collect the debt. Then, the Liu family went up in smoke. Yi Chuan pushed the door in, followed by the squid with a big waist. Jung was surprised. Who is he? Yi Duan said, he will be the bodyguard of Mr. Su, called Squid. Mr. Squid hello. Jung asked. Do you know Kung Fu? Squid face expressionless. I am the peak of the Xian realm, half a step away from the master. Master? A master is a person who can start a sect and establish a ceiling of existence. Jung blinked her eyelids. I'm afraid that only Yi Chuan could manage to get a half-step sect master to act as a bodyguard for Sha Rouj. Departure. Yi Chuan said as he sat in the car, wearing sunglasses. Squid drove, Yi Chuan sat in the back seat, and Jung sat beside Yi Chuan, and headed all the way to Cloud City. Coming. Sha Rouj came out. A few black-clothed men were excited and immediately reported to the intercom. Reporting to the pavilion master. The target has appeared as planned. A cold female voice came from the phone. Cut through Sha Rouj's face and break her face. Then, kill her to avenge my poor sister Chrysanthemum. This mission is a success, not a failure. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Yes. Master of the Court. Chapter 37, A Close Call. Sha Rouj's life is on the line. Cloud City. Sha Rouj drove her little white BMW and rushed to the largest 5-star restaurant in Cloud City for the opening ceremony. Sha Rouj was in a good mood because Yi Chen and Jung had over-delivered. The information and data stolen from the Liu group was taken back, and the Liu family was also erased. Sha Rouj thought in her heart that when the opening ceremony was over, she would award Yi Chen with a reward. The moment she thought of that scene, Sha Rouj blushed with shame. That thing, was it really that much fun? She had looked up the information on this once, and it said that it would hurt and might swell. However, when she thought of what Yi Chen had done for her, she was filled with passion to give it up. Yi Chen had first exterminated the Zhao family and saved her from Zhao Chao's clutches. Then he exterminated the Black Dragon Society, followed by obliterating the Liu family. Yi Chen's favoritism and protection of her moved Sha Rouj. Tonight, it was August 15th. Sha Rouj drove while muttering. Will that guy eat me up tonight? He. Bam! A black sedan crashed into Sha Rouj's Xiaobaoma. Sha Rouj suddenly lost her color. She quickly looked over towards the reflector and realized that there was a black sedan on the left and right respectively that was encircling from behind. In the car, several black-clothed men wore sunglasses and held pistols with icy faces. Oh no! Sha Rouj's face turned white. We've encountered kidnappers. This is definitely not an ordinary car accident. It's a premeditated attempt to target her. David Jiang and his men drove behind her, secretly protecting Sha Rouj. When he saw Sha Rouj's car was hit, Zhang David immediately parallel car over, pull open Sha Rouj's car door. Mr. Su! Quickly, get in my car. Sha Rouj see clearly as Zhang David hastily abandoned their own car, on Zhang David's Ferrari sports car. Woo! David Zhang stepped on the gas pedal to the end, the car drove to the limit. Damn! Want to run? No way! Chase! the duck-tongued man said viciously. In the car, Sha Rouj immediately dialed Yi Duan's phone. Yi Duan. I'm being chased. Ah. Yi Chuan was resting in the car with his eyes closed. Suddenly hearing the call from Sha Rouj, Yi Chen instantly opened his eyes. The air in the car instantly dropped 20 degrees. It made Zhang Euro and Squid instantly shiver straight up and were scared. Zhang Euro had never seen Yi Chen look like this. It was like a killing god. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Yi Chuan said with a hoarse voice. Schwerer. Don't be afraid, I'll be right back. Are you in the car? Where's David Jung? Sha Rouj said with a sobbing voice. My car was wrecked. Luckily, it was David Jung who drove over and pulled me into his car. Yi Dust voice cold, let Jung David answer the phone. Sha Rouj pressed the speakerphone. Yi Duan said, Jung David. You listen to me. No matter what, I can't let something happen to Schwer. David Jung drove urgently while replying. Mr. Yi. I will do my best to protect Mr. Su. But. What? Yi Duan's eyes turned red. Squid hit the steering wheel, furiously stepped on the gas pedal, the car whooshed, jumped over the sedan in front and drifted to the front. Zhang Euro looked shocked. This is simply a scene that can only appear in Hollywood blockbusters. However, the scenes in Hollywood blockbusters were all stunt shots. And just now, the squid drifted directly past the car in front of it. That was the real deal. One had to admire Yi Chuan's vision. Squid's means and skills of driving were just too powerful. Worthy of being an international gold medal bodyguard. Yi Dust's voice was icy cold as he said to David Jung. But what? Jung David was covered in sweat, while furiously stepping on the gas pedal, said. Damn, my car tires were shot out one, and the fuel tank also began to leak. This time the kidnappers are very unusual. They even carry a gun. Halfway through his sentence Yi Duan heard a banging gunshot. Followed by the sound of the car glass breaking, as well as Sha Rouj's shocked cry. Yi Duan hurriedly comforted, wife. Don't be afraid, you'll be fine. Today, it happens to be August 15th. Master said that he must cave on with Sha Rouj before August 15th. Otherwise, he'll blow himself up. If Sha Rouj is not okay, he's not okay. Sha Rouj asked. Yi Chuan, who are they? Why are they targeting me? Zhang Euro said from the side, could these people be sent by the Liu family? Liu Xiaojie vaporized, there is this possibility. Yi Chuan suddenly thought of one thing, that is, when Chrysanthemum was dying, she said that her sister, Bai Yang Lu, would take revenge for her. Could it be Bai Yang Lu's people? Yi Chuan didn't have time to consider these questions. He had to get to Cloud City as soon as possible. The cell phone was always connected, Yi Duan said. David Jiang, where are your men? Why are you alone? John David cried and said, those sons and nephews of the Jung family have been drinking and were stopped by the police. Yi Duan's face was blue. Sure enough, these people are not good enough to be used. Sha Rouj must be assigned a special bodyguard. However, Yi Chen did not blame David Jiang. After all, he, David Jiang, had used his full strength, and it was already well known that dude was a drunkard. For David Jiang to be able to do this, it was already hard for him. Hold on for 3 more minutes. Be sure to hold out for me. Yi Duan said with an icy voice. I will try my best. David Jiang said. Thump. A gunshot rang out. David Jiang was shot in the back. Then he fell in a pool of blood. Ah! Sha Rouj screamed, instantly turning pale. She couldn't think of anything and took the steering wheel, frantically driving out. Yi Chuan called out urgently. Cher. How are you doing? Ah? Wife. Hold on, there's still a minute left. I'll be there soon. Whoosh. Squid kicked the gas, the car flew over the heads of the 3 cars in front of him and sped straight through. Zhang Euro watched the thrill. She put her hands together and prayed. Mr. Su will be fine. Yi Duan growled into his cell phone. Cher. Cher. How are you doing? Sha Rouj looked at the gas gauge, it's over. There's no oil in the gauge. The oil is leaking out. No matter how hard she tries, it won't help. 2 black cars are flanking her on the left and right. Sha Rouj said at last into her cell phone. Yi Duan. My love. Goodbye. In the next life, I'll still be your woman. I love you. Ah ha ha ha. Duck Tongue laughed. Is this the last goodbye? How dare you? You go to hell. Leaf Dust roars. I do not care who you are. I don't care who you are. One hair off my wife's head and I'll destroy all your clans. You'll all die. All of you will die. Chapter 38 Leaf Dust, Wife, I'm coming. Thump. Two cars have the Ferrari in the middle, and the oil is leaking out. Sha Rouj's face was pale. She doesn't want to die. She was only 22 years old. She hasn't tasted what it's like to be a woman yet? She promised to give Yi Chen a reward. She didn't want to go back on her word. She wouldn't die until the last moment. Ha ha ha. Four men in black came down from the black sedan, and the one at the head was none other than Duck Tongue. The duck-tongued hat took out a black shiny dagger, intending to slash Sha Rouj's face. Because this was the pavilion master's order, to slash the face and then kill Sha Rouj. The four black-clothed men were instantly stunned upon seeing Sha Rouj. Heavens! It's a waste to slash the face of such a beauty. Yes, big brother, anyway, we are on a mission according to the pavilion master's orders. Outsiders don't know, big brother has had enough, then it's not too late to slash Sha Rouj's face. If you die, the cold corpse is meaningless. Listen to her screaming and moving, how exciting. Big brother. It's too late to lose this opportunity. Several black-clothed men drooled and egged the duck-tongued man on. Their intention was to wait for the duck-tongued cap to finish playing. They can also follow to take advantage of some, at the very least, can touch the spread. If they died, it would be meaningless to be cold. The duck-tongued cap revealed a face of Ingdang smile. Good. Drag her to the woods. I'll be right back. A man in black smashed the glass of the car with his fist and put his hand inside. A short knife cuts off the man in black. A short knife cuts off the man's hand, and the palm of his hand falls off. Shocking to the eye. The man in black shrieks in horror. Dest. My hand. My hand. All go to hell. David Jung held up a short knife and slashed with a bloody face for a while. David Jung fainted just now. After he heard the conversation of a few black-clothed men, he didn't move and touched his knife, unexpectedly chopping off the black hands that reached in. Sha Rouj had an excited face. Jiang Shao. Thank you. Are you all right? David Jung wiped the blood on his face and spat. I can still hold out for a while. Mr. Yi may be coming soon. The duck-tongued cap did not expect Sha Rouj's car suddenly up a bloody man. However, he can see that David Jiang is a young man, not much kung fu, is to raise the knife slashing. Duck Tongue had annoyed. Bastard. Dare to block our plans, looking for death. Snap. Duct tape grabbed David Jiang and threw him out. Thump. David Jiang was knocked dizzy and fainted on the spot. The duck-tongued cap looked at Sha Rouj with a grim gaze and said, First, slash her face, then kill her. The night is long. If we don't accomplish our mission, the pavilion master will not let us go. Yes. The four men in black didn't dare to think of anything else. The four men in black are holding black daggers, with a fierce light in their eyes. Chick. I'm sorry. Sha Rouj slowly closed her eyes. Boom. There was a loud bang. A silhouette flew by. In mid-air, he stomped on the heads of the five men in black. Then, he picked up Sha Rouj. Honey, I'm coming. I'm coming. Yi Chuan breathed heavily and looked down at the woman in his arms. When Sha Rouj saw Yi Chuan, her face revealed a smile of surprise and relief. You finally came. I thought I. Yi Chuan gently covered Sha Rouj's mouth. It's all my fault, it's me who came late. Sha Rouj opened her eyes and saw Yi Chuan, and her tears poured down. I thought that I would never see you again, and that I would not be able to honor my rewards. Sha Rouj snuggled into Yi Chuan's arms like a kitten. Yi Chuan tightly embraced Sha Rouj. Don't worry, in this world, no one can hurt you. What Yi Chuan didn't want to say was that even if someone hurt Sha Rouj, with his divine medicine as the head of the sacred healer sect, he would be able to get Sha Rouj back in the hands of the king of hell. Enough! The duck-tongued hat viciously scolded. The person who was going to die, but still fucking love each other. You guys have big hearts. Shooting. Duck Tongue Hat and 4 men in black raised their pistols and shot towards Yichuan's head. If we kill Yi Chen, then Sha Rouj is a lamb to be slaughtered, so we have to kill Yi Chen first. Be careful. Sha Rouj hurriedly warned Yi Chen. Yichuan waved his sleeve. All the bullets fell to the ground. What? The duck-tongued hat and a few men in black were shocked. Dest. The pavilion master said Yi Duan was a weakling, but this wasn't right. The other 4 men in black were also shocked and confused. The bullets don't work? How the hell can we fight? Mr. Yi. Leave these scum to me. Squid has also arrived. Squid shouted and fought with the 5 men in black. Sha Rouj was surprised. Who is that man? Yi Duan looked at Squid and said, his name is Squid, and he's my big gain after destroying the Liu family this time. Can he deal with 5 kidnappers? Sha Rouj said. The kidnappers have guns in their hands, 5 guns. Yi Duan said, if he can't even deal with these 5 people, he doesn't deserve to be called a half-step sec master. Sha Rouj knew nothing about martial arts, but she trusted Yi Duan. Yi Duan turned back to the Squid and said, don't kill them all, leave 2 alive. We must find out who is behind all this. No matter who, no matter where the mastermind is hiding, even if I have to turn the whole earth upside down, I will definitely find it back, and I will exterminate his 9 clans and cut him into pieces. Dare to touch my woman, looking for death. Sha Rouj was one of the scales on Yichuan's body, and would absolutely not allow anyone to harm Sha Rouj. Sha Rouj looked at Yichuan with infinite gratitude in her eyes, and an unrivaled sense of security. Yichuan's words were full of dominance, making Sha Rouj feel like a spring breeze. Yes. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, everything will be done. Squid replied. Yichuan no longer paid attention to the situation on the other side of the battlefield and left it to Squid to handle. Mr. Su. Are you alright? Zhang Euro also ran over. The car had broken down in the last kilometer because it had been speeding all the time, and Yichuan killed it first. Then Squid, and finally Zhang Euro ran over. Sha Rouj nodded. I am fine, you that? Zhang Euro was excited. The information and data from the last time the Liu family and ancient city stole Rouju's company have all been brought back. This is all thanks to Yichuan. I almost just followed a trip. Zhang Euro had a look of admiration for Yi Chen. Sha Rouj nodded, good, that's good. Yichuan said, wife, the mission, I've completed it. Where's your reward? Today is August 15th. It was the final day of the cave as explained by the master. Sha Rouj instantly blushed, you're in such a hurry? It's not even nighttime yet. Besides, today is the grand opening of Rouj Group, I have to go. Also, this time, thanks to David Zhang, who delayed the kidnapper's progress, I was able to meet you. Zhang David limped over it this time. Mr. Yi, it is my incompetence, I failed to protect General Manager Su. Yi Duan said to Zhang David. You come with me. David Zhang limped and followed Yi Chen to a secluded place. Yi Chen suddenly slapped his palm towards the top of David Zhang's head. Chapter 39 Pavilion Master, you are lucky this time. Next time, all must die. David Zhang was instantly stunned. However, he knew that if he went against Yichuan, he would die a much worse death. Who let himself fail to fulfill the task Yichuan had given him? Almost Sha Rouj was killed. So David Zhang simply closed his eyes and waited to die. It was useless to resist. Snap. Yichuan slapped his palm on David Zhang's heavenly cap. Zhang David's eyebrows wrinkled as he felt a breath enter from the top of his head acupuncture point and then traveled all over his body and limbs. Immediately afterward, his body began to crackle like a firecracker. Immediately following that, a thick layer of sludge-like smelly attachments began to appear on the surface of David Zhang's body. Then, David Zhang felt that the injury no longer hurt. His body was instantly pushed with ease. The strength in his body was much greater. David Zhang snapped his eyes open, his eyes bright. Yi Chen was standing opposite him. David Zhang knew that he had misunderstood Yi Chen just now. Yi Chen was not trying to slap him to death, but was healing him. And enlightening him. Channeling a certain kind of breath. Thank you, Mr. Yi. David Zhang said excitedly. Yichuan nodded slightly. Well, I intend to accept you as a disciple of the Sacred Healer sect. Sacred Doctor sect? Zhang David snapped open his eyes. Days. The world's first mysterious sect, the Holy Doctor sect? Jung David, although in the martial arts do not know, but the first family of the Cloud City is well informed. Legends about the Sacred Doctor's sect have been spreading like thunder. How many young masters from powerful families had tried to enter the Sacred Doctor's sect without being able to do so? And now, Yi Chen had accepted him as a disciple of the Sacred Doctor sect. David Jiang said with a face of surprise. Mr. Yi, what's your position in the Sacred Healer sect? You're a hall master, aren't you? To be able to accept someone in, you should be a mid-level, right? Yi Chuan fiddled with the sect master ring on his finger. Kneel 3 times and 9 kowtows. David Jiang's pupils shrank. He had once heard his grandfather talk about the fact that the sect leader of the Sacred Doctor sect, the #1 mysterious sect in the Jianghu Lake, had a dragon ring. And what Yi Chuan was wearing on his hand was the Sacred Doctor sect leader's dragon ring. Fake? Don't even think about it. If the Sacred Doctor sect master even lost his ring, then he doesn't deserve to be the sect master at all. The Sacred Healer sect wouldn't be worthy of being called the world's #1 mysterious sect. David Zhang instantly had hot sweat rolling on his head and knelt down to kowtow. Belanger, see sect master. Yi Chuan faintly said, today's matter shall not be told outside. Yi. Yes. Zhang David was so excited that he was trembling. Yi Chuan is the Sacred Doctor sect master. This is equivalent to a big pie falling from the sky on his head. Yi Chuan faintly said, I just give you the purest spirit, the spiritual chi to you into your strange meridians. You usually drink too much, girls, so your body's impurities are too much. After my cleansing just now, the impurities in your body are now pretty much removed by me. Of course, it also healed your injury problem, by the way. Go back and take a good bath, then I'll teach you a cultivation mantra that you can slowly practice. Your task is to be a driver for Mr. Su, do you understand? David Jiang heard this and immediately kowtowed. Don't worry, sect master. No, don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will definitely protect Mr. Su properly. Yi Chuan shook his head and said, you are not needed to protect Mr. Su. Yi Dust had already planned to let Squid be Sha Rouj's bodyguard. Squid's qualifications were not a bit stronger than David Jiang. This time, David Jiang's performance was good, so that's why Yi Dust intended to take David Jiang. Yi Dust then said, well, you go back and take a bath, remember to practice on time every day. Yi. David Jiang memorized the mantra and then went back to take a bath. Yi Chuan finished dealing with David Jiang, then walked out and said to Sha Rouj, you and Vice President Jiang go back first, I'll go over there to take a look. The squid fight should be over. Yi Dust is going to ask for a confession and then investigate the matter thoroughly. No matter who is behind it. I won't let it go. I'll find him even if I have to turn the earth upside down. And break him into pieces. Yi Chuan's voice was icy cold. Zhang Yuro touched her lips, Yi Duan is just too domineering. It's really a rush of anger for the red face. Zhang Yuro's eyes were filled with envy. Sha Rouj said, Yi Duan, I will go with you. Some things have to be faced eventually, hiding is not a solution, is it? Yi Duan nodded, good, then we will go together. Sha Rouj was destined to grow, so Yi Chuan agreed. Sha Rouj said to Zhang Yuro, you first go to the Cloud City Hotel and tell the waiting major magnates and reporters that I will then go to the opening ribbon cutting. Good. Zhang Yuro then took a car and went straight to the Cloud City Hotel. Because the car has been scrapped, so can only take a taxi to the Cloud City Hotel. In the woods. Several people in black lay on the ground. Squid came over and reported. Mr. Yi, a total of 5 people, I killed 3, leaving the duck-tongued hat and a black-clothed man as a living witness. To facilitate interrogation. Yi Dust nodded, well, take these 2 people away, we must thoroughly investigate who is the black man behind the scenes. At this time, only to hear the sound of a beeping phone. Yi Dust looked down and saw that it was the cell phone in the duck-tongued waist that rang. Squid walked over and pulled off Duck-Tongue's cell phone with a black face. Then handed it over to Yi Chuan with both hands. A grim woman's voice came from the phone. What's going on? What's going on? Is Sha Rouj dead? What's going on? A bunch of rice bucket. After Sha Rouj died, she executed the second step of the plan and killed a kid named Yi Chuan. I am. Yi Chuan said with an icy voice. You are Yi Chuan? A woman's gloomy voice came from the phone. Seems to sense that something is not right, the woman asked. What about my people? Yi Duan said, what do you think? The woman gritted her teeth and said, good. This time, you are lucky. Next time, both you and Su Rushue will have to die. Snap. The phone hung up directly. Yi Chuan crushed the phone with an icy face. Humph. Damn woman. Think I can't find you if you don't show up? If you escape to the ends of the earth, I'll still be able to track you down. And I'll break you into pieces. No one who dares to touch my woman will have a good ending. Squid's eyelids fluttered, he had personally learned this. Yi Chen's strength was too terrifying. Beep beep beep. Yi Chuan's cell phone rang. It was a call from senior sister Zhao Mingyue. Yi Chuan walked to the side and answered the call. Zhao Mingyue exasperatedly said, Senior brother. I'll take care of this. Big sister Zhao Mingyue said, I'll take care of this. Big sister Zhao Mingyue will wipe your ass and solve the problem of Sha Rouj's kidnapping. Chapter 40 by Yang Lu, You Are Dead. Yi Chuan said, Big sister, this small matter does not need big sister to take action, I will deal with it myself. Yi Chuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Mingyue said, also, if you cannot solve it, big senior sister will wipe your ass. Who made you my junior brother? Who will I spoil if I don't spoil you? Yi Chuan looked happy, eldest sister, how are things on your side? When are you coming over? I miss you so much. Zhao Mingyue said, I'm a bit busy over here, I'll come over when I'm done. By the way, how far are you in Sha Rouj? Today is August 15th. It's the last day set by Master, so don't make any mistakes. Yi Chuan was busy saying, I know. After hanging up the phone, Sha Rouj asked with some fear. Who did you just talk to? Yi Chuan softly said, she is my eldest senior sister. I have 7 senior sister, I grew up with them, they take care of me, but also the closest person in my life. Sha Rouj said with some concern, then, is eldest sister satisfied with me? Sha Rouj was afraid that Yi Chen's elder sisters would not be satisfied with themselves. Yi Chuan laughed, don't worry wife. My 7 senior sisters are all optimistic about you. Yi Chuan is a pure yang body, and his cultivation progresses very quickly. But this kind of physique if not suppressed, then it would self-destruct. Only Sha Rouj's purine physique could completely suppress Yi Chen's pure yang qi. Yi Chuan's several senior sisters knew about this, so several senior sisters, they were all eager to cave in quickly. How could they not agree? Sha Rouj said, well, the time is almost up, I should also go to the ribbon cutting. Yi Chuan said, wife, I'll go with you. Yi Chuan naturally couldn't rest assured after this incident, so he personally escorted Sha Rouj to the Cloud City restaurant. Cloud City restaurant top floor presidential suite. Cloud City families almost all came. There was a lot of talk in the crowd. I heard that Rouj Group made a major mistake, and the information and data were lost. If you ask me, Rouj Group is simply an excuse for a failed experiment. Rouj Group is in trouble this time. I heard that Sha Rouj had an accident halfway across the country. Can't make it. The crowd is getting louder and louder, Xiaoyu anxiously keeps explaining, but she can't suppress her intestines at all. Right at this moment, Zhang Euro stepped on high heels and hurriedly came to the venue. Zhang Euro said to the crowd present, everyone be quiet. The rumors just now are untrue, Rouj Group's information and experimental data have been recovered. Mr. Su will soon come to the scene. Someone under the venue said loudly. There is still 1 second left now. Why isn't Mr. Su here yet? Stop pretending. Something must have happened. At that moment, Sha Rouj and Yi Duan walked in one after the other. The venue was instantly silent. Sha Rouj glanced at the crowd at the meeting place and then said, sorry, something happened on the way, luckily I didn't come too late. As soon as Sha Rouj appeared, the scene instantly lost its temper. Sha Rouj then made a speech. Loud applause came from the venue. Yi Duan then retreated to the corridor as Squid called. Squid reported to Yi Dust. Mr. Yi, those 2 people have recruited. They are mercenaries from abroad. Yi Duan said, good, I will go over right away. Sha Rouj's speech would take a while, so Yi Chen took this time to find Squid and ask about the results of the interrogation. In the basement. The duck-tongued hat and the man in black had long since lost their arrogance and were instead lying on the ground like dogs. Squid saw Yi Chuan arrive and immediately moved a chair for Yi Chuan to sit down. Yi Duan sat on the chair, the two people licked the dog like crawling over at Yi Duan's feet. The man in black said, Big master, I say everything ah. This mission is the Pavilion Master sent us, the Pavilion Master in the D country Black Triangle place to recruit a few hundred mercenaries, specializing in smuggling and assassination list. As long as enough money is paid out, the Pavilion Master will issue a hunting order. The duck-tongued hat added, many international assassination cases are done by the Pavilion Master. The most powerful one also assassinated a prince of a certain country. Yi Duan's voice was cold. Mercenary? Humph. In my eyes, they are just a bunch of ants. The duck-tongued cap and the man in black were scared to death. Several hundred mercenaries were actually ants in Yi Duan's eyes. Yi Duan asked, who is the Pavilion Master? Why did he send you to assassinate Sha Rouj and me? The duck-tongued cap shook his head and said, we only know that the Pavilion Master is a female, very young, no one has seen her face, we are responsible for the assassination, we don't know anything else. Each one felt that was it, and couldn't ask anything useful. Broadly speaking, this is a foreign power to assassinate Sha Rouj and him. The duck-tongued hat asked with a pale face. Mr. Yi, can I ask, are you an innate master? Yi Duan's voice was cold, you are not qualified to know. In your next life. With an iron face, Squid stomped on the heads of the duck-tongued cap and the man in black with one foot. Ka-ching! The heads were trampled like watermelons. Brain matter and blood and flesh were like rotten watermelons. They were fearful and regretful at the moment of death. If they could start over, they wouldn't have assassinated Sha Rouj to death. Each one was simply as terrifying as the devil. Squid looked at Yi Duan with a face of fear and said, Mr. Yi, just killing the two of them like that, and still not being able to ask who the Pavilion Master is? This is still a trouble. Yi Dus said, not busy, I will send a message to my senior sister to ask who this Pavilion Master is. You and David Jung wiped the floor here. Yes. Squid bowed and saluted, then said, Mr. Yi, if we find out who the Pavilion Master is? And where he is, I can go to D to assassinate him. I used to stay in country D for a while and am familiar with it. Yi Chuan said indifferently, no need, this matter, I will come by myself, you are responsible for protecting my wife Sha Rouj. Yi Chuan alone can do whatever he wants, but Sha Rouj can't. Must find a good bodyguard to protect her safety. Things like this one are not allowed to happen. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Squid saluted and then washed the floor with David Jung. David Jung's eyes widened. Ah. Did you step on this head? How powerful are you? What's your strength? Jung David asked curiously. Squid green face did not say a word. David Jung shrugged. Why are all masters so cold? Very quickly, Zhao Mingyue replied to Yi Duan. Senior brother, I have already checked it out, the Pavilion Master is called by Yan Lu. She is a native of the Great Summer Country, 18 years old this year, she has a younger sister named Chrysanthemum, the two are twin sisters. When she was in her mother's womb, Bai Yang Lu absorbed all the nutrients into herself, causing her younger sister, Zhu Hua, to be as dry as a chrysanthemum from birth. By the time she was 10 years old, Chrysanthemum was the equivalent of an 80-year-old. The two sisters were very close, or rather, Bai Yang Lu doted on this rapidly aging sister. Last time, you killed Chrysanthemum, so this act of assassination by Bai Yang Lu is to avenge her sister. Yi Duan nodded. Bai Yang Lu. I know. Yi Duan hung up the phone, his eyes full of killing intent. I don't care if you are White Yang Lu or Black Yang Lu, I will definitely go to Country D and kill you. Right now Yi Duan was most concerned about Sha Rouj. Because tonight is August 15th. Sha Rouj keeps saying that she wants to give him a surprise. What will it be?